Chapter 1. Beware of cultivators. The world spun in circles. I focused on the wooden ceiling with a dimming gaze. A loud droning rang in my ears as someone shouted the end of the spar. "Are you done already, junior brother? We still have many pointers to share," the boy said, smirking. His face was obscured in the colors splashing around in my vision. From the sound of him, he couldn't have been older than 14. Pfft, that was pathetic. Barely managed to take 5 blows. Let us leave, brother. This scum is not worth our time. Murmurs warbled all around me. Words full of disgust, and occasionally some of pity were thrown my way. The other boy walked out of the arena, but I remained where I lay, staring at the high ceiling. "Someone take Lu Jie to old man. He seems to have hit his head quite hard," a man spoke. 2 pairs of arms lifted me up, carrying me through my days. Their voices barely registered as I started to gather my wits. 2 questions burned in my mind. Where the fuck am I? And who's this Lu Jie? The smell of herbs and incense touched my nose, and something warm prickled my skin. With a painful groan, I opened my blurry eyes. "Keep lying down, Lu Jie. Your wounds haven't healed yet. The pill is working, but you need to rest." An old man stood beside me, wearing a plain white robe. Long, bushy eyebrows set on a face with more wrinkles than skin was framed in white hair and a long beard seen in all those kung fu movies. A boiling iron cauldron sat at the other end of the chamber, green smoke rising and twirling in the air, floating around the old man's hand. "I'll be making a qi reinforcement pill. It will heal the damage to your dantian. You have nothing to worry about. You won't be crippled," the old man said, with a kind smile, gently patting my shoulder. The old man walked back to his cauldron, and I let my head fall onto the coarse and hard bed underneath me. Where was I? The last I remembered was falling asleep preparing for my physics test paper, and the next instant I was being slammed around by some kids throwing magic bullshit. I didn't have to wait long. The answers started to come on their own. Lu Jie, a moderately talented kid from the 7 Rivers village, who found out he'd been blessed with qi. Like every other kid from a village, he decided to strike out his luck in the city and become a cultivator. The rest went as typical Chinese cultivation stories go. But Lu Jie was no main character. He barely got into the sect on his talents and struggled to keep up with his peers moving further through the ranks. Years went by. He was now 20 and still stuck at the 3rd realm. He got the short end of the stick when he recently caught the eyes of the insane twin young masters, being dumb enough to accept their proposal to give him pointers. Looking through his memories, it was obvious the twins just loved to beat and bully those weaker than them. They used the spar as an opportunity to beat other disciples up. Lu Jie just happened to be exceptionally unlucky, dying from a hit to the head. And now I'm Lu Jie. Fuck me. I tried to move, but the pain shooting through my abdomen told me any movement would make me regret all my choices so far. Stuck on the bed with little else to do, I decided to go through the guy's memories. There was no family for Lu Jie. For all of his childhood, he was raised by a kind farmer who'd taken him in. Someone he hadn't met in a long time, as he hadn't left the sect in years. Outer disciples were barely above servants in ranking here, and the only ranks Lu Jie had been rising in was that of age. The old man here seemed to be the only one who'd ever cared for him. With his frequent beatings and injuries, his visits to this place had been far more common than should be normal. I felt a bit bad about the old man, recalling him telling Lu Jie how he'd lost his grandchild to a particularly nasty disease. It was clear he'd seen his grandson in him, and now the kid was dead too. Some measures of pity for Lu Jie stirred within me as well. He'd been an arrogant guy, believing himself destined for greatness. The shattering of his dreams had been harsh, and he never said it out loud or even muttered a word of thanks to the old man. But he'd been his only support during his life in the sect. It was a sad story, a death so pointless. Another nameless guy gone in a merciless world. While sad, I had no intentions of sticking around. I'd read enough cultivation novels to know how these went. Any young master could come in with a, "You dare?" and I'd meet the same fate of Lu Jie. "Open your mouth, Lu Jie. Swallow the pill and let it mix with your qi," the old man said, holding a pill near my mouth. Opening my lips sent stinging pain coursing through them. I ignored the pain of swallowing the pill, feeling it travel through my chest before it began to dissolve. A cool sensation formed in my gut as the qi from the pill began to spill over, flooding what could only be my pathways. For a moment, panic took over, the foreign sensation making me tense. Ingrained memory in my body began to circulate the energy on its own, moving it in circles through my dantian. A mint-like scent tingled my nose when the energy started to dissipate throughout my body, my wounds starting to itch. A surge of qi pulsed through as the pain began to fade. "You should be able to walk soon, but don't channel your qi or stress your dantian for a couple of days. I will try and convince the sect to let you take a leave for that time of healing," the old man said, with a gentle smile. This man saved me from death and a life as a cripple. The only person who'd been there for me. The words that I, Lu Jie, had never said out loud filled my chest. Perhaps it was his last wish, or whatever remained of him, but I was compelled to give it voice. "Thank you." The old man's brows rose in surprise for a brief moment before he laughed gently. "No need to thank this old man, Lu Jie. I am merely doing my duties. You have a bright future in front of you. You should be careful not to squander it in quarrels." My lips trembled as emotions not completely my own filled me. The grief of loss, the frustration of being insufficient, anger at my own self, to have died like this. But then, grateful. To be able to say what I'd never had the heart to. I closed my eyes, focusing on the qi swirling in my dantian as the emotions passed by. "May you find peace, Lu Jie." "Yeah, this is bullshit," I muttered in whatever language the people spoke here. Azure Jade script. The thought came to me alongside the context behind why the language was named such. I was too busy marveling over my body to care, though. Fucking qi magic bullshit. I know I had a concussion and at least a couple broken ribs. All healed in a few hours, I said, this time in English. Glad I hadn't forgotten how to speak it, at least. The pill had sent me into a strange, haze-induced state where my mind drifted through my thoughts while the qi within me silently cycled itself over and over. I felt my dantian, now healed from the pill's effect, and I sensed the qi filling it. A meager amount compared to all but the newest of disciples joining the sect. But even the weakest of cultivators were stronger than the average farmer. Superhuman strength and speed were just the beginning of their abilities. I wasn't going to stick around these murderous, drug-addicted supermen and women. That's just asking to get killed. Flexing my fingers and moving my feet, the lack of pain was surreal. No medicine back home, no matter how advanced, could have achieved what this simple, low-grade healing pill had done in hours. I shifted my feet back onto the wooden floor and pulled myself up. The room, though not very large, was filled with bookshelves. A small cauldron sat at one corner, remnants of the contents of the concocted pill sitting in there. From what I could tell from Lu Jie's memories, alchemy wasn't a noteworthy profession in this world. Cultivators who solely focused on alchemy, while respected by the lower end of society, worked mostly in service to some sort of lord or governor, and even the most famous alchemists were under the thumb of powerful cultivators. They needed to have qi, yet didn't use it to focus on cultivation, instead using it to hone a different set of skills. The very concept was foreign to most cultivators. Why wouldn't you chase the eternal heavens and immortality through trials and tribulations and be the big dick Chad god? I picked up a little leather book lying on a table near the cauldron. The script was foreign to me, but as with the spoken language, I could also read the texts. Seems Lu Jie was an educated man. The book opened to a list of herbs, denoting their names, common locations, and properties. Flipping through the pages, various texts explained how to process these herbs and various mixtures to form balms and salves to help heal wounds. The texts were somewhat primitive, yet the content within was valuable. There were many plants that deviated from their natural properties. One was straight up made of fire, a 7-poison flame grass that turned to fire when qi flowed through it. There were several such strange spirit herbs listed, and quite quickly I found myself sucked into the textbook as it guided me through the basics of alchemy. Time flew by. The further I read, the more entranced I became by the details within the pages. Everything in this book spat right in the face of all that I knew. It broke laws of physics and chemistry for breakfast and munched on the laws of thermodynamics as a snack. Some pills utilized downright ridiculous procedures like, perform the dance of the blood lotus and channel your spirit. The pill shall take the shape of your desires. Like, what the fuck? Yet, the ideas sparked something in me. I'd always enjoyed learning. It was one of the things that stuck with me since childhood. My desire to better understand the world around me, to discover the mysteries that may have been hidden right in front of our eyes. The harsh, droning classes at university may have at times dulled that enthusiasm, but the desire had never really gone away completely. Now, it returned stronger than ever before. I was in a fantasy world, a world with mythical forces and pills that could save hundreds of lives. From every cultivation novel I'd read, the setting was historical and backward in technology, but there was no need for things to be that way. They already had medicine so advanced it could heal people in a day or two. If I could understand that, find out what made this world tick, then perhaps I wouldn't have to worry about some random young master being my doom. After all, science was just the understanding of the world around us. If the laws of my world didn't apply, then it's just a matter of learning the laws of this one. Alchemy could also serve as a way to earn money and save enough up to live on my own outside the sect. And possibly find some quiet corner where I could try and break down the magic behind this world. It was as good a plan as any. Leaving behind the politics and cultivators and their squabbles, I didn't want to live as a peasant. Based on Lu Jie's memory, they had extremely simplistic lives and lived in poverty. Not having the internet is bad enough, but having to work on some farm to survive may just kill me out of boredom. No, I'd much rather get a quiet mansion in a town, sell alchemical potions, and live a comfortable life. I let out a breath, closing the book on my lap. The door creaked behind me, and the old man stood in the doorway, staring at me. "What are you doing, Lu Jie?" the old man said, a look of surprise on his face. I just... My voice was caught in my throat, and I shuffled in place. Delaying would do nothing. This would have to be my chance. I took in a deep breath. I want to learn alchemy. Chapter 2. The Path of Alchemy. Why so suddenly, Lu Jie? What about your dream of rising in your cultivation? With an effort, and keeping my expression as sincere as possible, I emulated a dejected Lu Jie. The spar has opened my eyes, Elder. I'd been trying to deny it all this time, hoping that effort would be enough. But the heavens do not grant blessings equally. I have been stuck at the third realm for months now, unable to break through to the second circle. I have seen the truth. I am talentless, and this is as far as I will ever go. I despaired, thinking there was no path in life that I could take. But the pill you granted me made me feel a sense of purpose. Realization struck me. I was almost being genuine here. Having the memories of Lu Jie, even though they weren't mine, I was still affected by them. His frustration and defeat, it had all been true. He may have died, but I lived through his memories and experienced those emotions. I wish to be of some use, and I wish one day to repay you for all the kindness you have shown me. I pulled my knees together and bowed my head. Please, take me as an apprentice. Silence descended. I kept my head bent. Footsteps sounded as the old man walked closer. I am a bit disheartened to hear you give up on your dream, Lu Jie. You may have had troubles, but I'd seen the resolve in your eyes. But the heavens have different plans for everyone, and it is the mark of youth to try and find your own path and Tao. If you think it lies in this craft, then I would be glad to teach it to you. I looked up at the old man. A frown sat on his wrinkly old face as he moved to inspect his cauldron. It has been decades since anyone has asked this old man to teach them. Know that I am no talented master, just a humble man who has been working his craft for a long time. He brushed his fingers across the lip of the cauldron. Think carefully, Lu Jie. The relationship of a master and apprentice runs deeper than all but family. If this is truly the path you wish to take, then kowtow thrice and agree to take me as your master, and I will agree to teach what I know of alchemy. I agree, master, I replied, partially relieved, and kowtowed thrice. I agree as well, apprentice. May the heavens be my witness. A pulse of qi traveled through the room at his words as the apprenticeship was made official. It had been partially a gamble to ask the old man. He really had no reason to accept me as a disciple. Officially, I'd still be a disciple of the sect. My duties would include helping him with his job and various chores. Outside of that, the old man was doing me a favor. I was a good deal nervous at being thrust in this position so randomly, but a part of me was also liberated. Step 1 of Plan Escape Dumb Cultivation Sect was a success. The old man stood in front of me, and I bowed my head once more. What do you know about alchemy, Lu Jie? The old man asked. Frowning, I dredged up a reply from Lu Jie's memories. Alchemy is the craft of refining, to refine various herbs and resources to form elixirs and pills that can help purify the dantian and bolster one's cultivation, as well as cure ailments and heal injuries. The alchemy in this world may be primitive, but it was still a field of study. My answer completely ignored the nature of alchemy, instead rendering it as a tool. A different reply bubbled up in me. Alchemy is the study of nature, the craft of understanding the body and spirit to create that which can heal and enhance both. It's the craft of medicine and one of conversion, a method to understand how the various herbs and essences work, and, by extension, how everything under heaven does. It's a path of understanding. This time the answer rang true. My qi swirled in my dantian. This was my new path. My Tao will differ from yours, but all of them reside under the heavens as one, guided by its will. I had never felt it before, Lu Jie. But now I feel the path of alchemy may indeed be the one for you. That choice is not mine to make. All this old man can do is guide you along your path." I nodded in reply, and the old man turned around. "Let us start with the very first thing, the ranks by which an alchemist is known. You have taken your first steps in alchemy as an alchemy apprentice. The next step for you will be one of a junior alchemist, capable of refining the simplest of pills and elixirs. Next would be a senior alchemist, the rank this old man had been for the majority of his life. You can call yourself a true alchemist at this rank. At the end of my life, I have taken my last steps to be a grand alchemist. After Grand Alchemist, your path will take you to be a master, a grandmaster, a saint, and at last, an alchemy emperor. Such is the path before you." Witnessing the old man's passion as he spoke, the depth of his old appearance dawned on me. The time he must have spent honing his craft. Few men looked old. The chi in them kept their appearances youthful, even beyond a century. And the higher you cultivated, the slower you aged. Yet old man appeared older than any person I'd ever encountered. He may not have a high cultivation, yet his skills and experience would be invaluable nonetheless. The first step in alchemy is the study of its ingredients. Which ingredient does what, and the potency of the herbs, the purity of the essence, and the time and technique involved in refining them. Smoke rose from the cauldron, twirling around the old man's hand, moving to an unseen rhythm. Seeing things straight out of a kung fu movie left me awed, and I gaped as the minty scent of herbs filled the chamber. Your first lesson will be on how to use the cauldron and refine a pill. A fire lit up under the iron cauldron on its own. The old man picked several books from his shelves and laid them out on the ground in front of me. "The Fundamentals of Alchemy, Part 1, the book read. A jade slip also rested next to it, and I stared at the old man for an answer. "That contains the recipe for 3 basic pills. When you can brew all 3 is when you can call yourself an alchemist. They are not rare recipes, but all alchemists have their own details and touches, and all are passed from master to apprentice." Looking back to the jade slip, a slight pulse of chi showed me all 3 pills and their recipes. My heart beat with excitement at the perspective of learning the first magic since arriving here. It was time to make some cultivation drugs. Chapter 3. Old Man Lao Zhang. Lao Zhang was old, his name quite literally meaning old man. It had been ages since anyone called him by his own name, and he preferred the given name anyways. It represented the time he'd spent at the sect here. Lao Zhang had been working as an alchemist for several decades, a large portion of that time spent here at the Cloudy Peaks sect, ever since the sect elders saw his skill and hired him as an alchemist. He spent his life working here, and only a few remained who remembered him as he was in his youth. When he'd crossed a century in age, he was free to leave the sect with his earnings, gaining a venerable elder solely on his age. He refused, of course. What purpose would he have in life if he stopped working for his sect? Perhaps if his grandson had been alive. The memory pricked a pang of guilt within Lao Zhang, but the pain had dulled with time. No, his purpose was right here. Working under the sect, living the last of his days trying to reach the truth of his own Tao. His age offered him wisdom, and there were some things you only saw when death approached, and your own physique turned against you. It had been a while since something surprised Lao Zhang. Yet here, today, that fact had been occurring more than once. Why hasn't anyone tried to test the original recipe, or improve it? The boy, Lu Jie, asked, sitting crossed-legged on the floor with textbooks opened all around him. Lao Zhang cast a strange expression through narrowed eyes at the boy. These recipes were created by our venerable ancestors, at the peak of their cultivation paths. To try and tamper with them would be folly. The boy turned back down to read through the texts, murmuring something under his breath. "Doesn't that mean they're outdated?" Lu Jie asked. Once again, Lao Zhang found himself lacking words. He stood silently, trying to think of a suitable way to guide Lu Jie. Except the boy had already lost track of his words, busy leafing through the textbooks as he occasionally muttered words Lao Zhang had a hard time placing. There had been something off about the boy ever since he'd lost his spar. The way he'd so easily chosen to give up worried Lao Zhang, that the defeat was quite harsh and his spirit may be in shambles. Yet Lu Jie appeared to be just fine. Quite excited, if the smile that crept on his face from time to time as he read the textbooks were anything to go by. Perhaps the treatment of the head injury wasn't complete. Lao Zhang was versed in medicine, but he was no healer, and injuries of the head are often tied to injuries of the spirit. Perhaps he should ask a healer to have a look at the child. Lao Zhang shook his head. This was not his grandchild, no matter what he thought at times. He shouldn't coddle Lu Jie. Without tribulations, none would ever grow and find their paths. All he should do is look after the child when he is about to fall. The same thing he'd do for any other disciple in the sect. "I've memorized them," Lu Jie said, closing the textbooks. "Already?" Lao Zhang asked in surprise. While the text only contained a few basic herbs, he'd still expected it to take a few days. It had barely been 2 hours. "What is the use of the glacial spirit poison, then?" Glacial spirit poison. A poison that acts on the heart and the body, slowing down its beat as the blood and body begin to turn cold before the victim eventually dies of heart failure. It can be used as an ingredient to counteract potent spirit poisons, as the decreased blood flow can prevent the poison from spreading, while the glacial qi can be used to mellow the fever, the boy replied in a single breath. "That is correct." "You memorized all of them?" Lao Zhang asked. Perhaps this was the boy's true blessing. A sheepish smile came onto the boy's face. "I know most of them by their descriptions. I got lucky for this one, as I remembered the properties and application." "Have you been taught alchemy before, Lu Jie?" "No, Master. This is my first time. But I had to memorize a lot of things as a kid, so I'm good at memorizing names and descriptions." Lao Zhang coughed once, hiding his pleasure at being called master. He hadn't had many disciples. His talent was too meager, and those that had been there were all old like him. To be called a master after so long was pleasing. "Very well. Then let us start learning how to use the cauldron," Lao Zhang said. Lu Jie's face lit up with a smile. He was truly blessed to have such an enthusiastic disciple. Once again, I thanked whatever God was listening for that YouTube video I'd watched on a memorization trick. It saved my hide plenty when needing to remember all the unholy reagent names and chemical formulas for multiple-step chemical reactions. And it continued to give, even here with the alchemy textbooks. Rote memorization wasn't something I enjoyed. It was dull, tedious, and led to no new information outside of simple memory storage, which could easily be taken care of by computers. Here, though, memory held a much higher value. The easiest way of storing information was texts and these jade slates. The slates were far too valuable to be used for anything but cultivation techniques and such. Most information was kept in books, which took time, thus increasing the worth of memorization. Going through Lu Jie's memory, I couldn't find if printing technology was a thing here or not, but from the number of books, they seemed to have some method of mass-producing texts. I quickly returned my attention to the old man, trying to keep my excitement in check about learning magic. My heart still trembled with joy despite my best attempts, and I had to fight to keep a smile off my face. "Do you know why we use the cauldron to refine, Lu Jie?" the old man asked, and I considered the question. "Because its shape allows for even distribution of heat? And because it can hold a lot of things in it?" The old man nodded. "Those are reasons too, though size matters little. More proficient alchemists often use small cauldrons that are much larger on the inside. There is a greater reason as to why we use cauldrons, and it lies in its ability to hone qi." The old man swept his hand out, his long sleeve billowing as qi flowed around the chamber. "There are 3 things that define one's talent in alchemy. One's sensitivity to qi, the ability to finely manipulate qi, and lastly, luck. A lot of luck is needed to get the right ingredients for a pill at times. Luck is also needed when refining the pill. The difference between a good alchemist and a poor one is how often they fail. Even the most experienced of alchemists will have a chance of failing, and only the heavens can tell when they will favor you." I frowned. There was little reason to have luck play a part if the mechanics behind the task were understood. An awful lot of this might simply be due to the vague instructions in these elixirs and pills, alongside the mystical approach of the heavens' favor. That may be why luck was such a factor in failure of success. If these pills worked similar to any chemical reaction, beyond just magic, there should be conditions with the optimal chances of success and the optimal chances of yield, etc. Narrowing down on those factors will be all that's needed, at least in theory. In principle, I could be completely wrong, and things did actually work on spiritual magic bullshit. Who could say? This was a cultivation world, after all. Since luck is out of our hands, we focus on the remaining 2 things. The old man walked around the area as he picked up a few herbs from a nearby shelf. Qi sensitivity and qi control are both heaven-gifted blessings. There are pills and elixirs that can help improve one's innate abilities a touch, but they are rare and are not always effective. Then is it all about being blessed? To be a good alchemist, you need to be blessed? I asked, and immediately regretted it when a melancholic expression passed over the old man's face. It is not all about being blessed, Lu Jie. The heavens turn a kind eye to those who work hard. Qi sensitivity and qi control can both be trained to a certain extent, and it is with these 2 things that the cauldron helps with. The cauldron is a tool to not only carry your herbs, but also your qi. A good cauldron allows for your qi to pass smoothly, without any interruptions, and it guides the essence inward. A poor cauldron can contain impurities and deformities, disrupting the flow of qi. The old man put the herbs in the cauldron, the fire beneath it growing larger. Pay attention to my qi, Lu Jie. You'll try this next. His qi began to billow, surprising me at the amount. I never really knew which circle or realm the old man was, did I? Qi swirled within the cauldron as the herbs began to break down, releasing their essence. I felt multiple swirling patterns all combining within the cauldron as the essences were guided toward one another. The smell of herbs rose as smoke began to escape, and I watched with bated breath as the delicate movement of the qi merged the essence together. In a swift motion, the fire blazed, and all the qi within the cauldron condensed to one spot. Old man's qi pulsed one last time before a singular pill formed within the cauldron. This is a simple qi refilling pill. It will nourish you when your qi is running low. Though consuming too much can cause your qi to overstrain and damage your dantian, the old man said, showing me the pill. Now you try, Lu Jie. I nodded happily, walking over to the cauldron. I picked up the herbs, sensing the qi present inside them. Taking the needed amount, I put the herbs in the cauldron and tried to send a pulse of my qi. A few moments passed in silence as I stood in front of the quiet cauldron. "Is something wrong, Lu Jie?" the old man asked. "How do you light the fire again?" I asked, with an embarrassed smile, trying not to shrink under the quiet sigh of the old man. The path of selling drugs seemed to be a long one. Chapter 4. Rat Danes. Alchemy was expensive. That was the first predicting many of the 16 plans. That was with more than America as well and more and normal for the 16. Ratdags are where. Ratdags was in Hidit that forced producers for no vision to vinch. That was the critical 10. They could tend to do this one. The previous servant was the other producers with. That was the incomplexable. And the text the game made from 2004, much more visitive as well. The text a game made from no vision to me. Rastegs was encritic. The great day has been split in with his better success from the very far words with 516s. Ratdegs is nothing to sun when we take erect the contemplate to do this one, which ones you and the free day visit self, the windstrom of the text work from it. The great dags and more, they takes anything more, has findedly make this fallover to were avoided. Looking from the first 4, they were true that the breathing from the world. The chronic man meant that this since that any states is getting the fortune of the avoidable low, they were be the videos of literal that. The building street that meaning moored in the date of existence. The traditionally didn't as we explained in Tech the Game. The traditional is most of its nothing to do this one, with maybe their stature that once the text in did. The traditional is with more that maybe their stature that more was more fill brief in which the text. The traditional game made is an other mile that the developing that the world. Sumning they were true that the developing that more, they were implemented anything life stage within. Maybe they're later to would defense it for the most of it, and not feeling the mains of this one. They can do that the game made that the producers than which reveled. The traditional is a text together when they work to and manage the case of them, so they understand is that we can do things. They were curiously that another case of them that work, which will be care of them of its spirit. The cratic man meant that this was infamate, you will provide my. The traditional is most of that the critical ting, that more that was no bidded from the critical ting. The traditional game made that they were to distribute when this chatter as well a lot. The game made spirit is be not the traditional ting, was be not made in the chet. With the world sitting the man is that they were adjusted me, that they were forecast to fix to me. They were from more and leader. The critical ting that they were following more, that they were from more and leader. The critical ting they were following more and the justed more and leader. They were from more and leader. They were following more and the jested more and leader. The great theg is not the traditional. They were subscribed to anything without. The critical ting they were spirit more. They were being more twiv anything of it. They were provide me to do. The model is this. They were jested me that were to advance that they were not. The critical ting they were following more and leader. The great theg it seemed developed a more and leader. They were spirit more, and the chet the wort. The critical ting they were fluted in a way that wort, they were wonder themselves when they were fully the more and leader. They were spirit more, they were following more and leader. The great they get a great more visit, they were following more and leader. They were following more and leader. They work from the critical ting. The critical ting they were following more and leader. They were following more and leader. They were provide me to do. The critical ting was been summeled, they were following more priors and fighted. They were to will be the word. The critical ting they were not, they work from the critical ting. They were from aloft that wert, they were turned about them. The critical ting they were following more and leader. They were following more, they were following more and leader. They were from the critical ting they were devidly to do. The critical ting they were not, they were following more and leader. They were provide me to do, they were falling more and leader. They word from the critical tang, so they were falling more priors and fighted, they were provide me to do. They work from the critical tang, they were provide me to do. The critical tang, they were provide and word, they were make themselves and selves, and this was like again, they were falling more and leader. They work from the critical tang, they were provide me to do. The critical tang, they were provide more and leader. They word from the critical tang, they were make them a self, they work from the critical tang. They were from the critical tang, they were provide me to do. They word from the critical tang, they work from the critical tang. The rest of the critical tang, they word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. They word from the critical tang, they word from the critical tang. That was the first thing to become apparent over the last few days of my stay here. Not only did the spiritual herbs cost money, but so did having to refill my qi because of the meager amount I possessed. It was a vicious cycle where each herb I wasted would also require me to use up a qi refilling pill, increasing the cost of waste by a ton. Looking at the higher tier pills, each could need a lot of expensive materials. And the more potent the pill, the higher its chances of failure, increasing the costs of making the pill even higher. In short, I needed money. It was easier said than done. Outer disciples got paid a very small amount, as the sect itself provided for most of their needs as long as they remained. I'd think the disciples would be a burden, seeing how few were ever kicked out of the sect, if I wasn't out here sweeping the ground for the past 4 hours. We were free labor, wage slaves without any wage. It made sense they only kicked disciples out when they committed some crime that had been caught and brought to an elder's attention. Pretty much never. Things got worse when I had a look at Lu Jie's finances, finding barely enough money to get food for a couple of weeks. The money would last me longer if I took my leave and settled in some countryside farm, but I refused to give up and turn to a life of labor. I can't start experimenting without the resources, which would be far easier to find in the city. Thus, the problem endlessly repeated. I needed money to learn alchemy, to earn money to leave the sect, and strike it out on my own. Eat something funny, Lu Jie? Your face is all scrunched up like you got a nasty stomachache, the other boy, sweeping the ground next to me, said. His two crooked front teeth peeked from under his lips, almost like a rat. Su Lin was the boy's name, one of the few outer sect disciples to be both on a lower realm than me and of an older age. It made me wonder how he got accepted into the sect in the first place. Just recovering from the spar, I replied offhandedly, returning my focus to sweeping the paths. There was a tinge of anger inside me, not an emotion of my own, but one born from Lu Jie's memories. He despised how Su Lin was content to live his life in the sect, doing menial labor with no hopes of ever rising through the ranks. It went against everything Lu Jie had believed in. I told you the young masters were trouble. They got the Thunder Phoenix bloodline and the twin cultivation stuff. You can't beat 'em even if they're in the same realm as you. That too, not for long, I reckon, Su Lin said, snickering about something as he continued to sweep. The jab at my bottleneck within the current realm was obvious, yet I couldn't care less. Perhaps if Lu Jie was here, he'd have been fuming, but I found myself curious about the guy. He was lanky and clearly old, though not the oldest outer sect disciple around. Then again, anyone who doesn't go past the first circle before turning 25 usually ends up taking a job at the sect or leaving. For some reason, Su Lin stuck around. An idea began to bud. How long have you been in the sect? I asked. The lanky boy straightened a bit in surprise, his eyes scanning my face for clues. Me? A decade? Dunno, been a while, Su Lin said with a slight frown as he looked down at me. He was taller, not by much. I returned what I hoped was a friendly smile, moving closer. So, you've been here for a long time. You must know almost all the outer sect disciples then. Perhaps even some inner sect ones? I asked, trying to mask my question as idle curiosity. I do know a few, I suppose. What about it? Su Lin asked, eyeing me, his two crooked teeth visible. Now was the difficult part. I'd created a narrative in Su Lin's mind without forcing the issue onto him. From an outsider's perspective, I'd just lost a spar and holed myself in for a couple of days, not talking to anyone. No one besides the old man really knew about my apprenticeship or the fact I'd been devouring alchemy textbooks and trying to set up experiments in the old man's chamber. To them, it had looked like I'd taken my defeat quite harshly. Nothing, no big deal. It's just, I was wondering, you've been here for so long, and even if we're both outer sect disciples, you must get some respect for the time you've spent here serving the sect. The heavens may not bless us all equally, but hard work is valued equally. I kept my voice even, studying Su Lin's reaction. I was obviously trying to flatter him, and wasn't even trying to hide it at all. It was all total bullshit. Age meant next to nothing, and the only measure of respect people gained was strength. Your typical survival of the fittest world of a cultivation novel. And thus, I suspected there were two ways Su Lin would react. The first, and the disappointing one, would be where he just accepts the flattery, thinking I'm genuinely trying to flatter him and get a favor. Not optimal, but still workable. The second, the thing I'd been aiming for, would be if Su Lin wasn't as dumb as he appeared. I had suspicions for his reasons for staying in the sect for next to no pay, working as a wage labor even when offered a job. This was my way of trying to prod him into confirming my suspicions. "A bit. You do get to know people with time, and they too know you," Su Lin replied, returning to his work. A half answer, then. Damn. At least this isn't the first option, so there's still a chance. I wasn't great at subterfuge, but my future was hinged on this. I was thinking, do you know anyone who works in the Spirit Herbs Garden? I smiled as Su Lin went still. The Spirit Herbs Garden, maintained by the sect, was one of the most guarded locations in the outer sect, and one of the more difficult places to enter. "And what if I do?" Su Lin said, setting his broom aside and standing completely straight for once. My guess was proved right, and I struggled to hold my smile back. "I may have something that could benefit both of us," I said. Digging into my pouch, I took out a single qi refilling pill. Su Lin's eyes shifted toward the qi refilling pill, and they widened in surprise. Outer sect disciples only got elixirs and pills for the first month. If they showed no signs of talent, then their support was cut off. Someone like me carrying pills around had a very specific image presented from an outsider's perspective. He thought I was stealing them. "I've got more, but I need spirit herbs. You bring these spirit herbs, and I give you 5 of these. You get to keep 1/4 of the money. And if I can trust you, then I also have some more potent pills lying around." I put the pill back in my pouch, tapping it lightly as I sent a pulse of qi in it. A strong qi presence similar to a high-grade first circle pill drifted out. Su Lin's nose twitched. The bait was set. "Near the second tree, next to the outer walls. Every 7 days during the evening's work," Su Lin said quickly, walking away without taking a single glance back. I stood there for a few moments before heading toward my chamber, letting out a sigh of relief. He fell for my bluff. That qi refilling pill was the only one I'd successfully crafted in the last 4 days of work, out of 14 attempts. Manipulating qi was ridiculously tough, and I'd still not found the optimal conditions required in making them. A lot more testing needed to be done. Even then, I nearly broke even on the cost with this single successful pill. With time, narrowing down the reaction conditions was feasible, thus becoming able to sustainably churn out pills. The only problem with that had been gaining a sustainable supply of spirit herbs, and what the old man could afford to give me was disappointingly limited. Thus, this alternative method. I tapped my pouch, glad about the fact I carried some of the wasted pills. A pulse of qi had broken them up, making them release their own qi, which briefly made it seem like I was carrying a high-grade pill. I was glad Su Lin hadn't attacked me, tried to steal my pills. Though I was a realm higher than him, the difference wouldn't be much, seeing how he was more physically fit from his extended stay at the sect. It had been a gamble, seeing how I barely knew the guy. But the temptation of higher-grade pills appeared to be large enough for him to not do anything rash. It was a good deal, too. He got to triple what he would have earned from simply selling spirit herbs at minimal risk. Letting thoughts of Su Lin be, as I entered the somewhat familiar chamber, my notes spread all around with little parchments containing half-scribbled notes in English and some in the language for words I failed to translate. Something chittered beneath the notes, and I frowned. A black figure peeked from under one of the books, a portion of the page in its mouth. On instinct, I jumped and grabbed the little creature under the sheet of paper, before grabbing it in my fist. The little rat tried to escape my grasp, but no matter how weak, I was still a cultivator, and a rat couldn't free itself from my strength. "So, you're the one who was eating all those pills, huh?" I glared at the little pest, finally realizing who'd been chewing up all my paper and eating the residue from my qi pills. The rat froze, shivering once as if it knew it had messed up. I was about to let the creature go, not willing to kill it over just feeding itself, when I noticed the tiny bead of qi present at its core. My eyes widened in surprise, and a chuckle escaped me. The black-furred pest squeaked in terror at its true nature being sensed. A grin split my face in two, holding the little treasure in my hand a bit tighter. I'd just caught myself a spirit rat. Chapter 5. Gotta catch 'em all? What should I do with you now? I doubted the little rat could understand my words. The creature had barely any qi, nowhere enough to have a mind capable of thinking proper thoughts. Kneeling, the rat squeaked once, shivering within my hand. Perhaps surprised it was still alive? Doing my best to not make any sudden movements, I took out my qi refilling pill and brought it near the rat. I know you like this. Go ahead. Take a bite. Despite knowing it couldn't understand me, something about a fuzzy little creature being terrified for its life made me wish to talk to it in a soothing manner. The little rat's nose twitched, inspecting the pill. Then it began to nibble at it. I let the rat go, keeping my hand nearby to quickly grab it if it tried to escape. Stay there. Got it? I said, infusing my words with qi. A neat trick I'd learnt while studying. The rat's qi pulsed in response, and I took that as an acknowledgement. Going through the textbooks I'd been given by the old man, I found the one mentioning spirit animals. Skimming the pages confirmed my thoughts. The rat was a spirit animal. From what I knew, occasionally animals could gather qi and form a core in their bodies. The majority of spirit animals were born with qi, but some could gain one further in their lives. And at a high enough cultivation realm, they could also take human forms. Typical cultivation stuff. I didn't care much about the human part, though the process itself was something I'd love to study. My interest lay in another area entirely: their ability to smell spirit herbs. Spirit animals were uncannily good at finding spirit herbs, usually found near areas filled with them. And the rat being rat, I suspected if I could tame it, then it could completely solve my spirit herb problem and remove my dependency on Sulin. I wonder if you'll stick around. I dug out some of the other unfinished pills that failed. They still contained qi and were made of herbs, nothing that would harm the creature. The rat's nose twitched once more as it shot toward the pill in my hand, grabbing it and beginning to devour the treat. I smiled, petting the rat on its furry little head. It squeaked once before it continued to consume the pill like the greedy rat it was. You wouldn't happen to know how to shoot lightning, right? The rat turned to me for a moment, then returned to its pill when it couldn't decide what I meant. Shaking my head and setting jokes about an electric rat companion aside, I turned my attention back to my notes. The little project I'd been working on was a standardized refining process to create a qi refilling pill. The first goal was reducing the time of refining, which tended to be around 15 minutes to half an hour. And that variation was nuts. You don't cook something 15 minutes longer and get the same results. You just don't. I looked away from the physical and tried to delve into the magical. Here was where things got rough. To understand magic, I'd first have to understand qi, and I had no idea whatsoever about how qi worked. I could feel the qi in my dantian and could even draw it out and use it. The only technique to directly apply qi that Lu Jie knew was the basic technique given to all outer sect disciples of the Cloudy Peaks sect. Serene Mist Art, it was called, a lesser version of the Celestial Peak Arts. The technique was all about the martial arts kung fu jazz of sitting down and doing nothing while gaining powers. You'd think with how much the stronger cultivators meditated, they'd be wise and shit, but here we are. The art was useless to me, as the technique was about light steps and martial arts, and I sucked at those. The thing that was good for me lay in the ability to reinforce my body with qi. That, and the ability to reinforce other things with my own qi. The former was easy. I could use my qi to run a bit faster, jump a bit higher, be more aware, all that jazz. It was fascinating, and I planned to dissect how exactly a human body can generate superhuman strength. Like, it doesn't make sense considering the muscle fibers should rip apart. Then again, these guys can shoot light. The rat squeaked, interrupting my thoughts as it scurried closer with eyes filled with anticipation. It stood on its back legs, extending both of its front legs out, as if begging for more. Smart rat. I smiled and took out a spirit herb this time and gave it one tiny leaf. That would be it for its treats today. Anyways, where was I? Right, qi reinforcement. It was quite useful as it allowed me to study how exactly things worked when infused with my qi. I held up the spirit herb. Outside of the qi present in it, there was nothing special about the little plant. It was just a small leaf. But here was the interesting part. A pulse of qi going through the plant made its leaves shimmer. There was a very thin coating forming over the leaf itself that gave it the shimmer. If I added more qi, the plant glowed a bit brighter before it would reach a saturation point. If I pushed any further, then it would shrivel up and die, as if drained of life. It made no sense to me why it behaved this way. The shimmering may be due to the qi agitating the plant into releasing chemicals that shone in the light. Or it could be a layer of qi itself. Then why did the plant die out when excessive qi was passed through it? Did the qi burn its insides? In contrast to the spirit herb, normal plants seemed to barely react unless excessive qi was passed through them, in which case they usually burst into pieces, like they were bloated from the inside. I did find that a very careful application of qi could make the plants grow faster, but I wasn't good enough to produce visible results. I didn't have the needed control. At least, for now, that is. I wish I had a microscope to shove all this under. Maybe I could make a simple one. Just another dream item for my quickly growing list. I was also testing if feeding a certain amount of qi to a plant every day would result in that plant turning into a spirit herb, though it'd be a massive waste of qi even if it did, unless I managed to produce a completely new type of herb not seen before. Cross-pollination or grafting was another interesting thought. How would that work for these plants? If there were spirit herbs, then surely there would be spirit bushes, and berries and trees out in the wild, right? They'd probably have a developed ecosystem that may have a whole hidden layer that was dependent on qi, which may just be key, pun absolutely intended, in finding out how qi interacted with living things. One thing was for sure, it wasn't any of the fundamental forces of nature found in my world. It didn't depend on materials and particles and laws other than people. I could manipulate it by thought. Perhaps there was some organ in this body's brain that could move the physical or energy form of qi around, but I doubted it. Then what I was really challenging here was an honest-to-God supernatural force layered on top of normal physics and could interact with it without breaking reality as we knew it. Magic. I scribbled down on my notes, trying to come up with theories and possibilities while thinking about other things to test. I returned to my notes on the qi refining process, going through the various factors I'd listed out. There was the temperature, the properties of the herbs themselves that formed the pill. The time spent in the cauldron was the mixture of various ingredients, which wasn't much like chemistry outside of herbology or cooking. Just throw the herbs in, mesh and blend together, and it was done. The problem was in narrowing down the factors that made the pill work. There was the essence of the herbs themselves, that is to say, the qi in them, which gave the pill its ability. The time spent in refining was solely focused on drawing the qi out of these ingredients and melding them. The melding process was where things tended to get drastic. A small mistake in coaxing the qi together could at times make the qi explode outward. The interaction between the various qi of the herbs and their bodies was dependent on both how I manipulated my qi and how well I maintained the flame and a qi pressure around them. The qi pressure was what I'd named the process of surrounding the cauldron with my qi and pushing from all sides uniformly. It sort of worked like an ideal gas in that sense, where it followed the gas laws of pressure, though I doubt it did so as an ideal gas would. The fact pressure increased the boiling point seemed to be true. There was a very fine margin of pressure under which qi mixed together well with one another, melding into a singular, uniform solution that formed the pill. But so far, I'd been unable to replicate my one-time success. Maybe if I find some sort of reactive reagent of qi? Perhaps treating the qi as a chemical reaction would be better, treating each element's qi as a separate chemical to be mixed in a reaction. Could try feeding some qi to the rat to see how my qi reacts with a spirit animal. A chittering voice broke me from my thoughts. The rat was climbing up my leg, its nose sniffing around my pouch. Bad, bad rat, stay put. To my surprise, it climbed back down to the ground. Perhaps it was smarter than I'd thought. I was contemplating what to do with the rat. Perhaps teach it to come to me for food every so often. I hummed to myself in thought about the little critter I'd caught, when it used the most ferocious move any creature could use: the cuteness attack. Its little pink nose twitched as it let out the most pitiful squeak I'd ever heard. My defenses started to crumble. I steadied my heart and looked it in the eye with a stern expression. Two black, beady eyes stared back as it lifted one paw, rubbing it against my leg. My heart melted. The cute meter exploded from overdose. I tried to resist, yet all was futile against those pitiful eyes, their cuteness surpassing all under the heavens. I dug out a little bit of my remaining pill residue, handing it over. The rat gladly began to chomp down on its feast. You evil, smart little creature. I'd say you'd make a fine assistant. I think I have just the name for you as well. Lab rat. That'll be your name. Labby for short. I gently pet its head, and Labby squeaked. Perhaps out of delight from the petting or the pill I'd given it. Got my first cultivation pet. Time to catch 'em all? I smiled, snorting at my own lame reference. A horde of ideas began to flood me. The possibilities of being able to test on a spirit animal excited me. I wouldn't harm Labby, he was too precious. And I wasn't cruel enough to kill something I'd named. No, Labby would live as my assistant as I broke down the mysteries behind his magic. Labby froze from my glance his way. I flashed a grin that even I knew must have looked quite evil. We're gonna have some fun times together, my new friend. The little rat squeaked quietly, and I cackled with all my mad scientist glory. I would untangle each mystery this world had to offer. Beware, ye secrets of magic. I come for you. Chapter 6. A peaceful day. The sizzling of food filled my ears. I stirred the large pot of vegetables around, occasionally picking up a couple of logs to throw into the campfire. Got anything, Labby? I got a squeak from the little rat in reply. Labby scurried closer, a little plant filled with qi in its mouth. Good boy, I praised Labby, petting him once before I let him back out again. I stored the herb in my pouch, returning my attention back to my lunch. I'd come out into a little forest area near the backside of the sect. The Cloudy Peak sect, quite aptly with its name, was situated on two cloudy hills. The smaller hill being the outer sect where I was, and the larger one being the intersect compound. The amount of land combined under the sect's control was massive, spanning around both hills as it spread into a forest, all of which was within the sect's premises. The city outside was a 5-minute cultivator walk away. I'd decided to spend my cultivation time with something far more productive, gathering spirit herbs. Labby had proven his worth as he'd quickly sniffed out the spirit herbs among the regular plants and herbs. The gathered spirit herbs weren't potent, unlike what the spirit garden would produce. These wild spirit plants contained minimal qi and were quite weak, but they were also relatively easily found, making them perfect for testing. I stirred the vegetables and meat fry once more, its scent filling my nostrils. Nothing quite like campfire food, I smiled, humming a random song, and sprinkled some of the spirit herbs into the food. Any outer disciple would have gasped in horror at that, except Labby had got me quite a few spirit herbs today, enough to create the needed pills for my deal with Su Lin, and have a few spares for testing to care too much. With a flick of my wrist, I made the fire go away and picked up my bowl beside me on the grass. I smiled smugly at the little trick I'd learned from the old man for starting a fire under the cauldron. Starting the fire was quite simple, just needed to focus on where I wanted to concentrate my qi and envision it turning warm. The qi would provide enough energy to start combustion in whatever fuel you were providing it. The process made me wonder how exactly the energy transfer would work, and further questions on how people even controlled their qi. Though I wasn't going to be solving all mysteries in one day, was I? Putting out the flame had been a bit trickier. I had to direct my qi fast enough over the flames that a layer formed for an instant over the wood, cutting the oxygen supply, and the fire died instantly. I served myself the fried meat and vegetables, taking a little bowl out for Labby as well. A gentle breeze blowing through the grassy plains brought a smile to my face. The air here was fresher, and the qi of the land surrounded me. No doubt the sect had been located here due to the qi present in its environments. Labby came closer with another squeak, carrying a cut-off herb. I saw a few chewed leaves at the end, and shook my head as I took the herb from its mouth and gave it a pet in thanks. "You can eat the food too if you want to," I said, holding out his small bowl of my homemade recipe of stir-fry, poor college student edition. Labby's little nose twitched a couple times as he inspected it, before digging in. I sighed contently, heating my lunch out in the open. A couple of animals curiously walked by from the denser tree groves nearby, but none were curious enough to come out into the open grasslands. I soaked in the sights around me, marveling at the mystical magic of qi that flowed all over this place. Following a whim, I took out my notes, taking a look under the section where I'd tried to test if it were possible to make spirit herbs grow faster with qi. I stared at the problems, the drying leaves, the shimmering energy, and a whole bunch of messy notes. Leafing through the pages, my eyes wandered over the text, yet not reading them. An instinct called out to me, and I began to channel my qi. It swirled in my dantian, rotating in circles, and the qi of the land began to soak into my veins. I kept reading through my notes, idly remarking on portions. Time flew by in a daze. The wind was telling me something. There was something wrong with my qi. I frowned, still lost in a strange trance as the words faded across the wind. I absently held a quill, the answer becoming obvious, and wrote something down. 2 circles, one flowing into the other, like an infinite, never-ending loop. I changed the pattern, and something shifted inside of me. 1 circle, 2 circles. The qi swirled. 15 circles. 16 circles. Something began to form in my dantian. 80 circles. 81 circles. With a pop, the qi settled and my sight came back into focus. The qi within my dantian changed, and as if with a sigh, the qi of the land began to flow into me. The wind flowed through my hair for a while before my mind finally broke free of the daze it had been stuck in. Labby slept quietly on my lap. I smiled, gently petting his head as I put the rat into the herb basket. Stretching my limbs out, I stood. I looked at the sky, noticing the high midday sun. It had been hours since I'd started. Must have lost track of time. I had felt that writing in my notes was strangely meditative, but wow. Labby squeaked, peeking over the basket. Yeah, little buddy. Sorry about the delay. Let's go now, I said, packing my stuff up and cleaning up my little campfire, when something caught my attention. Is the grass longer here? I stared at the grass under my feet. For a few feet around me, the grass was marginally longer than everywhere else. The wind bent the grass, merging them all into a single green blanket. I shrugged, chalking it up to an optical illusion of some kind. Labby chittered, playing with the spirit herbs in the basket. One sat on its head like a crown. I laughed, feeling strangely at peace. It was time to do some alchemy experiments. Qi stirred within the cauldron, its contents bubbling and frothing, more like a witch's poison than any life-saving elixir. Stirring the liquid lightly, I kept adding my own qi to the mixture. The smoke from the potion stung my eyes when it gushed forth, the herbs letting their essence out as they began to mix into the solution and turn homogeneous. I continued my stirring, keeping my speed even. This was my 6th recipe on making a qi refilling elixir, having shifted my focus from making pills to an elixir. I'd found the saturation point of water for qi was much higher than that of spirit herbs, which was a bit strange since herbs should naturally contain a lot of water in their cells. In just a cup worth of water, I could drain all of my qi and the water would hold it, so long as I didn't boil it away. Unlike water, steam sucked at holding qi whatsoever. I didn't have any ice to test with, but suspected the same was true with that as well. My theory so far was that qi was an intermediate stage of energy, a transition element of sorts, where it was on me to guide how the energy was applied. The reason steam couldn't hold on to my qi was due to the particles being far too excited, making the qi excited and unable to properly mesh. Similar to mixing sugar in hot water, the qi could dissolve in hot water, but impossible to do so in steam. It was just a hypothesis for now. I'd need to run a lot more tests before I could prove any of this, but I felt like I was moving in the right direction. With a bubbling noise, the qi within the cauldron poured forth. The smoke contained leftover qi that had begun rising. I'd reached the saturation point. Taking out a couple of the spirit herbs from yesterday, I gently added them to the mixture, stirring evenly while increasing the qi pressure inside the cauldron. There was a light shimmer to the green potion now, and I was starting to think the herb's shimmering glow was just the layer of water molecules on its leaves latching onto the qi as they evaporated through the pores. "Labby, can you get me that flower?" I called out, keeping my eyes on the cauldron and pointing toward the flower on the nearby shelf. Labby chittered, climbing up the wooden shelf and grabbed the flower. Taking a small run, he leapt from his perch, landing on my knee before he climbed up to my shoulders, flower in its mouth. The best lab assistant ever. "Thank you," I said, gently petting Labby. He jumped back down, going off to do whatever he was doing. I looked to the spirit lotus petals in my hand. This was the part that made me nervous. The alchemy book detailed the spirit lotus to have earth and water qi, similar to the muddy waters it grew in. The properties from those qi enabled the ability to sustain and coagulate qi into them. The lotus petal was usually used in pills to bind the qi together. It was a common ingredient. The regular method of brewing the qi refilling elixir simply involved pouring in spirit herbs and holding the solution at the right qi pressure while melding in my own qi, waiting for it to dissolve, and then slowly boiling the excess water away. My intention was to use the lotus petal to increase its capacity. The old man would have probably frowned had he been here. Another reason why I'd asked permission to get a small cauldron for my own chamber, where I could experiment freely. I took a breath and let the petals fall into the potion. Nerves racked me, waiting for the reaction to go horribly wrong and splash me with boiling water. But the petals simply floated in the bubbling solution, starting to break down. The musty smell of earthy qi hit my nose, and I hurriedly started to churn my qi through the solution. My heart began beating faster as my qi turned thicker. I added more intensity to the flame under the cauldron, and the water began to boil faster. Labby chittered from behind me, almost as if sharing my nervous excitement, and I smiled. This was the fun part. Qi gushed forth, swirling on its own now. A whirlpool of qi formed. The earth essence was heavier than normal qi, refusing to be moved by my meager qi as it started to form a lump at the center. Panic began to grow in my heart. The cauldron started to turn hotter and hotter. The qi was swirling. The solution began to glow. I dimmed the flame, focusing all my attention on the cauldron as I tried to spread the earthen qi uniformly through the solution. The qi spread under my will, mixing in with the essence of the spirit herbs, and the energy began to focus. With a pop, the cauldron shuddered, a cloud of smoke spewing forth from the potion. I coughed, taking a step back. My eyes watered from the smoke, the qi burning my nostrils and throat. First, clearing my vision, I walked closer, and my heart dropped. Clumps floated in the potion, bobbing up and down in the now brown and murky liquid. The earthen qi hadn't spread properly, binding the solid particles of the solution into clumps. I let out a dejected sigh, about to drain it into a bottle to store away, when I heard Labby squeak. With a jump, the little rat stood on my shoulder before leaping into the cauldron. I panicked, my hands shooting out to grab him when he expertly grabbed onto the cauldron's rim. He dunked his little head into the potion while taking a drink. A happy chitter sounded out as Labby sipped the potion. My heart fluttered. The layer of brown gunk floated away, revealing the bright green potion underneath. Realization hit me the very next moment. The earthen qi sucked out not the herbs or their qi, but the gunk from the cauldron and the low-grade spirit herbs instead. I skimmed the filth away. Taking out a porcelain container, I poured the light green potion in. Grabbing the elixir, I swirled it once and took a small sip. Qi rushed through my body, filling up my dantian. I grinned at my first successful experimental potion. Quest complete. Reward is a caffeine substitute, I said, snickering as Labby squeaked, licking his paws for the little remaining bits of elixir left on them. I shook my head, still smiling from my successful results as I turned back toward the cauldron. I needed to make notes on the process and increase its success rate. This was my first step toward making a working formula for the brewing and even the refining process. There was no way I could stop smiling even if I tried. I took another sip from the elixir, feeling the refreshing energy travel through my body, before I closed the bottle and put it away. It was time to crank out some cultivator energy drinks. Chapter 7. Totally not drug trafficking. Wrinkles upon wrinkles merged into one as the old man stared at the green elixir in my hand where I knelt. He hummed thoughtfully, eyes narrowing to two dark slits hidden under his wrinkly face. I kept my expression straight. The fact I wasn't smiling with a smug expression impressed me a lot. though my cheeks hurt from having smiled the whole time I'd tested the new elixir against the previous version for chi replenishing potency and time taken for activation. My tests showed it was around 4% more potent than the normal version and 9% faster. That may not seem like much, if not for the fact I'd only barely just started learning alchemy. Results like this may have been a fluke for now, but it was extremely promising nonetheless for the potential of further development. Even back home, chemistry began as alchemy and the desire to create gold. Same with the immortality chase and herbal science in Asia. Both fields were fueled by the greed of the rich and powerful, yet both were eventually led to become something far more valuable to humanity and a way to study the world around us. If I could show the potential alchemy possessed, research it and break it down in an understandable way, then perhaps I could spark a change in this world as well. I doubt it would happen in my lifetime. Successfully managing to break down the mysteries behind this world within my lifetime was an unknown. But that didn't matter. Even just a start would be enough. And this was a cultivation world. Perhaps I'd pick up enough tidbits to live a bit longer. Worth it if it let me further my research. "So you've done it, despite my warnings then," the old man said. I nodded and he sighed, taking the porcelain bottle and swirling it once. "Did you succeed in improving the recipe, Lu Jie?" the old man asked. "Somewhat. There's a lot to be improved even now. It's marginally better and slightly more cost-efficient." Old man continued to stare at my elixir. "Do you know why trying to improve these recipes is frowned upon, Lu Jie?" the old man asked. I shook my head, straightening up slightly. Something about the tone of his voice made me worry. "The ancestors, who established the 7 celestial peaks from which the Cloudy Peaks sect branch was formed, had also formed a vault of alchemy. It is now run by a council of elders and holds many of the recipes our ancestors left behind." The old man's voice was fraught. "They safeguard the recipes, and the commonly available alchemical books only contain the simplified versions. Any alternate brewings are shut down and added to the vaults." I'd expected this, partially at the very least. It was difficult not to. No matter how backward the technology might be, these alchemists and cultivators lived for centuries and are leagues better than what I can do with my own chi. Something as simple as mixing the spirit lotus into the elixir wouldn't remain untested for such a long period of time. The obvious answer, I'd concluded, was that some powerful figure was controlling the recipes present in the market. I've known a few who'd still continued, trying to explore the depths their knowledge and gifts would take them. They usually die by some misfortune or in some explosion from their elixirs or pills, the old man said, handing me the bottle of elixir back. "Do you really wish to continue down this path, Lu Jie? It isn't too late. You can climb much higher than this old man ever did. I've seen the drive in your eyes, boy. But it doesn't have to go against the elders to pursue that path." The old man's voice was heavy and tired. I think he knew my answer, and the concern in his expression hurt me. I stared at my elixir. I could go through the hoops, live as an alchemist under the sect, and rise through the ranks, while experimenting on the side. But was that truly what I wanted to do? No, definitely not. I wanted no part in these politics and bullshit. Even as an alchemist, being part of the sect would mean interacting with cultivators, which I already had to do more than I'd like to. Not to mention, other alchemists might try to steal my recipes, or betray me, or just push me down a notch if I rise too fast. It was far too tedious. No, I'd instead be free. I had no intention of going against any elders or organization, but I wasn't going to be tied down either. What I needed was a lab of my own, where I could freely experiment as I pleased, research all I want, free from the concerns of the cultivator nonsense. I raised my head, taking a deep breath. The old man raised his hand. "No need, boy. I know that look. You have the spark I lacked as a youth, Lu Jie. Perhaps this truly was the path chosen by the heavens for you. I see your desire to learn, and it's not one to be bound under chains, but one that wishes to soar like a dragon in the open skies," the old man said, smiling. I scratched my nose, embarrassed by the heaps of praise. "I don't plan to go against the elders, Master. I have no desire for conflict. But I do not wish to be tied down by the sect. I would like to pursue my own craft and stand on my own 2 feet." Had this been anyone else, I wouldn't have let my thoughts out so openly. Yet, even in just a few days, I'd come to think of the old man as my master. And lying about this would have been an insult to him. There are free alchemists around, usually more merchants than alchemists. It's difficult to make it out on your own, Lu Jie. Not in these cities. The lords of the empire provide for the sects, and any new rising powers are crushed with impunity. I knew this already, with how the sect was structured to favor strength. Not just the sect, but the entire empire. It was strength that ruled in these lands. Competition was not tolerated. I'd be more than happy to live a quiet, comfortable life, pursuing my dream, Master. "I don't dream of any more than that," I said, and the old man nodded. "Very well, my disciple. You have chosen your path. As your master, all I can do is guide you along it. Let us begin the lesson." With a smile, I took out my little textbook, the now familiar scent of burning herbs and boiling elixirs touching my nose. I'll follow my dream and my path, one step at a time. Labby squeaked in my pouch, and I nudged his nose, trying to get him back in as I made my way. For some reason, Labby had been refusing to leave my side for a few days now. He'd climb on my shoulder, or even sit on my head sometimes as I went through my notes. I hadn't been able to tell why he was doing so. Nothing other than luring him with a pill or spirit herb would get him to leave me alone. I ducked my head, keeping my eyes on the ground as a cultivator walked by. I wasn't particularly afraid of the disciples in the outer sect, just simply preferred not to stand out or be remembered by anyone if I could help it. The fewer people knew me, the easier it would be to leave the sect when I had enough money. The thought made me smile, patting my other pouch containing the spirit pills I'd agreed to give to Su Lin in exchange for spirit herbs and a 3/4 share of what he got from the pills. The reason I was even doing so, despite having Labby, was threefold. Firstly, I didn't know anyone to sell my pills to. Trying to explain where I got them would be annoying, and I had a feeling Su Lin wouldn't care for the source so long as he got the pills. The second, even if I knew someone who I could sell to, I'd have no idea how much these pills would cost or how to get a good price for them. I wasn't a merchant or trader or anything, and Lu Jie had no encounters with alchemy pills or their prices, so his memory didn't help. Lastly, I just didn't want to get involved. Perhaps Su Lin would sell these to whatever merchant he knew, or there genuinely was some smuggling going on. Not like I cared enough to stick my foot in there either way. Being an outside source and creating my own pills meant what I was doing wasn't illegal by any means. There was the issue of Su Lin lying about how much the pills sold for, which is why I'd asked the old man how much they'd roughly go for. Though the prices tended to vary, 2 silver and 15 copper was his reply. Quite a bit more than I'd expected out of a single batch. If Su Lin planned to lie, I'd be able to tell. I suspected he wouldn't. Temptation, on the promise of higher-grade pills, would be much more beneficial for him to have a good relationship with me. I spotted Su Lin in the distance, down a side path under the shade of a tree. Following the way, Su Lin turned around and headed away when he noticed me. Stopping for a moment in confusion, I followed behind. The way took me around the corner, behind the sparring chambers into a small bamboo thicket. Wariness started to grip me, wondering if an ambush waited for me. Murder would be far too difficult to hide, and Su Lin didn't seem the type. Still, I kept my guard up. As if sensing my worries, Labby's chi flared. The little rat had grown a decent bit, though I suspected he was still not yet to the first realm. I gently patted his head, and he seemed to calm somewhat. "Do you have it?" Su Lin asked from farther ahead, his two crooked teeth showing as his nose twitched once. Definitely rat-like, though Labby was far more precious. "I do. Do you have the herbs?" I eyed Su Lin. He held a pouch, showing me the herbs. I stopped myself from snickering at how much this interaction felt like I was dealing drugs. Taking out my own pouch and opening the bag, I dropped the chi refilling pills in my hand. Su Lin's eyes widened. Unsurprising, it was difficult to get your hands on pills as an outer disciple. I suspected a lot of them would be willing to pay more than the pill's worth, just for the chance to cultivate better. It would make me money, but exploiting those disciples or getting involved with them was something I wanted to avoid. I held my hand out, handing the pills to Su Lin, and took my little herb bag. "I never knew you had it in you, Tia. I was expecting you to not show up today," Su Lin said, storing the pills. "3/4 of the money goes to me," I said, and the lanky fellow nodded once, snickering. "Cut yourself a hand on the key, perhaps?" "Nah, don't say it. I won't hear where you get these from." "You'll have the money by next week, when we meet," Su Lin said, walking farther into the grove. I sighed, feeling slightly exhausted from the interaction. It was tough being a cultivation drug dealer. "Let's go back, eh, Labby?" I said, and paused. Labby wasn't in my pouch. "Labby?" I called out, panic building up in my chest. I moved out of the grove, trying to sense Labby's chi, when I heard an ear-piercing shriek. I ran to where the noise came from, and, just a bit farther ahead, found Labby, frozen, with a half-eaten pill in his hand. A young girl stood with her fists bare, wearing intricate robes brimming with chi, clearly expensive. "What is that rat doing here?" the girl shrieked, her face red. Lightning crackled around her, rising with her shriek. My heart dropped into my gut. Lu Jie's memory informed me who she was. Yan Yun, the young prodigy of the inner sect, a famous young beauty, and the granddaughter of an elder. "Fuck me, Labby, you'll get us both killed." Chapter 8. Forbidden Love. Qi swirled in Yan Yun's dantian, her lightning arts crackling like a whip of power among her fists. A shudder went through her spine as she relived the sensation of the rat crawling up her leg to grab a pill from her pouch, and the murderous rage began to boil in her. She churned her chi, staring at the little rat and the confused boy. Both were frozen in front of her. "Is it yours?" Yan Yun asked, her voice clipped. There were very few things she hated. Snakes, insects, or such bothered her little. Pests couldn't hurt a cultivator. But rats were the one thing she despised. It stemmed from being bitten once as a young child, and the encounter gave her an unreasonable fear of rats she hadn't yet managed to overcome. The boy gulped once before he nodded. Yan Yun took a breath, modulating her chi as she cut off her thunder tempest arts. The boy hurriedly bowed his head, and the rat chittered, scurrying up the boy's pant leg. "Forgive me, senior sister. I'll keep a closer eye on him next time. It was my mistake." He clutched the little rat protectively. "He ate my pill," Yan Yun said, eliciting a wince from the boy. She would have normally felt pity, but she wasn't feeling charitable. "Whatever, forget about it. Yun said, infusing her voice with qi. She clicked her tongue, her mood souring. She looked forward to the little respite she got at the end of every week when she escaped to the outer sect to finally be free of her grandfather's influence. But the heavens seemed set on spiting her today. Her mood further soured when the boy continued to just stand there instead of running off at her dismissal. She was about to say a few scathing remarks when something occurred to Yun. "What are you doing all the way out here? Much less with a rat?" Yun asked, her eyes briefly glancing at her surroundings. This section of the outer sect was one of her hidden places. A peaceful thicket filled with gentle, calm qi that soothed her nerves from the over-fraught training her grandfather put her through, and the lustful and bickering noble heirs and lords who kept eyeing her with distasteful eyes. Her hiding spot of respite. The little groves, this and a few others, were the only places she could escape to for some peace and quiet. To find others coming into these parts made her feel as if her private space had been invaded. Labby can search for spirit herbs and—" The boy trailed off, leaving the rest of his words unsaid. Yun curled her eyebrows as she turned to look at the rat, now hiding in a pouch at the boy's waist. She extended her senses, inspecting the rat. Her eyes widened a bit. Her discipline kicked in, and any hints of surprise were erased. Yet Yun still found herself staring at the rat and the minuscule amount of qi sitting inside it. She turned her stare to the boy as laughter began to well in her. A spirit rat, of all things? Yun had never heard of such a thing in her life. Spirit animals tended to be serene and pristine, marvels to be coveted, and beacons of strength that thrived under nature's embrace. The rat, by comparison, was tiny, with black fur and a cowardly disposition, not to mention the meager amount of qi it held. Yet she wouldn't make a mockery of the boy or the rat. All under the heavens had their places, even rats, spirit animals or not. "Where did you find that spirit rat?" Yun asked, curiosity getting the better of her. "Well, Labby had been eating up stuff in my chamber, and one day I caught him doing that, that's how," the boy replied, scratching his head as he ducked his head awkwardly. Yun snorted, amused by his reaction and the curious rodent. She could smell spirit herbs off the boy, their qi mixing almost imperceptibly with his own, as if he bathed in them every day. "What do you even do with all those herbs?" Yun asked, her curiosity growing. There seemed to be something strange about this boy. I eat them?" the boy said, almost as if he was unsure of himself. Yun almost coughed in surprise. You eat spirit herbs?" Yun asked, horrified by his words. She knew that the outer sect disciples got few resources. To hear one of them simply ate the spirit herbs, not even utilizing their qi to cultivate. Yun shuddered inside. "They taste pretty good, actually, and there's interesting ways you can cook them," he said, as if urging her to try them out. Yun felt a headache mounting, the stupidity of the idea making the world spin. Why would anyone not make pills to further their cultivation and simply eat them as is? It made no sense. She found a smile breaking out, her discipline beginning to slip. "You are one strange boy," Yun muttered, eyeing him. He looked to be older than her, around 20 or so if she were to guess. There was little remarkable to be noticed, aside from his cultivation being only at the peak of the third realm. She'd have thought him to be a former cultivator, working as a servant, if not for his outer sect robes. Yet, despite his simple appearance, something about his demeanor was strange. His eyes drifted around as he shuffled the rat that occasionally squeaked from his pouch. A quick glance had him looking back at her,
with a very awkward smile sent her way that made the answer obvious. This man showed almost next to no interest in her. Yen Yun wasn't arrogant enough to believe herself the most beautiful person around, but both her bloodline and her high cultivation meant her youth was captured at its peak. It wasn't something she took pride in. If Yen Yun could trade her beauty for a quiet life, she'd do it in a heartbeat. Her beauty made her the target of many young men's courting attempts, and not all of them had been civil.
It forced her to be better than her peers at all times, to remain a step ahead, as no man wished for their wives to be stronger or smarter than them. It forced her into cultivating, against her wishes, and live through the heavy expectations of her grandfather as he imposed lessons to be more feminine and to stop her rambunctious and tomboyish behavior. Yen Yun hated every moment of it. She had no interest in embroidery or to be married off to some noble by her grandfather. And so cultivation had been her respite, her struggle for freedom, which she desperately clung to. That was why it surprised her to no end to find the boy not eyeing her as all young men did, not turning lustful eyes away as they derobed her in their minds. She'd grown sensitive to such thoughts over the years, and the lack of which baffled her. Another thought hit Yen Yun. What if the boy was not interested in women? Yen Yun took another look at the secluded location she was in. She vaguely remembered sensing another presence nearby, one of the boys and another that had been distinctly male. Pieces began to fall together in Yen Yun's mind. A young boy, uninterested in women, with a quirky spirit rat and the habit of eating spirit herbs. A secluded location, and a tryst between two lovers that weren't meant to be. Yen Yun's chi began to pulse faster, golden lightning crackling in her eyes. Ideas upon ideas spun themselves together, tales of forbidden love spinning in her thoughts, seeing this boy in a completely new light. Had she just found herself interrupting a meeting between two hidden lovers? Yen Yun almost giggled out loud. A secret hobby of hers had been reading the romance between those of the same gender, and a hidden stash of books still remained in her closet to this day that she occasionally read through. Yen Yun coughed lightly when the boy started to slowly inch away from her. She'd gotten too excited, and her chi had flared up.
"What's your name?" she asked, struggling to hold back her squeal of delight. The boy hesitated. "Lu Jie," the boy said, and his rat squeaked as if in agreement. Yen Yun felt the name was a bit bland, but not everything could be as per the books she'd read. "Lu Jie, I would normally ask you to not visit this place again, or to ever speak of it with anyone, as it's my private place for respite." Lu Jie nodded, gulping once. "But I have changed my mind. You can visit this little area, so long as you don't share its existence with anyone else outside of the other person who knows." She watched horror descend on the boy's face, and Yen Yun hurriedly reassured him. "Don't worry. I, Yen Yun, with the heavens as my witness, swear to treat your secret as if it were my own," Yen Yun exclaimed. Her chi flexed, and the oath was formed. She gave the boy what she thought to be a reassuring smile as she pushed down another delightful giggle threatening to burst out. Lu Jie, huh? She'd have to keep an eye on him. I stared at the crazy girl as she flashed me a smile, her eyes still glowing with what looked like electric sparks. I was torn between asking her to use her abilities to test if it followed normal electricity and just dashing the hell away from her. She'd talked about keeping my secret and even swore an oath to the heavens. Lu Jie's memory informed me that even a weak oath like that would set her back a month in her cultivation. Not something to be taken lightly. That baffled me all the more. Hadn't she just caught me red-handed? Hadn't Labby just stolen her alchemical pill? Why was she being so nice? Or, more accurately, crazy. I couldn't think of a single reason she'd not just tell this to her grandfather and get me kicked or crippled or whatever punishment the sect had in place. "You can go now," the girl said, waving her hand away. "Thank you, senior sister," I bowed, trying to sound as grateful as I could. It wasn't even a lie.
I was very grateful to her for not ratting me out, but also extremely suspicious and creeped out. She'd just barged in and mostly just glared at me before her demeanor flipped around all of a sudden as she'd started smiling to herself. Whatever. Don't fuck with the crazies, as they say, especially if they have a high and mighty cultivation grandfather. The girl was trouble, and I wanted as little to do with her as I could. I hurried away, cursing Sulin for his quick escape, and Labby for pretty much being a drug-addicted lab rat. Labby squeaked, sinking into my pouch as he felt my emotions from my chi. I sighed, giving in as I bestowed some pets. I'd been too naive with Labby. Training was in order to teach him not to run off like that. Not only can it get me in trouble, but it may also just get him killed. I should be glad the girl didn't just straight up murder me. She was strong. That lightning chi made my arm hairs rise from its intensity. I shook my head, shelving the thoughts for another day. I was too tired. I set the pouch down, letting Labby out into my room. "It's all right, Labby. I just realized I need to pay more attention to you." Labby squeaked in reply before he ran off to some corner to do whatever he wanted to. A heavy sigh escaped me. Then I remembered the original purpose I'd went to all that trouble for. I dug out the spirit herbs from the pouch Sulin had given me. Chi spilled forth alongside the pleasant smell of the various assortment of spirit herbs, and a smile began to cover my face, my exhaustion already fading. A lot of fun experimentation awaited me, and I had no intention of letting any of these go to waste. Chapter 9. Experiments. A sheet-eating grin covered my face, standing in my messy room that had more area covered by random junk and notes than the floor itself. The porcelain bowl was filled with spirit grass in boiling water. The goal was to boil the essence from the spirit grass and examine its properties. I'd have preferred a test tube, but something like that would have to be specifically made by a glass worker, and I had nowhere near enough money for that. Glass was quite rare and a sign of wealth. Something to think about once I'd managed enough to set up my own lab and alchemy shop. I left the boiling porcelain bowl, moving aside to inspect the various spirit herbs I'd gotten. So far, I'd managed to make two broad distinctions in the types of herbs that Sulin provided. The first was the standard chi type of herb, a general plant with chi inside. The second, and more interesting, were the plants with special attunements and properties, like the prismatic lotus or the 7 poison spirit leaves and lightning ginseng that sparked every time I put chi through it. These plants displayed a trove of possibilities, and I wanted to test what was different in normal chi compared to attuned chi. Different though they may be, both spirit herb types shared a common factor of containing some form of chi. The difference between these and the regular plants I fed chi to was that these plants could absorb the chi from their surroundings, almost as a normal plant would absorb water and carbon dioxide. These absorbed chi. I was hoping to keep some and create a chamber completely devoid of chi and see if the herbs would survive in there or lose their magical properties. The thought that the plants were cultivating came to mind, yet I shot down the idea. From what I could tell from Lu Jie's memory, cultivation required the conscious channeling of chi. What the plants were doing was akin to something more along the lines of simply breathing and soaking in the qi instead of any guided cultivation. That did leave a wondering if some plants could cultivate, though. Did they even have a dantian? Animals could cultivate. Labby was a perfectly good example. The little rat didn't exactly know the concept of cultivating, but I'd found him channeling his qi on his own sometimes. Perhaps it was instinctual to animals in how they were supposed to cultivate. I hummed, turning to stare at the little pots with mostly regular and a couple of spirit plants sitting around. Another interesting thing I'd noticed was how difficult spirit plants were to grow. It made sense the sect had to create an area dedicated to them. Spirit grass I could grow anywhere, but something like the prism lotus or lightning ginseng was far too difficult. That's why I was testing with the spirit grass, to see if I could find something that could help me grow spirit herbs of my own. It'd solve most of my problems if I could source my own spirit herbs. Not only that, but set up a method of hastening their growth. I'd had a few opportunities to try, and I was starting to have a gnawing suspicion that my qi could increase the speed at which these herbs grew. The difference was minuscule, as after 2 weeks of supplying qi to one plant and not to the other, I'd found the one fed with qi to be a bit healthier and taller. This was no real indication that it happened due to my qi and not just genetics, so a group-based test with random assortments of plants will need to be done to verify it. If only I had a garden or something, and a lot more qi. This was the most tempted I'd ever been to try out cultivation. I'd even sat down one day just to see how it worked, and found my whole body itching as I shook my knees and wrists, unable to sit in place. Quite unsurprising, I'd never been able to just sit down and do nothing in my life. I had to be doing something. Tap my fingers, hum a tune, just something. Squeak! Labby ran into the room and rushed up my leg. Whoa, 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 calm down, little buddy, I said, as Labby clung fiercely to my body. I looked in the direction he'd come from to see what exactly had scared him so much. A ginger cat stalked closer, staring with wide eyes at me, not expecting to see something 5 times its size around. Ah, a cat. That makes sense, I suppose. I'd expect a spirit animal to be fine, though, I said, scratching Labby's head. He squeaked, his voice still nervous. I waved the cat away from my chamber, receiving a hateful glare from the animal. I can't let you eat my assistant and spirit herb detector just like that, I said to the cat, as it turned its butt toward me, sauntering away. You really need to stop getting into so much trouble, Labby, I said, as Labby calmed down a bit. I extended my palm, and Labby climbed on my arm and sat there. I smiled. The week after the encounter with the strange cultivator girl, I'd decided to train Labby a bit. He was smarter than even dogs and cats, I suspected, so there was no reason not to train him. Sit, I said, and Labby sat on his back legs, raising his front ones up. Roll. Labby lay down on my arm and rolled once. I pet his head, and the little rat squeaked once, adorably. I dug into my sleeves and pulled out a pill to give it to him. Good boy, I praised, as the rat dug into his treat. Maybe also bring me that spirit grass from there? His ears swiveled, and he jumped off in a single leap. Labby ran across the room, going up to my counter, grabbed a few grass leaves, and ran back to me. I smiled, shaking my head. What he'd brought was normal grass leaves. I'd kept it in the place I usually kept my spirit grass. I guess you're not that smart yet. Still pretty damn smart, though. Labby stared at me for a moment before his attention was brought back to the pill in his hand, and the gluttonous rat began to chow down. Labby's actions were quite amusing. Aside from being extremely smart, the other little giveaways were how fluffy his fur was. Like you'd imagine a rat to be filthy and whatnot, but Labby looked like he went to a spa on a daily basis. I did still clean him once a week with some water and a brush, but there was definitely something unnatural about his fur. The second thing was how he didn't need to eat any food, which was somewhat similar to me. Just a few days ago, when stuck in my notes, it occurred to me I'd forgotten to eat or drink anything for 2 days straight. It was only when someone came to check in, thinking I'd died, that I'd realized how much time passed by. Perks of having a cultivator's body, I suppose, but I enjoyed eating things too much to give it up. The rattling of the porcelain cup alerted me that my spirit herb solution was prepared and ready to be messed around with. Removing the single spirit stone fueling the chi-based burner stove I'd created, it struck me that I grabbed the plate straight away. Guess I was fairly resistant to heat as a cultivator. I took out the fibrous strands of lifeless grass, leaving a sloshing, greenish water in the plate. Pouring some of the essence water in another dish, I put most of it in a porcelain bowl and closed the lid. Time to see just what makes you work. I sat down on the floor and began to channel my chi into the spirit essence water. The first and most obvious difference was the chi present in the water pushing against my own. I couldn't forcefully saturate it like normal water, as the essence of the spirit herb pushed back any attempts. Instead, I began to circulate my chi. For once, it was easier to do so, as I didn't have to forcefully calm my excitement. Something shifted in the essence of the chi present in the essence water. I tried to pay close attention as the still plate of water slowly but surely began to swirl. My excitement shot up, and I began to circulate my chi even faster. Something stirred in my mind. I followed my gut, closing my eyes to focus, and changed my chi circulation, splitting it in 2 parts. 2 circles swirled in 2 loops, one into the other, like a never-ending cycle. There was a strong shift in the chi around me, as if a vortex had been opened. The chi in the air began to be sucked into my body. I opened my eyes. The water swirled in a smooth manner, untouched by any force outside the circulation of my chi, as the essence of the water began to flow into me, helping me absorb even more chi than before. The results shocked me, breaking me out of my circulation method. I let the chi settle for a moment to inspect the water. I'd just made the water in this plate swirl without touching it, purely using my chi. There were far, far too many possible answers for this, but I put them away, rushing to my notes and jotted down my observations. Not only had the water swirled when I used the different method, but the essence in the water had seamlessly merged into my own chi the moment I'd begun to cultivate. Something about the essence helped me speed up my chi circulation. I scribbled more notes, grinning as I went back to the chi to try and induce another reaction. I swirled the chi near my hand, keeping my finger close to the dish, projecting it outward to rotate the essence water. A few seconds passed by, and I frowned, focusing harder and harder, but the water showed no reaction. Something was missing. Something about the method of cultivation itself? What, though? I might need to get a look at the library to find more information about the cultivation techniques we were taught. I knew them by instinct from Lu Jie's memory, but lacked the needed understanding to break down how it worked. My eyes turned toward the plate as gentle swirls swayed the essence water. I looked to the side, where Labby was circulating his chi in a manner extremely similar to my own. "You sneaky little rat, you," I said in a quiet whisper to not disturb Labby. I'd leave him for his cultivation trip. Perhaps he can surpass me and become some kind of cultivation god beast, and I could work freely living off his wealth. I snickered, laughing at the prospect as I poured some essence water on different plate. There was another experiment I had in mind. If my hypothesis was true, then there should be a fire starting within that chi-infused water. I didn't know if that was any worse than normal fire or not, so I was going to stay further away. Taking a moment, I set the essence water on the ground and stepped away. I channeled my chi, and then, similar to the way I started a fire, I set the water on fire. A blazing white inferno erupted from the plate, and porcelain shards shot off. I leapt back as a tongue of fire threatened to lick me, but it faded out, the water evaporating instantly in the explosion. I stared at the charred remains of my plate and the dark black marks on the ground as my heart pounded. The panic faded into laughter bubbling inside me, pouring forth in a mixture of relief and amusement. Exploding water. That's the shit. Ha! I laughed a few moments longer. Labby squeaked in anger, having woken up from his trance. "Broke your cultivation, eh, buddy?" I said, petting Labby as an apology. But my mirth wasn't lost. I shook my head in silent admonishment and reminded myself to be careful, as I enjoyed the best part any chemistry lab experiment in any world had to offer: the explosions. I love my life here. Chapter 10. Labby. Chi swirled within a small core. It thrummed, pulsed, and stretched. She was at the cusp of becoming something larger than before, even though she didn't know any such concepts. Guided purely by instinct to seek out the light buried within her being. Once more the chi swirled, 2 circles turning into 1. There was a brief shudder, a moment of resistance before the barriers broke and the chi of the world rushed into her body, forming the very first circle in her dantian. She'd just broken through to the first realm. Awareness came flooding in all at once. Knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Her being expanded as she grew to be more than she'd ever been. Her nose twitched from the smell of herbs, and she let her mind drift on the torrents of chi pouring within her. The chi asked her for a name. Labby. The answer emerged all of a sudden, effortlessly. Labby? The chi asked. She didn't know, except Labby definitely wasn't right. Though the chi liked it, that wasn't right. Yet Labby was wrong as well. Something in the chi told her the word was unfamiliar. Not from here. Labby protested in her mind. The great master had named her, and so she shall be called. She accepted the name, swirling her chi angrily. That was who she was. Labby, not Labby. The words may not be from here, but they were of her great masters, and that was how she'd be known. The chi resisted, shuddering before it broke, and the torrents began to flow. The chi accepted her will as its own, finalizing her breakthrough, and a purpose and identity were formed. The chi took a sigh of relief as its name was revealed, and it began to fill her dantian. Labby, she happily said in her mind. It felt right now. It felt like her. The chi disliked the name, but Labby was starting to like it. The great name her great master bestowed upon her must have some special meaning, one so grand even the chi didn't know about it. Labby squeaked, content and happy. Her eyes shifted over the sacred workshop, the place where her great master worked his miracles, producing delicious pills that he gave to her in his boundless generosity. Perhaps she could help him with the task now? The thought pleased Labby. Yes, he'd called her an assistant, so she'd try and help her great master out. But where to start? Labby sniffed the air, her gaze traveling to the divine texts. Her great master always seemed to write in them. She hadn't realized it before, but now that she could think clearly, she knew he must have imparted his words of wisdom onto those pages. They may allow her to learn the sacred art of her great master. She could even make her own delicious pills. Labby squeaked at the thought, her tail moving happily behind her.
She jumped off the table, running to where her great master sat deep in thought. Labby slowly climbed up to his tall shoulder, perching there, and looked down at the words of wisdom he wrote. It was then Labby realized something very important. She couldn't read. The words the great master wrote curved and twisted, flowing into one another. They were not the sharp strokes of the brush she'd expected them to be, but akin more to the scribbles of a kid. What kind of strange language did her great master use? Labby pondered that, before the obvious came upon her. It must be a language he'd created. Her master was great, so there was no reason he couldn't create a language of his own. Labby would do her best to learn it as well. Labby squeaked out to her master, trying to make her wishes known. The great master turned to her, breaking out of his trance. A gentle smile covered his face as his hand rubbed her head, and Labby leaned in, feeling content. But soon he returned to his notes, forgetting about her. Labby waited a moment, but he wasn't paying attention to her. She tried to speak to her master, yet all that came out were quiet squeaks. She didn't have the ability to speak like he did. The thought filled her with frustration. She wished to talk to her great master, to learn his great teachings and make pills of her own. If she couldn't speak, then how would she do that? Labby couldn't come up with an answer. Overcome with irritation, she was about to go bite the evil orange cat when a scent came upon her nose. Labby sniffed, the chi making her nose tingle. This was familiar to the storm and lightning woman her great master had rescued her from. Entranced by the scent, Labby skittered to the floor and jumped up to the table. She used her paws to try and open a drawer, but the hefty wooden structure groaned, refusing to move. She used her chi, flexing them, and the drawer opened, letting out a thick plume of chi and the scent of herbs. Labby squeezed herself in and sat next to an herb filled with lightning chi. Ideas upon ideas filled Labby's mind as she tried to resist the desire to eat them all. She was almost successful in doing that. Almost. A lunch of spirit grass leaves later, Labby was back on track. Determination filled her heart as the thought of eating a delicious pill filled her mind. It was time for Labby to follow in her great master's footsteps. I'd come to a conclusion. Chi-gathering pills and chi-refilling pills were one and the same. The old man has just used an uncommon name for the pill. I was a bit ashamed it had taken me this long to realize, despite the recipe being almost identical for both. Way to confuse me, old man. I sighed, taking my brush, and began to write down the new results from my last batch. So far, I'd succeeded in making 3 pills quite consistently. Chi Gathering Pill. Cost of production, 1 silver, 7 copper. Cost of sale, 5 silver. Effectiveness increase, 9% to 11%, roughly. Cost reduction, 3.2%. I'd been a bit stumped at first on how to get any kind of measurements when I found a simple solution for the basis of the numbers. I used spirit stones and the chi amount present in one as a baseline and measured the amount of time a pill took, alongside the amount of chi produced, to check the effectiveness baseline for the original recipe. The rest was just a matter of simple comparison and maths for the time and chi amount involved for a unified effectiveness measure. Chi gathering was most of what I gave to Su Lin now. These were the pills I'd spent the most time refining and improving. My 47 silver coins were a result of these as well. About twice as much money Lu Jie had saved up in months of work. A smile covered my face, continuing on to the next entries. Body Purification Pill. Cost of production, 2 silver. Cost of sale, 7 silver, 9 copper. Effectiveness increase, 2% to 3%, roughly. Cost reduction, 0%.
The only thing this second pill seemed to accomplish was cover me in sweat and dark gunk, which I'd promptly collected and stored somewhere to test, and made my chi flare up and my heartbeat rise. I wasn't sure if I'd made a mistake or if that's just what the pill was supposed to do, but I couldn't tell how useful it was. Testing this one had been challenging, and I'd opted to settle for the amount of chi generated. I'd need to find better test parameters, but for now, I'd just have to make do with what I had. The next pill really held my interest. The Chi Tempering Pill. It could hasten someone's cultivation and help them rise higher. There was a desire building within me to snag the pill and use it to finally break through into the fourth realm and form my second circle. But the thoughts mostly stemmed from Lu Jie's memory, and I shook them off. I was far more interested in the process of how this pill worked than in cultivating to get stronger. Though, so far, I hadn't been able to make one, leaving the entry empty. The last pill was Qi Reinforcement, the one the old man gave me that had healed my wounds and dantian. It had taken me over a week before I'd finally pieced together that channeling qi into the cauldron and letting it slowly dissolve into the herbs was the subtly infuse your qi around the herb thing the book mentioned. These people really needed more clear-cut definitions in their books. I wrote down my progress. Qi Reinforcement Pill. Cost of production, 6 silver. Cost of sale, unknown. Effectiveness increase, none. Cost reduction, none. I closed my note and put it carefully to the side. Organization became a must-have after my initial explosion into the magic of this world. If I didn't organize my notes, any clue or information I may get could be lost and never found again. It should have been my first step. Being used to computers had left me with sloppy habits. I'd managed to create a stack of notes for each kind of pill, a transactional log in which detailed the money earned from each. And I'd also calculated how much money I'd need to get a shop of my own. It was 20 gold pieces, minimum. I'd earned roughly 50 silver in the last 2 weeks, and a gold piece was 100 silver. That'd take me at least 80 weeks to have my lab if I earned this much for the entire year. Earning more in the coming weeks was possible as I learned more. Still, that was roughly an entire year of work just to start a new life. Maybe more. I let out a tired sigh. Being disheartened would do nothing. All I had to do was steadily keep at it and keep improving. I'd gotten used to living in the sect and treating alchemy as a part-time job. As long as there were no hindrances, I'd be free to leave in just a few more months. I got up and turned around to arrange more tests when I noticed something. A threat stood facing me on the floor, its black body shining in the dim sunlight. A bug. Assessing the danger it posed to me, I put it at a yellow alert at best. I snorted, amused by the random thoughts, when the bug revealed its true weapons. It had wings. One to go down in the ages. My chi churned, my heart raced, my palms sweated. I was a warrior, a soldier, a man. I was ready to fight. One to go down in the ages. My chi churned, infusing the sandal with it, and in a fell swoop, I launched the deadly projectile, crushing the bug underneath it. "I'm sorry, bug," I whispered, "but you were bugging me." My resolve broke, both groaning and laughing at my terrible pun. I was both deeply ashamed and highly proud of myself. I need to keep the herbs covered, though. They let out far too much qi, and the bugs here love that stuff. Another detail to explore. A slightly ajar drawer caught my attention. Curious, I walked closer when I heard something shake inside. Pulling the drawer open to see what could be inside,
A dark figure jumped onto my face. I panicked and fell on my butt. I grabbed the creature and heard a squeaking sound. A moment later, electricity coursed through my body as a sharp jolt hit me, the sensation like being pricked by a thorn. "What the? Labby!" Lighting chi coursed through my arm. Labby froze, and lightning crackled all around him, his fur rising up like a spiked ball of fluff. "Did you just thunderbolt me?" Labby squeaked in protest, his ears drooping. I stared in horror and surprise at my little rat before I began to cackle madly. Labby had used drugs to evolve into an electric type.
Chapter 11. Animal. It took a few minutes to stop laughing, every attempt being thwarted by the confused look Labby gave me as his fur sparkled and crackled on its own. A few moments later, I'd managed to kill things down to just a quiet snicker and began to inspect my troublesome rat. "Come here, Labby," I said, extending my hand. Labby jumped onto my hand, a soft tingle from the electric chi still coursing through his body. Before doing any poking and prodding, I had to make sure of something. I made my gaze be a bit stern. "You know you did something bad, right?" Labby's ear drooped, making me feel like a heartless monster. But I couldn't let him gain the habit of sneaking into my closets and eating random herbs. There was no doubt I was most certainly moving on from making weak, harmless pills to more potent stuff I couldn't test on myself anymore. And Labby eating any of those could be catastrophic. "You're not allowed to eat the spirit herbs without asking me, okay? Be glad the only thing this one did was give you an electric charge." Labby squeaked in reply, projecting agreement. I paused at the feeling. Labby hadn't ever sent more than vague emotions before, had he? Extending my senses toward Labby, I tried to have a look into his dantian. The blur of chi that prevented me from seeing inside was extremely thin for Labby, and I easily managed to pierce through it. The higher the realm of the cultivator, the more difficulties I'd have seeing through. I sensed the lightning chi flooding through Labby's body. I'd expected the charge to dissipate over time and wash away, but this surprised me. Labby hadn't just eaten the lightning herb. He'd also started cultivating it. A meridian was opened in his body where the lightning chi was accumulating. If Labby succeeded, he'd be able to learn a lightning elemental art. My senses shifted from the lightning meridians still forming to Labby's dantian. The vague blur of chi was more defined into a singular circle of chi swirling inside it, just like my own. Labby had broken through to the first realm. My eyes widened in surprise. I hadn't heard of rats breaking through to any realm before. He was a spirit animal, but I'd still only expected him to be a quirky rat with chi. "You're one curious little rat, aren't you?" I said to Labby, who was busy grooming his spiky fur and pushing it down. An idea formed from a common technique many cultivators with spirit animals used. I swirled my chi, sending a link to Labby as I packed my thoughts into it. "Can you understand me?" Extreme joy flooded the link, and Labby squealed loudly, a confirmation to my thoughts. The chi was distorted, but I could hear him trying to form words. This was amazing. Had he been trying all this time? A lot of thoughts assaulted me all at once. I'd need to look into spirit beasts and how to take care of them. Also, find details on what exactly Labby was. There had to be something on spirit rats out there. I also couldn't treat Labby like a pet anymore, could I? He was more a small child than a pet, and treating him like one now would make me sick. Shaking my head, I did away with the thoughts. "It doesn't matter, does it, Labby? You're my assistant, junior brother? Something like that. Following me on my journey to understand how this world functions. A companion on the same path. What do you say?" I felt a bit silly for trying to talk seriously to a rat. The silliness instantly faded when a complex torrent of thoughts came from Labby. Respect, awe, wonder, and the strongest of them all being agreement. I smiled, even as the burden of a spirit animal began to dawn on me. Well, I'm sure I'll do just fine. As long as it's just Labby, I should be able to handle it. A frown marred my lips. I'd just jinxed myself, hadn't I? Labby squeaked happily at the prospect of gaining more friends, and I shook my head, unable to even be worried. Well, 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 my new junior brother. I'll have to officially register you now, won't I? Labby squeaked in reply with one of his paws raised above his head. Labby used cuteness attack. My heart was destroyed. Petting Labby's fuzzy head, unbothered by the minuscule amounts of sparks that touched my skin, an idea began to form. A notion on the various ways to use the electricity Labby now possessed. I could perhaps see if lightning chi mimicked electricity. Or how the hell did Labby not just spark himself from the lightning? Perhaps I could even do some electrochemistry? I grinned as the ideas began to overflow, petting Labby's fuzzy little head even harder, snickering as I imagined Labby protesting at being used as a power source. Labby, as if in response, crackled with sparks all over. I broke out into laughter. I'd just acquired a rattery. A deep breath in, a deep breath out. Lightning chi crackled in her core, her dantian brimming with power as she channeled her chi through her meridians. Her art thrummed in her mind, ready to be used at any moment. Yan Yun let a calm breath out. Calm was needed to tame thunder and prevent it from lashing out at random. It was something all lightning and fire cultivators struggled with. The nature of their chi making them more prone to impulsive and strong behaviors. "Come in, Zuri," Yan Yun said, opening her eyes and settling her chi. A shadow flickered in her vision. Zuri's arts faded, her form turning visible. "I didn't wish to disturb you, young mistress," her handmaiden said. "Just a brief meditation, Zuri. I wouldn't be cultivating in my chambers if it was any sort of prolonged cultivation," Yan Yun replied, eyeing Zuri. "Did you find anything?" "I did, young mistress. Extremely easily so." The sect archives had most of the details, and the boy is starkly unremarkable in most ways. Zuri dug in her robes, pulling out a scroll. Yan Yun took the scroll, quickly reading through the pages. There wasn't much remarkable to be found about Lu Jie. There was one curious thing. The boy has stopped sparring and hasn't been seen in any of the cultivation halls for a couple of weeks. I dug in a bit and found he had apprenticed himself to Lao Zhang, the old alchemist of the outer sect who takes care of injured disciples. Yan Yun curled her eyebrows in surprise. Alchemy? That does explain how drenched in spirit herb chi he felt. What a curious boy. He's apprenticed himself to an old alchemist in the outer sect? Has he not joined any of the sect's alchemy halls or any other alchemy halls? No, young mistress, not as far as I could tell. The boy had been defeated in a spar and suddenly decided to take up alchemy. Perhaps he hopes to pursue a different path in life? Something about that didn't feel right to Yan Yun. Perhaps. Do you also know anything about his... Yan Yun's cheeks flushed a bit. You know I can't say it, she added in a quiet voice. She could feel the laughter Zuri stifled in her chest. Yan Yun coughed to hide her embarrassment, and Zuri made no comment on it. She was the only one who knew about her hobbies. The boy seems to visit the grove every week, Zuri replied. Yan Yun's chi thrummed as mirth filled her chest. She'd been worried the encounter would scare them away. Do you also wish for me to look into the other boy? Zuri asked. No, leave them be.
That'd break my oath I'd given to them, Yen Yun said. She regretted her impulsive oath a bit, though the consequences would be light enough she could get away with breaking it. She wouldn't, of course. It would ruin the extremely delightful discoveries she'd made. Perhaps I could sneak in there while they meet. No, that'd be too shameful. But no, I can't.
Zuri quietly walked away, leaving Yen Yun to her struggle. Her handmaiden didn't share her interests, but that was all right. Yen Yun would be glad to keep her joy all to herself. Quiet laughter filled the courtyard of the inner sect, accompanied by the occasional crackle of lightning as a young mistress opened a closet filled with books she hadn't opened in a long time. I shuddered against a chill that ran up my spine.
Strange. It isn't even cold,
I muttered as I rubbed my arms, letting the chill fade. My mind returned to the pile of coins in my pouch, beginning to list everything that I needed. Labby squeaked, excited about the idea of going outside, and I shared the sentiment. It was time to do some shopping. Chapter 12. Sect Halls. There were a few things that needed to be done before I could head outside the sect. The very first was officially registering Labby as my spirit companion, now that he'd broken through to the first realm. I'd had to run rounds to find out what the procedures were because Lu Jie had never even considered acquiring anything but a pristine spirit beast. Having not nearly enough luck or qi needed to get one, he'd never bothered learning more about the details. Thankfully, all that was required was to go to one of the administrative halls and mark him as my spirit. I also planned to ask where I could find more information on spirit rats, or if Labby was an oddity. First on my list was a smaller cauldron. The one the old man gave me was nice, just far too large. It wasn't meant to test and analyze small amounts. It was for creating batches of pills and elixirs. The second was spirit stones. I'd read of heating arrays and how some cauldrons made use of those to finely distribute heat across their bodies. It also allowed the alchemist to control and fine-tune the heat permeating. As can be expected, it was probably going to be expensive. Just how expensive? No idea. But I intended to take a look and buy one if I could. The other things I intended to look at was a thermometer, or the equivalent of one, other alchemy tools, and, most importantly, some copper wires. If I wanted to explore Labby's lightning chi and see how I could use my handy rattery, then I'd need some wires to form circuits. The good thing was that Labby was quite weak, and just channeling chi around my skin made me fairly resistant to not just heat, but also lightning. I had some theories on how that worked, ranging from an interference in the transfer of energy to simply forming an additional layer for the electricity to pass through, and the resistivity of the qi itself being fairly high in its default state, which was what I possessed. At least, as far as I knew. I pocketed the little sheet of parchment in one of my chest sleeves as I cleaned up my table. My progress on tidying up my room and making a centralized note-making system was not good, but there had been progress, and progress made me happy. "Ready to go, Labby?" Labby squeaked and jumped in the pouch at my waist on his own. I had one last look at my room before I walked out, and was officially off to register Labby as my spirit animal. Squeak! The Cloudy Peaks sect was massive. I'd thought this before, but the idea was reinforced all the more strongly making my way uphill on the lesser peak where the main sect halls were. The sect's administration and main halls were present on small, wide hills, with living chambers and sparring quarters spread across the hills that eventually merged into the forests that surrounded the city. Walking down the dirt path, I was grateful to be in the third realm and quite close to the peak of the sect.
The homes the outer disciples got were simple things, usually containing a few rooms and a chamber to cultivate in. Even those were separated by realm, with third realm disciples being the closest to the peak, and second realm disciples just below them, and first realm disciples below them. It wasn't all about the realm either, as you had to work for the sect and been successfully allowed to move to the upper areas. Lu Jie barely managed to qualify for the third realm. Breaking into the fourth realm and forming the second circle in his dantian was a challenge that he, like many others, wasn't able to surmount. The similarities the sect had to a modern college also amused me, and in some ways, it functioned as one. As long as you ignored the fact that you could be called to serve in the sect's army at any given time as a disciple, and were basically the equivalent of unpaid workers.
Lu Jie would count as a student repeating their third year for the fourth time, unable to graduate, yet unwilling to give up. It let me understand his frustrations a lot more, as being a true cultivator was only possible after you formed a core and entered the fourth realm. Reaching the peak of the third realm, yet being unable to take that last step, I could understand Lu Jie's desperation somewhat, even though I didn't share his desires for reaching the heavens. Labby crackled with lightning, and I gently rubbed his head, handing him a few leaves of spirit grass to nibble on. I was indulging him, but the way he held the grass in his paws as he took bites was just far too cute for me to meaningly resist. What a scary rat, breaking the will of a cultivator 2 realms above itself. Shudder. Squeak! Another spark of lightning chi emanated from Labby, this time accompanied by agreement and pride. I laughed at the smug little rat nibbling away at his stalk of spirit grass. I was starting to get better at understanding Labby, but without any actual arts to form a link with him, we still weren't able to communicate properly. Curiosity about just how these arts worked rooted in my mind. Having so much to explore, yet nowhere near enough time to do it, was a bit daunting, but I wouldn't let that stop me. Can't give up when I've just barely started, after all. The scenery started to change, with taller buildings beginning to appear. There were extremely few regular people in the sect, and around these areas, all I saw were other cultivators. Many seniors, juniors, and even some elders moved about the pathways. Mostly other outer sect disciples. A plethora of chi and arts assailed my senses, as the world itself seemed to turn more vibrant with the many kinds of spreading chi. It wasn't any surprise to me that cultivators would fill the main halls, but memories from Lu Jie's childhood still left some sense of shock and awe. Multivators were rare and heralded all the more. Outside in the bigger cities, even just a first-realm cultivator would be a boon to a village like his. Lu Jie was, by all means, a gift for the people of his village. Lu Jie had scoffed at that upon his arrival in the sect. The reality of having chi and being better than his peers was thoroughly shattered when he'd truly seen how widespread the world was and what true geniuses looked like. Perhaps it was unfair of me, as Lu Jie's desperation and drive had only led to his untimely death, but I thought it a good thing he'd come out to the sect. Being a small fish in an even smaller pond would never allow anyone to expand their horizons. The thing I despised wasn't seeing how vast the world was, but his desperation at his lack of talent. A talent which determined the fate of so many. I despised the notion that everyone couldn't gain a better life through effort. Even being a cultivator was a big gamble only a select few got. How cultivators often had children with chi and other people had to rely on the heavens for their blessings. Though I couldn't deny talent. Lu Jie's memories wouldn't let me. I despised it nonetheless, and refused to believe cultivation couldn't be made more accessible to people. There had to be some rules it ran on. Like any other force of nature, it must follow a path. Why did cultivators need to form a core? Why were there 12 realms of cultivation? Why did we form circles in our dantians? The path to immortality seemed to be laid out, with each step all the way to the end neatly separated in realms of strength, each with their own nature and purpose to serve in the quest. Why then was it so dependent on talent? There had to be something that was missing. My curiosity began to build. I felt a strange anger, unsure if the emotions were completely mine or originating from Lu Jie's memories. The deep-seated frustration echoed and drove me. An idea began to bud, a collection of laws to guide people and a means to break down the Tao itself. My qi shifted. Something about this felt right. A path of guidance, to take not just myself, but others with me in the journey to break down the science behind the Tao, to find the laws of cultivation. Lightning qi sparked from my pouch, and I snapped out of my daze. I'd been standing silently in front of the sect halls and felt slightly embarrassed about it. I blamed the overly potent qi present in the air. Too easy to get lost in thoughts with so much of it around. "Thanks, Labby. Let's go," I whispered. The cultivators could probably hear me no matter how quiet I spoke, but such was life among superhumans. Eavesdropping was just another fact of life. I entered the main hall. The sect halls were wide, tall buildings made of wood. The Eastern architecture was obvious, and yet there were subtle differences present. I wasn't an architect, though, and neither did I hold much interest outside of how these buildings were built. Gathering back my distracting thoughts, I searched the halls for where I was supposed to go. I followed the paths for a while before I eventually found the correct chamber. I stopped at the door, wondering if knocking was what I was supposed to do. Lu Jie's memories weren't much help, as he had no clue about what was to be expected. I didn't get to make the choice in the end, as with a flare of qi, the door slid open to a chamber stacked full of books. My eyes drifted to a man sitting at a desk, his face hidden behind stacks of books and paper all around him. "Greetings, Elder. I need to register my spirit companion," I said, bowing, when a chill traveled up my spine. Labby crackled with lightning, as he too felt the sensation. A heavy presence filled the chamber, as an untold number of eyes looked at us. My body became rigid under the gaze, unable to move. Cold and gentle qi drifted over as a laugh, like the sound of ringing bells carried through a winter forest, the moon silently watching over me. "That's enough play, Xinyue," the man spoke as the pressure vanished. "Show me your spirit," he added, and I nodded, gulping as I tried to recover from the strange gaze I'd been under. I tapped my pocket, gently rubbing Labby to calm him down, and then pulled him out. Labby squeaked, climbing onto my hand. A frown set across the man's brow when he saw Labby, eyes darting between me and my rat assistant a few times. "What is that? I have little patience for games, disciple. Tell me, why have you brought me a pest?" the man asked, annoyance filling his voice. I was about to explain when Labby stomped his feet, his annoyance leaking out in the form of crackling lightning that spread toward the elder. My heart about stopped. "Damn it, Labby, not again." Chapter 13. A Silver Pill. Lightning crackled and flashed, and my breath caught in my chest. I stared blankly as the electric current rushed toward the elder, before it quickly vanished with a single qi pulse. "Unruly spirit, you should teach it some manners," the elder said. I broke out of my trance and pulled Labby back as I bowed my head in apology. "No, it is all right. Your spirit seems to be a bit special," the man spoke, and I heard a chime-like giggle sound once again. Qi pulsed through the air around me, but if the elder was talking to his spirit, or just staring at me blankly, I couldn't tell. I raised my head, nervously clutching Labby, who continued to sparkle and crackle with lightning. I needed to revisit some more discipline, but talking to Labby was extremely difficult,
and I could only vaguely understand what he usually wanted to say. My eyes shifted to a book flying across the room straight into the elder's hands, flipping itself open. A spirit rat, common pest in the Central Plains, known to smell out and eat spirit herbs and is notoriously difficult to distinguish from regular rats due to its meager chi. Next to useless as a spirit and a major annoyance for spirit herb farmers, the elder said, then shut the book with a clapping sound. "Why would you pick a spirit rat?" he asked. I rubbed Labby's head, preparing my excuse. "Labby is useful in finding spirit herbs and can sneak around without being detected." "Very well, it is not my position to pry." "Labby, you say? The spirit will be registered with you," the elder said. I was about to bow my head and run the fuck away from here when another chime rang. "Hold on," the elder said. My eyes shifted to behind the cultivator in front of me, as an ethereal woman appeared, floating with mist covering her features, her face a mask of pure white, with a single red lotus at its center. A beautiful robe flew around her, moving to an unseen wind. My nervousness rose at the bullshit cultivator magic things happening all around me. I inadvertently took a step back when the spirit moved closer to Labby, a hand gently touching his head. A single silver pill dropped onto his tiny pink paws before the spirit laughed in its melodious voice and vanished. "Strange to see Xianxia take a liking to such a spirit," the elder said, a jade slip appearing in his hand. "The jade slip will have the sect's art for spirit binding. You can use it to bind your spirit and form a link." I dipped my head, taking the jade slip. "Thank you for your generosity, elder." "Xianxia would be the one you would want to thank, not me, disciple. You may leave now." I nodded and walked out of the chamber. My heart beat faster, and a cold sweat beaded on my back. Cultivators were ridiculous. I turned to look at Labby, shaking my head. I'd need to be more stern with him from now on. Perhaps the sect art would help me with that. I tried to take a look at the pill the spirit had given to Labby, but he kept a firm grip on it, not letting go. "Like it that much, huh?" I muttered. I doubted the spirit of an elder would give something harmful to Labby, but I still felt slightly concerned. "Well, I guess it's fine. At least we're done. Let's go then, Labby?" I smiled, heading out of the sect. Silver Mist City awaited my arrival. Silver chi thrummed in her hands like a beacon of power, glowing with an inner light. Labby could feel her master's displeasure with her, and she wished to tell him she hadn't been able to stop her chi from flaring up. The other spirit had poked around her dantian with its spirit limbs, and Labby lost control of her lightning chi. She was frustrated at her inability to talk to her great master, at her inability to make the great elixirs and pills he made, at her inability to learn the knowledge he wrote in those books. She wasn't good enough. She couldn't even learn from her great master. Couldn't even make her thoughts known. Labby felt the familiar sense of frustration fill her. She'd been trying to understand him better, to tell him of her desires, yet she'd had no luck. Her thoughts soon shifted back to the pill in her hand. The spirit had gifted her this pill, in return for the prank it pulled, and she'd asked for her choice. Chi thrummed in her dantian, waiting to be released. The pill contained a strange draw, with the scent of the moon lingering on it. Labby jumped back into her pouch, making herself comfortable. The pill shivered, and Labby circled her chi, sparks flaring around her body. She remembered the spirit's whispered words to her as the gift had been given. "Humanity, for one such as you, comes at a cost. Would you abandon your form to be as your great master is? Think carefully, my young kin. You do not have enough chi right now. Your nature does not allow you such. It would take effort to reach the realms required for the pill to work. My boon is not eternal either. Only with tribulation
could one achieve a form of their desire. But for a while, you could be a human. Labby's chi thrummed. The words of the spirit were a sweet, melodious whisper, drawing her in. The spirit had known of her wishes. What she desired, even more than an abundance of spirit herbs to feast on, was to learn from her great master, to create what he did and gain insights on the world around her. And with this pill, she could be like her great master. She could take his form, talk with him, and follow in his footsteps. She could learn by his side. Labby's chi flared again, and she stared at the pill before she swallowed it in one bite. I soaked in the chi of the pleasant hills surrounding me as I felt animals, both regular and spirits, walk past. I'd come to learn from the old man that the sect had been formed near a particularly potent chi vein, with the entirety of the 7 celestial peaks being tied together in them, making them ideal for cultivation. One day I'd like to see exactly where and how this chi was generated, and whether it was like a natural gas rising from under the soil. Were spirit stones a finite resource that let out chi and would eventually run out? Even crude oil had been thought to be infinite, or any other resource of nature back home. The reality was anything but. With the analogies of chi serving as a fuel in so many things, the idea of chi being a finite resource to be consumed started to seem more and more probable. A crackle of lightning stirred as Labby shifted in my pouch. I gently rubbed his head when it poked through the top. The childish excitement from him at being outside made me laugh out loud. "Maybe I'll let you find some spirit herbs on the way back," I said, and was given a squeak of delight as a reply. I continued to make my way down through the slight incline of the hill the sect was formed on. The forest path soon started to part as the dirt path widened, clearly seeing more use. I stopped when the slight haze in the distance began to thin. Towering walls awaited me there, rising far higher than I'd expected them to. An imposing marvel of a structure formed by superhumans. I hadn't expected the city to be similar to what it'd be back home, but the structure in front of me still made me hold my breath just for a moment. I could sense the chi rising from them, ready to take on hordes of spirit beasts and cultivators alike. The desire to ask question upon question on how such tall walls had been made, and whether chi was used to reinforce them, or what threat they expected to take on with the walls, alongside many others, filled my heart. Labby crackled with sparks, echoing my excitement. A smile covered my face, excitement filling me on being able to explore a city in a mythical fantasy world. With renewed purpose, I continued on my way toward 7th Peak City. Chapter 14. 7th Peak City. Colors and scents flooded my senses, whispers of chi drifting on the wind. People walked by in droves of various status, wearing diverse clothes, most with no shred or hint of chi in them. Their movements felt slow and sluggish, weighed down by the world around them. Their presence was faint, fainter than even Labby's. I tried not to gawk like a country bumpkin, which is exactly what I was. Lu Jie had been to the city before, twice. In all the years he'd stayed at the sect, the only time he'd gone had been to run an errand, and once when he'd been taken by some sect brothers, promising to have fun, who'd then proceeded to run away without paying, leaving Lu Jie behind. The experience had been enough trouble for Lu Jie to remain in the sect and avoid visiting the city. Lu Jie's memories and emotions splashed through me as I felt little beacons of chi scattered around the city. The difference was stark from Lu Jie's memories. He'd grown, and this was perhaps the easiest visible proof to see. He may have gotten stuck, but his efforts had not been in vain, and some part of him in my memories sighed in relief. to have not been denied a reward for his struggles. Being in the sect, all Lu Jie had seen were those that surpassed him, prodigies and blessed kids born to resourceful cultivators that left his efforts in the dust. It was a harsh environment, meant to forge out the strongest and abandon all else. Perhaps it was all the more true for the other greater sects around here. Seventh Peak City was one of the 7 celestial peaks, being the lowest. The city itself was in a valley under the peaks on which the Cloudy Peaks sect was formed, also the smallest sect among the 7 great sects. And it was still far larger than most other sects out there. It was a tough world to survive in. Yet, despite all of that, despite how unfair the world could be sometimes, if Lu Jie were here, I'd have shown him this.
The difference from when he'd first visited this place while still in the first realm, and how he'd grown. I let my senses expand. The merchant selling honeypots was right at the peak of finishing his foundation and entering the second realm. Another outer sect disciple stood in the distance, firmly in the second realm. None that I could sense in the third realm nearby. Labby wiggled in my pouch as I continued to walk alongside the waves of people around me. My eyes kept jumping from one thing to the next, each new attractive item drawing my interest. There were a surprising number of cultivators selling their wares as merchants. I say cultivator, but rarely did I see someone above the first realm. Yet even that was a major difference to the layman. A particular merchant managed to catch my eye. There seemed to be some kind of demonstration going on as people began to stop and watch. Crafted by the disciples of the great Zhao Sun, this formation amulet is capable of withholding the strike from a peak 4th realm cultivator, the merchant exclaimed, holding up the amulet. A few people muttered, and some kids laughed in delight as a blue flickering shield momentarily manifested as qi pulsed around the red amulet. Would anyone dare to test its might? If you can break through the ward, then I'll sell it to you for half the price, the merchant exclaimed. And this time, excited murmurs and whispers began to spread. You, right there. A disciple from the sect, right? Would you like to test your might? The man said, pointing at me. I looked around, hoping he was talking about someone else, but fate was a cruel mistress. I was about to shake my head and nope the hell out of the show when I saw the kids staring at me with their eyes shining in anticipation. I sighed a silent sigh of defeat in my mind and walked closer. Ho ho ho! Very well. If you manage to break this ward, disciple, what's your name? The man added in a quiet whisper.
Lu Jie. If you break this ward, disciple Lu Jie, the amulet shall be yours for free, the man exclaimed. There was most likely some trick to the amulet, or the merchant wouldn't be so proudly exclaiming these bold claims. Either that, or he really didn't think I could do it. Which, in all honesty, I didn't think I could either. I'd never tried to use any combat techniques Lu Jie knew. I closed my eyes, going through Lu Jie's memories. The core art he'd learned was the Serene Mists art, a neutral qi-based combat and movement technique that included a specific method of channeling qi, a more defensive sort of combat. All of that meant very little to me. I didn't know how to fight, so I let my thoughts fade and allowed Lu Jie's memories to guide my body. Qi flooded my pathways, circulating through my dantian. My body moved to vague impulses, shifting my weight on my back leg. The arts brimmed with strength, and qi gathered in my hand. With a smooth motion, my weight shifted onto my front leg as I struck out. In an entirely unnecessary gesture, I let my qi explode outward, creating a shock wave that added to the flashiness as my fist landed on the ward. The blue shimmering ward flickered. Gasps rolled through the crowd as they took a few steps back to not get injured by mistake from the impact. My hand hurt. I smiled through the pain,
not letting it show on my face. Silence descended until the merchant spoke out once more. "Ah, good try, good try. But as you can see, even a devastating blow like that couldn't pierce through the ward." A few people edged in closer to buy one. Labby squeaked, and I gently pet his head, shaking my head. A small smile covered my face, struggling to stop myself from snorting on how ridiculous I must have looked. I'd also managed to discover the neat trick the merchant used. I could vaguely sense the weak spirit stone linking this one amulet with 3 others. Not exactly a scam, as the wards did actually hold up to my attack, but then I had no idea how strong my blow was. I may try getting a straw dummy to test how much force I'm producing. It'd be interesting to study superhuman biology and how the arts play a role, I muttered to myself as the merchant continued to get more and more people interested in buying. "Psst, hey, come here," a kid's voice whispered. A young boy of around 12 stood behind the merchant's stall. Curious, I made my way behind the merchant's stall, where the kid handed me a single spirit stone. "What's this for?" I asked, turning over the translucent stone. "For playing along and not ruining the display," the kid said, shrugging. I nodded in thanks. Perhaps I'd not been the only one with a keen eye. "Well, you can have this back," I said, returning the spirit stone. The kid's stance turned a bit wary. "In exchange, tell me of a cheap but good place that can sell me tools and instruments for alchemy, and maybe some books as well." The kid grabbed the spirit stone, nodding. "Well, you could go down the street and head left by the big store owned by Lord Zhao. Head on through the alley till you smell a load of herbs. You'll find an old lady there. She's a bit senile, but she sells the best pills and herbs around here, among other things." I nodded in thanks, and the kid went back to work. The merchant gave a small nod in thanks as well, and I smiled, heading on my way. Time to go find an old senile lady in some shady alley. Taking a leisurely stroll along the indicated path, soaking in the colorful qi everywhere, a lanky figure caught my eye. I stopped, trying to get a better view of the person walking through the crowd. From the slightly bent back and my pouch hanging from his waist, I knew who I'd just found. Well, well, well. If it wasn't my partner in crime, Su Lin. I wondered if I should ignore him or try and see what he was doing. Perhaps he was selling my pills, and getting involved would be a mistake. Yet Su Lin managed to pique my interest over the past few weeks. The guy was much smarter than he let on, and I'd been thinking about trying to find out just what he was doing in the sect. I hesitated. It'd be the smart thing to just go do my own thing. And so I suppressed my qi and began to follow behind at a safe distance. Time for some good old-fashioned stalking. Chapter 15. Stalking Stalkers. Stalkhawk Yan Yun's qi churned in her dantian, reflecting the conflicted state of her mind. For the first time in many years, Yan Yun decided to run away from her sparring sessions and escape to her little hideout. A part of her had been hoping she'd perhaps find Lu Jie around. Much to her disappointment, the boy was nowhere to be seen, and neither was his mysterious lover. Yan Yun wasn't surprised. The two had only really been meeting every 7 days and not visiting her little grove otherwise. She'd continued to stroll through the grove with a defiant sense of pleasure at having skipped a lesson for the first time, when her attention was caught by a familiar qi tinged with the smell of spirit herbs. A few moments of conflict later, Yan Yun decided to follow the qi, to try and see what Lu Jie was up to. She'd already ran away from her lessons. She may as well have some fun while at it. And that was how Yan Yun found herself smack in the middle of the city, the eyes of those around her trailing her steps. By the way even the women stared at her, she assumed it wasn't just because of her beauty. Then it hit her. She was wearing her spirit gown.
Lightning crackled along her clothes as Lei Yu let out his qi, shaking its head at her. Yan Yun is too rebellious. Elder would be displeased. Yan Yun should read distinguished texts of the great elders, and not those frivolous things she has picked up again. Lei Yu is displeased. Yan Yun held back a snort at her spirit's words. Lei Yu was far too haughty and stuck up about growing in strength. You enjoy this far more than I do, Lei Yu. Grandfather can eat his anger for a day. He should be busy with the sect and his own disciples anyways. Yan Yun felt Lei Yu's dissatisfaction. Her Thunder Eagle spirit would prefer to fly freely across the plains and test its mettle against the wild spirits around these parts. Mostly, it'd just be him traumatizing the local spirits. She wanted no part in that. Yan Yun hurriedly suppressed her presence in the city. At her strength, even mundane people could sense the crackle of thunder permeating around her, causing little sparks to occur. She could do little about her clothes, but thankfully a single pulse of qi had the extravagant design changed to a much simpler outfit. Any cultivator would be able to sense the qi present in it, but at least she wouldn't stand out any more than she already did. All this effort for a worthless out-of-sect boy. Lei Yu is going to sleep. Lei Yu cut off his senses, the arrogant ball of zapping feathers falling asleep in her dantian. Yan Yun continued on her path following Lu Jie's qi, walking through the streets undeterred. A short distance ahead, she noticed a gathering of people standing around a merchant who waved an amulet in his arm. His words made Yan Yun frown, the bold proclamations not standing up to the truth. The amulet could possibly hold a fourth realm cultivator, but it would also run out and break if used too often. Yan Yun paused when she saw Lu Jie take a stance before the merchant. Qi pulsed around the boy, its movements not matching at all with the gentle, herb-tinged qi she'd come to associate with him, but a heavier, more brutish method. She frowned when his blow lacked any meaningful impact. His qi expelled outward to create a shockwave instead. Intentional? Yan Yun didn't know. It only made the boy more curious. Was he truly as terrible at the martial path as he let on? Yan Yun continued to watch as Lu Jie walked behind the merchant's stall. Perhaps he was working with the merchant to make the amulet seem better than it was by putting on a show. She noticed a boy handing a single spirit stone to Lu Jie, and her suspicions were confirming. She was about to walk up to him when Lu Jie returned the spirit stone, shaking his head. He said something before he made his way farther ahead. Yan Yun was confused and decided to continue. A part of her said this was extremely beneath her, to be following a disciple from the sect through the city. Yet, Yan Yun had never cared about how people saw her much anyways. It was only her grandfather's expectations that kept her maintaining the facade of a prodigious young lady. Lu Jie stopped in his tracks, and she wondered if her presence had slipped out. Her eyes followed his gaze, and her heart started to beat in excitement when she felt a faintly familiar qi presence in the distance. She'd just found his lover. Yan Yun's excitement swelled when Lu Jie headed into the side alley where his lover had been. Pushing down on her flaring qi, she made sure she was making no noise and began to follow. I felt a bit silly following Su Lin through the narrowing streets. The bustling city was turning quieter as we walked away from the merchants and the carts and carriages, transitioning into quiet neighborhoods of people going about their daily lives, with smaller shops watching the day pass. I maintained my distance, trying to stay outside Su Lin's sight as he occasionally stopped here and there. A few minutes of stalking almost had me bored and about to return to my day when I felt a very faint pulse of qi from up ahead. Returning my attention, I turned from the little corner I'd been standing in to find Su Lin gone from my sight. I tried to sense for any cultivator with qi nearby, but my senses showed nothing. Well, damn. Wonder if he felt me walking behind him or something, I muttered. It was a miracle Labby hadn't busted me yet, and a small check at my pouch showed Labby had fallen asleep. Somewhat like an excited kid ready to go on a trip, but then falls asleep on the way there. It was adorable. I looked back at the path where I'd come from when it dawned on me. I had no idea where I was, or how I was supposed to go back. Well, damn it. Standing awkwardly as I glanced all around the place, I caught the eye of a couple of people walking nearby. Only the moment I looked at any of them, they'd bow slightly before hurrying to be on their way. Yeah, I wasn't getting anything out of these people. I shrugged and resigned myself to some blind exploration and whatever punishment I may get in being late to my sect duties. I vaguely tried to map the way the kid told me to go from where I may be. It wasn't like I'd completely forgotten how I'd gotten here. I took a right turn, heading in what I hoped would be the alchemy shop. Memories from Lu Jie's home started to come forward. His home had been much smaller than this city, and the houses more widely spaced considering how it was a village. Yet something about the simple clothing and the lack of cultivators made those memories start to come forth. All the more so because of that, it was difficult to ignore just how different cultivators were from regular people. I hadn't realized it whatsoever, being among cultivators in all the time I'd been here, but my gait was faster, my breath much steadier, and my presence stronger than a regular person's. It hammered in the reality of what cultivation truly held as a promise. The rewards so great and tantalizing, I could somehow understand why people chased after it so madly. If it was such a boon to cultivate, why limit it to such a small number of people? The question bothered me, and I wondered if perhaps all these limitations to sect and talent were just to hoard qi. The idea that qi was a finite resource hadn't left my mind. Perhaps I was wrong, and qi was only finite in the way the sun's energy was finite. But if not, then limiting cultivation techniques to only those with a higher potential than others would make sense. I, of course, disagreed with that practice. Far more can be done if such a resource was shared equally. Things that could never be done back home could be made feasible here. Death and disease didn't necessarily have to be a concern if everyone could simply cultivate and take alchemical pills. The ideas began to jumble up. This wasn't anything new that I'd just thought of, except these thoughts became stronger the longer I stayed, and the more I learned about this world. I continued to walk through the narrow streets, lost in my thoughts of how I could spread cultivation to a larger number of people without bringing the world down on my head, when a sharp, cold blade pressed against my neck, qi pulsing its edge. I started to turn around to see the face of my assailant and was pushed against the wall, blade now at my neck. A rat-like face and two crooked teeth stared back at me. "Lu Jie?" Su Lin murmured, his eyes wide with surprise. I gulped and returned as charming a smile as I could with a blade pressed against my neck. "What a coincidence to see you here, Su Lin," I replied cheerfully, when something in the guy's gaze told me that wasn't going to work. Well, shit. Chapter 16. Sworn Brothers. There was something about having a blade at your neck that made the difference in cultivation levels and relative strength meaningless. I never understood why people seemed to freeze up, unable to think, when someone started to threaten them with a knife. This delightful exchange was starting to open my eyes as to why. Having your life in someone else's hand was scary as fuck. "Why were you following me?" Su Lin asked, keeping the knife to my neck. I gulped. "Thought I'd see where you were going, and if it was you indeed. Guess I was right." Surprisingly, my voice didn't waver in the slightest. Su Lin stared at me for a while, glowering. "Well, whatever. I thought it were them Zhou's lackeys following me." I internally sighed when the knife was pulled away from my neck, trying not to show any distress in my expression.
Has anyone told you that you've changed, Lu Jie? I thought you were a timid one, sticking to yourself and not mingling with others much, and the last defeat had been enough to get you desperate. I'd get that. I've been desperate too. But that's not it with you, is it? You're just different now. Lu Jie barely had anyone who he could call a friend. Most had either given up, finding their talents lacking, or moved on, leaving him far behind. I'd felt relatively safe with whatever personality change may have been observed because of that, using Lu Jie's memories as a guide to help me out with his behavior from time to time. Something I relied on frequently with the old man. Well, whatever. You do you. What you need from me? Su Lin asked, hiding his little knife in the back of his waistcloth. I wasn't sure what to say. The goal had been to see what Su Lin was up to, not to end up with him holding a knife to my neck.
I was told about an old lady who sells alchemy stuff somewhere near here. Trying to find a way there, I said, deciding it'd be best to make use of this opportunity to get back on track. Su Lin gave me a look I couldn't quite place. Old lady that sells alchemical stuff. Has an annoying cat and loves to cackle madly to herself. Is that the one? He asked, and I nodded. Well, perhaps it was the will of the heavens then. Follow me, Su Lin said, walking ahead. I stared at his back, unsure of what he meant, before I began to follow after him. The pathway became narrower as Su Lin turned into a side path. The smell of herbs was the first thing to reach me. Soon after, the familiar sensation of qi from spirit herbs came within my senses. There was a tiny little shop with dried herbs hanging from its doorframe. The sound of grunting and mumbling drifted alongside the noise of metal clanging with metal. Qi pulsed all over, swirling and churning in a familiar motion, yet one far more skilled than I'd seen before. Someone was doing some serious alchemy there. Hey, old hag! The guy I've been getting pills from, Lu Jie, is here, Su Lin shouted. The clank of utensils sounded from inside as the qi thrummed faster and faster. Well, she ain't going to be listening while she works. Just head on in, Su Lin said, walking ahead into the shop. I stood outside, taking in the rickety little shop. The place was made of wood and housed within an oddly inconvenient location inside an alley. I wondered how whoever worked here got any customers at all. Deciding that waiting outside wouldn't help, I shrugged and headed inside. The inside of the shop wasn't much larger and built more like a home than any kind of shop, with a large portion filled with herbs and bowls lying everywhere, occasionally interspersed with parchments and wood slips with various characters written on them. My gaze stopped on a black cat, its deep yellow eyes staring back at me. I felt a strange sensation I couldn't place, as if the cat was seeing through me, and I covered the pouch Labby slept in. It was probably a good thing he was. I couldn't imagine this going well. The cat grew bored, yawning and stretching its feline limbs. It sauntered away with all the arrogance and pride of a cat strutting in its home. This place was seeming more and more like a witch's hut. Just a cultivation version of a witch. "You're Lu Jie?" a boy asked, walking out from deeper inside the shop. He had broad shoulders and was roughly the same height as me, with a tight bun of hair tied behind his head. Yes, I'm Lu Jie." I wondered what this might be about when, with a sudden motion, he bowed to me. "May the heavens grace you. The pills and money are really appreciated," the boy said, raising his head. I stared, still unsure of things. Su Lin was selling the pills to this shop, maybe even keeping a few pills for himself. I hadn't found any errors with the amount of money he gave me every week, so I didn't particularly care what exactly he was doing with the money. It wasn't like those pills could harm anyone. Even non-cultivators would just feel slightly more refreshed when eating them.
I ain't told him, Yoon. Was supposed to be a quiet thing before this guy followed me down here, Su Lin said. Gratitude is gratitude, brother. Every little bit helps, the boy said, and a rumbling sound came from the other side of the room. I turned to look at Su Lin, remaining awkward in the middle of the shop. I felt like I'd just walked in on some kind of thing, and I was starting to feel a bit guilty about the whole stalking situation as well. Well, the old hag's taking your time today, huh? Su Lin muttered, his eyes shifting to the other boy. There seemed to be some kind of quiet communication going on as the boy turned around and walked in once more. Didn't mean to butt in like this, I said, shuffling my hands, unsure of where to keep them. It's all right, this ain't a secret. Well, outside of the whole spirit herb thing, that would land us in trouble, Su Lin said, snickering. His expression shifted a few times, eyes darting around and looking at me before they kept turning back toward the room behind him ever so slightly. I shifted my gaze to the room, its entrance covered by a cloth that prevented me from looking inside. I could feel 2 more people in there. I heard a sigh come from Su Lin, and I turned to see a strange expression on the guy's face. The ever-smirking and sleazy look was nowhere to be seen on him. I suppose I owe you a bit for your things, and since you're already here. Well, come on in here, Su Lin said, walking inside the chamber. I looked around the little home, taking in the smell of spirit herbs and feeling the dense qi coming from them as I walked ahead. My eyes shifted to a guy sleeping on a bed, his skin red in spots and wrinkled in places. The guy I'd met just now stood inside as well, alongside another sitting nearby. That guy's Hua Yun, Su Lin said, pointing to the guy with the hair bun. That's Cao Chen. Su Lin gestured to the other guy sitting on the floor. And that's Brother John. They're all my brothers, Su Lin said, pointing to the one sleeping. They clearly weren't related by blood. Their features were far too different from each other. I frowned as something felt off about him, outside of his wrinkled and clearly sickly look. I focused my attention on him, trying to find what felt wrong. When it hit me, this man had no qi. Why is he like that? I asked. Even those who couldn't cultivate had a small amount of qi present in their bodies. They were just incapable of harnessing it. Yet this guy had none whatsoever. It was like a dark void to my senses, a strange absence in the ever-present qi all around me. He was crippled, that's why, a voice spoke. I turned around and now faced an old woman walking in. Her face was set with wrinkles upon wrinkles, so much so that she could give the old man a run for his money. The woman coughed, and I smelled the qi from spirit herbs oozing from her. The sect crippled him, as punishment for choosing the lives of his companions over that of the son of some cultivator, she said, her cane striking against the floor in a steady rhythm. Sensing the qi within her, I wondered how someone with a cultivation like hers could age like this. The cat meowed loudly, entering at a leisurely pace before comfortably sitting next to the guy sleeping on the floor. My heart squeezed. That would have been my fate too, had it not been for Old Man. Is this what you need the spirit herbs and pills for? I asked Su Lin. The old Granny Lang takes care of Brother John. The money's for getting him treated one day, and the herbs help with the pain, Su Lin said in a quiet voice. Did learning that Su Lin wasn't a greedy rat in this for his own benefit change anything? I didn't know. I already knew this world was a harsh place, but seeing it for myself felt more real. And the truth of how things worked here made it all the more horrifying. I crouched near the guy. His limbs were atrophied, as if he hadn't been eating anything and was suffering from malnutrition. I could vaguely sense the shattered core near his dantian, 2 circles of qi laying fractured in there, unable to hold a single hint of qi. "First time seeing a cripple, boy?" the old woman asked. I nodded. "Well, then have a close look at what fate awaits any who try to rise against those in power," she said. I stared at him with a grim look. "Enough dilly-dallying. Let us move out. I doubt you came in here to talk about all this," the woman said. Taking one last look at the guy, I turned as far too many thoughts churned in my mind. I wanted to examine him closely, to see what crippling his cultivation had done, learn what caused his state to be like that after being crippled, and whether it was caused by the lack of qi in his body, and lastly, to see if I could fix it somehow. With heavy steps, I walked out of the room. Chapter 17. Heart of Thieves. Many thoughts played in Yen Yun's mind as she masked her qi, stepping through the shadows. Should she really be doing this? To follow these disciples through side paths while she neglected her cultivation and went against her grandfather's wishes? A part of her desired it, the taste of freedom having enchanted her, and she was loath to let it go. For so long she'd been trapped. For so long she'd been playing the act of a talented young lady. She'd yearned to be free, yearned to go out with her friends and have fun, but her grandfather restricted her, allowing her to only mingle with those of high standing. Yen Yun didn't like the other female cultivators of her age. Not all of them were as burdened with the expectations of their families, their fathers usually content to let their sons bear the responsibilities of their sects and clans. It had only made Yen Yun envious of their lives, and become contempt of their disregard for their own fate of being married off at the pleasure of their fathers and brothers. Yen Yun hated their acceptance. When she was around them, she hated her guilt at trying to grasp her own fate and rise above her grandfather one day. "Yen Yun is too disturbed today. Your qi is in turmoil," Lei Yu said quietly, rousing from his short-lived slumber. Yen Yun sent an apologetic thought to Lei Yu as she shoved her thoughts to the back of her mind. She put her attention back on Lu Jie. Qi pulsed ahead, and Yen Yun sensed Lu Jie's lover hurriedly move away. She spread out her senses, watching Lu Jie stop in his tracks. She wondered if they'd had some sort of fight. Perhaps Lu Jie was trying to reconcile? What if the quarrel had been because of her? Had she just become a thorn in their paths? A strange sense of worry curled within her at the thought. She'd hate to get between any of this, as she'd prefer to silently watch on from a distance. "Like a deviant," Lei Yu scoffed. Yen Yun's cheeks flushed. She couldn't deny it was very shameful of her to be following Lu Jie around like this, especially if she was to be putting herself in the midst of a lover's quarrel. Perhaps she should return? Yen Yun remained conflicted, unable to decide. She'd already come so far. Would it really not be worth the stay to see who Lu Jie's lover was? She sensed some movement ahead and hurriedly turned back. Lu Jie had begun walking on his own, in the direction his lover had gone. Her qi thrummed with excitement once more as she continued to follow him. She'd stop just as she saw his lover. Yes. Shadows assimilated with Yen Yun's being, completely pulling all her presence in. It was uncomfortable for any cultivator in the 4th realm or above to retract their presence. The first circle within their dantian held more qi than a 3rd realm qi-shaping disciple's dantian would contain, and forcing the qi inward was unpleasant. It was also a skill she was sorely lacking in, having never needed to sneak around. She'd let Zhu Ri handle any task that needed such, and her lightning arts didn't lend themselves to stealth either. Yen Yun felt a presence move behind Lu Jie. She focused on the presence, surprise rising as she saw Lu Jie's lover move behind him. She stared at the boy, taller than Lu Jie, and silently moved toward him. Her heart beat nervously, inching her way closer, before qi flared and he grabbed Lu Jie, pushing him against the wall.
Yan Yun gasped as the older boy moved extremely close to Lu Jie, the other boy's hand at Lu Jie's neck as his face moved in closer to Lu Jie's. Yan Yun froze, blood rushing to her cheeks. She rushed away from the sight, her heart thundering to have caught such a scene. Her whole being burned with embarrassment as her suppressed qi erupted in a sparkle of lightning she struggled to hold back, sensing Lei Yu's disappointment through their link. She didn't care. A silent giggle poured out along as her cheeks burnt red like flames. She'd just caught them together. I took a deep breath, refreshing my mind as I walked out. The other two guys had walked off somewhere as Su Lin stood nearby, handing the old woman a pill. One of the pills I'd given to Su Lin. The old granny inspected it a few times. I could sense the qi coming from the smoke moving around the granny's hands. "This isn't the standard recipe they have for the pills, is it?" she said, turning to me. I didn't reply in any way, but I didn't deny it either. I doubted she was going to have an issue with that, seeing how she was running an alchemy shop in this corner. Not exactly the kind of person to have the halls in their good books. "Changed the composition, I see. Added a bit of unnecessary stuff in there as well. Bah, sloppy work. The impurities haven't all been refined. That old fool has gotten sloppy in his teachings," the woman muttered. "You know the old man?" I asked, and the woman snorted as she swallowed the pill. "Yes, I know your master. Isn't hard to guess. The herbs have hints of his qi, and no one else would be foolish enough to take you in as a disciple in the sect. Those that would have been are dead," she said. She really didn't like the sect, did she? My eyes drifted to Su Lin, who was doing odd chores around the home, but I could tell his attention was focused on our conversation. "Why haven't you joined one of the halls? I heard they didn't like free alchemists roaming around and doing their own thing," I asked the woman. "Well, why haven't you, boy?" she asked. I nodded. Prying questions were a no-go then. All right, a different question. What happened to that guy, and are all people with crippled cultivation like this? I asked. Su Lin halted, just for a moment, then resumed arranging little jars of items on a shelf nearby. This really did feel like a witch's home. "No, not always. Not to this extent. If done correctly, the cultivator can live as a normal person, simply incapable of cultivating again. Some have issues and forever feel weak from that point, among other difficulties, but rarely are they bedridden like this," the woman said, smacking her cane into the ground. "Then why?" I asked. "His cultivation was ripped out forcefully, shattered and destroyed over and over, before what remained was sealed within him. It's a miracle he survived, and a sign of his talent, perhaps." "What good did that talent ever do to him?" Su Lin interjected, his grip tightening. I frowned. There was far too much to unravel here, and I wasn't sure I wanted to invade in Su Lin's life so much. There was a strange conflict brewing in my chest. Wasn't my path all about bringing cultivation to all who I could? To demystify the mystical magic? This could be a way for me to try and study a crippled cultivation and understand how qi interacted with our bodies better. If I could find any clue of restoring a crippled cultivation, then perhaps I could also find a way of letting even commoners cultivate and use qi. "Is there no way to heal him?" I asked the old woman. "There are a few herbs and elixirs that might. I doubt his cultivation will ever heal, but he could be allowed to live a normal life," the woman spoke. "I would like to come here, if I can, to check on your brother John," I replied. The old woman huffed quietly. "Think yourself some kind of medical saint? Well, I doubt there'd be any harm if you try, as long as you don't create a ruckus in my shop," the old woman said. "Now go and have a look, and pick what you want from here."
She made her way toward her cauldron, the contents swirling with qi. I scratched my chin, turning around to peruse the numerous herbs and other tools on shelves. "What you need? I doubt you can find it in all the mess the old hag makes," Su Lin said, and I gave him a thankful sigh as I dug in my pocket. A silent mirth rose in me when Su Lin grimaced at the long list I held in my hand. Time to get shopping, my partner in crime. Sitting on the floor, I inspected the small cauldron I'd picked up. By the soaring heavens, you made me open up shelves I think the old hag hasn't opened in decades. The stench alone must have taken a decade off my life, Su Lin groaned. I smiled apologetically. An assortment of items sat before me that I'd decided I needed for the lab. The first and foremost had been a smaller cauldron for more controlled tests. The cauldron I had wasn't really suited to testing fine details and sensitivities. I'd still prefer a test tube, though. The next item was a thermometer. Well, a heat-sensing spirit stone that served as one. I held the crystal out. It would change colors, turning a bright red when it reached the boiling point of water. It wouldn't let me measure temperature precisely like a thermometer would, but it was still much better than having nothing and just going by vague estimations. I set aside the many porcelain replacements of petri dishes, alongside a dozen spirit stones and a bag of spirit herbs. I was surprised Labby hadn't leapt at them yet, seeing how he was pretty much addicted to them at this point. I dug in my pouch, taking out a dozen or so silver coins before I handed the pouch to Su Lin. It stung slightly to part with more than half of what I'd earned, but with the new equipment and better techniques, it would be a worthwhile investment. Running a pseudo-cultivation lab was quite expensive. I gathered the tied-up items before realizing it'd be quite difficult to carry all of this by myself. Su Lin rolled his eyes, muttering something under his breath before he picked up some of the herb pouches. "I need to go back anyways," the boy said. "You're a surprisingly nice guy," I told Su Lin. "And you're a surprisingly clumsy guy. Now move, I don't want to be shouted at for being late." "Wasn't supposed to take this long today." I shrugged, shaking my head, and followed him out of the shop. We walked in silence through the alleys for a while, when suddenly I sensed a few presences nearby. "Oh, look who we found. Isn't it Su Lin there?" a voice came from ahead, as a burly man lumbered closer, his qi flaring. Sensing his cultivation, this guy was at the start of the third realm. A few other men walked by, near the peak of the first and lower second realm, wielding short daggers and disheveled robes. "Zo," Su Lin muttered. I cursed to myself. I'd just walked into the surrounded by bandits in a side alley event. God damn it. Chapter 18. Zhu Chen. The group of thugs surrounded us and gulped nervously. I found a couple of them eyeing me, wary expressions on their faces. Oh, right. I was slightly higher in cultivation than them, wasn't I? Not that it would change anything. I couldn't fight to save my life. "Got a friend to come around, eh, Su Lin? Never took you for the type to mingle with the sect disciples." The group leader, Zhu, spoke, taking out his dagger and spinning it around in his hands. His lackeys followed, drawing out their own. What was up with this whole group and their hidden daggers? First Su Lin, now these guys. Should I be carrying one too? "This ain't got nothing to do with you, Zhu. Piss off," Su Lin barked. There was tension in his shoulders. There were two of us. One and a tag-along, and 5 of them. An unfair fight if it came down to it. "Should have thought that before you stole those spirit stones and cut off the supply of pills," Zhu growled back as his qi flared. I eyed Su Lin. From what I could tell from this conversation, and what I'd gathered on Su Lin, these were his former spirit herb smuggling companions. That, or some other kind of shady stuff. Finding a new source of earning money must have had Su Lin jump trains. This was all speculation, though, so I could be way off. Should have thought about being stabbed in the back when you threw me to the side, Zhu, Sulin retorted. The frown on Zhu's face deepened. I really didn't feel like going deeper into this event. I could practically see how it'd play out. Zhu shouts, "You dare?" and charges us, and then we fight, and somehow beat him, and he runs away. Then the big evil guy behind him sends some cultivators after us, and that's it for two random nobodies whose death would go unnoticed by most. I grit my teeth and decided to try to bluff my way through this. I don't know what your trouble is with one another. Neither will I participate in it or interfere. I'm an unconcerned party, I said, infusing as much courage and calmness as I could into my voice, pausing for effect. But Sulin has some things I need, and I'd prefer if this conflict could be sorted at a later date, I breathed out, staring at the tense lackeys. Zhou swiveled his yellow-pupilled eyes to me. His chi flared, a slimy feel to it. I didn't like this guy. A righteous fella, are we? You want me to let this thieving rat run away? Again? Ha! The man laughed, and his lackeys followed in quieter chuckles. Think again, big fella. You may be stronger, but there's a fair few more of us here. Let's see whose fists talk more, eh? Zhou said, and I let out a muffled sigh. Time for trick number 2. I flooded my pathways with qi, using Lu Jie's memories to guide my path. One of the benefits of being stuck at the peak of the third realm for so long had been that Lu Jie gained good control of his qi. Cultivators would often have to deal with a growing amount of qi, leading to an imbalance in qi usage. But Lu Jie's qi had been static for months, allowing him to know just how much each of his techniques needed. It didn't make up for his lacking qi or strength, but it did help him last longer. I sensed a slight mist rising around me as I spoke again, infusing my voice with qi. A slight pulse to my pack had the qi from my spirit herbs merging with my own and pouring out in a torrential storm. You really don't want to do this. Let us both walk away, I said, and Zhou's lackeys took a step back. A third realm's qi had to be difficult to bear for those below me, and I was cheating with my pills. Hesitation crossed his face, reconsidering his actions. I tensed, keeping my qi up, but I began to struggle. I was essentially draining my qi to create an illusion of strength I didn't possess. Grab Sulin, Zhou muttered, and I cut off my qi, digging through my pocket, and hurriedly popped a qi-gathering pill in my mouth. A grimace covered my face as I prepared for a nasty fight. Here's hoping Lu Jie memories were enough for me to get out of here. I let qi flood my pathways. It was strange, but also familiar. Lu Jie's memories played in my mind, hours upon hours of work he'd poured into advancing his cultivation. All those hours flashed through my mind as mist began to billow from my sleeves. My God, I was turning into a cultivation protagonist. Qi stirred near my pouch as Labby woke up. His confusion came next when his head poked out. Anger rose in his mind, spotting the thugs. As Labby jumped out, his fur crackled with lightning, shooting it toward the thugs. It wasn't very effective. I was about to rush ahead and grab Labby from killing himself when qi exploded in front of me. Thunder, unlike anything I'd sensed, erupted from where Labby had stood, forming a storm as it mixed with my mist. A powerful force descended all around me, and groans of pain sounded from up ahead. Pretend this is you, junior brother. Raise your voice and infuse it with qi. I heard a familiar girl's voice speak in my head. No time to give that any thought. I grasped the opportunity and channeled the best impression of an arrogant young master that I could. You dare, Zhou! You should have heeded my warnings before taking such a foolish step. If your life is not precious to you, "Then I will gladly take it from you," I shouted, dying a little inside. Thankfully, another burst of lightning spread all around me, extending to Labby, who squeaked angrily. I wondered if he thought this was coming from him. "But I am merciful, even now. Walk away, and I will pretend this slight never happened so. But think twice before you try to approach Sulin or me again, because I will be remembering this. Now scram!" I shouted, chi bellowing from my voice. I was afraid my voice would crack when a powerful thunderstrike crackled and stone erupted.
Even I recoiled in fear of being hit by the demonstration. Screams and curses were shouted as Zoe and his lackeys ran away. My heart thundered in my chest from the encounter, relief flooding me. That had been close. Squeak! Immense satisfaction and pride rolled off of Labby, and I chuckled at his antics. I cut off the chi filling my pathways, the mist receding slowly but surely. Another thing I'd overlooked. This mist and its formation would be interesting to look into later. I shook my head, bringing it back to the voice of the girl I'd heard. I recognized the voice from an encounter a few weeks ago. The question was, what such a person was doing in this alleyway in the middle of nowhere and possibly alone. My gaze caught Sulin staring my way, his eyes wide, and it occurred to me how the display from earlier must have looked like. How was I going to explain this? A large bird flew over my head, its feather cracking with thunder, and my eyes caught the girl standing a bit farther away. Damn it, the crazy girl from my first meetup with Sulin had found us. Though, why was her face so red? Yen Yun wished she had a hole she could bury herself in. Her face refused to lose its flush as she stared at Lu Jie and his lover, who both stared dumbfoundedly at her. Her mind played the image of their lips meeting each other, and her cheeks turned scarlet with renewed vigor. She wasn't a deviant. She was just passionate about her hobby. Yen Yun should pretend this is a gathering for the young noble lords. Treat them as Yen Yun treats her potential suitors. Lei Yu spoke in her mind as her spirit companion flew overhead, sending little sparks toward the rat that kept squeaking in protest. Yen Yun was momentarily surprised to find lightning chi within the rat, but she put that out of her mind, coughing once as she began to speak. I'd ask what you two are doing outside the sect, getting involved with thugs, but it's shameful to do so in my position, so I'll be pretending I never saw anything, Yen Yun said, breaking at the last word before she refocused. These were young lords of unknown origins eyeing her for her beauty, as their minds thought of all sorts of depraved thoughts. Not starstruck lovers kept apart by the world, for their love was forbidden and untenable, so they hid in alleys and outside the sight of the world, longing for each other. Yen Yun needs to stop her delusions, Lei Yu shouted in her mind, and inwardly recoiled from the musings. Thankfully, the two didn't seem to have noticed, too busy gawking at her with a blank expression. So, you were the one behind all the lightning and all the chi, the other boy spoke up, his eyes drifting toward Lu Jie. Yes, I'd seen 2 sect disciples in trouble and couldn't stay my hand. It would have been troublesome to be found out here, though, so forgive your senior sister for the act, Yen Yun said. She was doing this. She was talking to them. She pushed the quiet giggle that began to worm its way out. How did you do that? The speaking in my mind thing, Lu Jie asked. Yen Yun looked at the boy in surprise. Like this. It's called sending. A simple technique. I'm surprised you haven't used it to talk to your spirit yet. It even broke through to the first realm, after all. She spoke in his mind, sending her chi, and saw increasing shock reflected on the boy's face.
The little one asks the young mistress to allow her to talk to her great master, Lei Yu spoke to her. The rat squeaked in excitement. Yan Yun was slightly conflicted. She still didn't like rats, but she could sense the little spirit's burning desire. Your spirit wishes to talk to you, Lu Jie. She has a lot to say, Yan Yun said, as she felt Lu Jie's qi flaring. She?
Chapter 19. A New Bond. Today was a day of revelations. First, the thing about Su Lin and his crippled brother, then Zhou, now Labby. Admittedly, I really should have looked into Labby's gender before making any assumptions. In my defense, I had no idea what and how rats were differentiated anyways. Wait, the crazy girl muttered as my gaze shifted back to her. You don't have a bond with your spirit? Ah, that explains why she can't talk to you. Her spirit eagle flicked its head at Labby. I wonder what conversion they were having. I'd just received an art for Labby after registering her, with the sect. I never had the time to form one. Today has been a busy day, I replied, shrugging. The trip took a lot of detours and side business, and by this point, I just wanted to be back in my room experimenting with all my new equipment and herbs. I see. I can sense lightning qi in your spirit, not something I find commonly in rats. Yet I don't sense a shred of lightning qi in you. Are you sure you're ready to have her as your spirit? The girl asked. Honestly, I'd never really considered Labby's lightning to be an issue, though I could see how it might be a problem if I was supposed to help her grow. I needed to look into cultivation more thoroughly. It was clear cultivation would play a key role in how I made my pills and in my understanding of qi itself. Even if I didn't wish to get involved in cultivator quarrels or waste away all my time in meditation, I could still learn more and try to understand it better. Any added years to my life from cultivation would be an added bonus. She's already my spirit. It's not a choice I need to make now. But I must admit I hadn't given it any thought that far. If you'd like, I can help you form your bond, and give you a few pointers for how to take care of a lightning spirit beast, the girl said. That was unexpectedly kind of her. She averted her gaze, a light blush coming to her cheeks. I took a second look at her. A cultivator. About 16 if I had to place her age, but you could never tell with cultivators. She wore simple clothing, yet clearly expensive. Her hair was a light brown tied in beautiful knots with 2 silver qi-filled hairpins on her head. With pear-like green eyes that shone with a golden crackle of thunder as her qi churned, and a resplendent thunder eagle perched on her shoulders. A jade beauty through and through. Just why was she involving herself with me so much? If senior sister is willing, then I'd be very grateful, I replied, bowing my head. I didn't know why she seemed so interested, and I wasn't curious enough to pry. She could have any reason to be helpful, and maybe she was just kind. I wasn't nearly dumb enough to think she was interested in me. Lu Jie wasn't the best-looking guy around by a big margin, and the possibility itself scared me more than anything when I thought of the hordes of "You dare" screaming young masters coming after me. A quiet shudder went down my spine at the thought. You won't ask what she was doing all the way out here in this alley? Isn't she the young mistress who'd got you? Su Lin said, eyeing Yan Yun skeptically. That was slightly surprising. I'd have expected him to be trying to butter up the crazy girl. Despite learning about the thing with his friends, or brothers, it was still difficult to adjust to the non-sleazy Su Lin I was meeting here today. Did she ask why we were here? I asked Su Lin. I suppose not, Su Lin muttered. The scarlet glow returned to Yan Yun's cheeks. Whatever it was, I decided not to pursue it. The less I got involved with her, the higher my chances of not dying by some young master chasing the prodigious jade beauty. Yan Yun coughed, the glow fading from her cheeks.
Well, let us head back to the sect first. We can form the bond after that, she suggested, as her spirit let out a loud whistle, taking off in a show of flashing sparks. I nodded, picking up the bag of herbs I'd dropped during the fight, and Su Lin picked up the stuff he'd been carrying. Labby squeaked happily, running up my leg and jumping into my pouch. I smiled, rubbing her fuzzy head. It'd take me a bit to get adjusted to calling Labby her, but be it a junior brother or junior sister, it didn't matter to me either way. I sat down on an open field, crossing my legs. Su Lin sat nearby, watching idly, looking bored as he scratched his nose. He shuffled a few herbs from the bunch he carried, and I shook my head in silent disapproval. There was no way he was being that obvious if he planned to steal. The act was purely to get a rise out of me. All right, I'm assuming you know how spirit bonds work? Yan-Yun asked. I gave her as blank an expression as I could muster, and her expression faltered. Right, heavens. From the start, then. So, I hope you're aware that bonds can only be formed after you've broken through to the second realm and finished your Qi foundation, Yan-Yun asked, and I nodded. I did know that much. That isn't an issue with you, seeing you're at the peak of Qi condensation. The realm of the spirit matters as well, and, mostly, you can only bond with a spirit one realm lower than you. Your Qi will be sustaining these spirits, after all, and you need to have enough of it. Thankfully, your spirit has just broken through, and spirit rats need a pitiful amount of Qi to have them, Yan-Yun said. Squeak! Labby protested, raising her paws. I gently pet her head, laughing as lightning crackled around her fur. Yes, you're the best, Labby. She meant other spirit rats, I replied, getting a satisfied squeak from Labby in reply. As I was saying, in Qi you are fine. A cultivator's spirit may eventually catch on to them in cultivation given time as well, so a cultivator's own growth is often related to the growth of their spirits, Yan-Yun continued, walking around with a spring in her step. She might have been enjoying this more than I was. For example, it's notoriously difficult to tame young dragons. Their pride is like the heavens themselves, and if a dragon spirit thinks it can best you and free itself, it often will. As such, only a powerful cultivator has them, and even then, usually one that is a realm lower in cultivation, Yan-Yun said. Her explanations were starting to rouse my interest in the topic. With a crackle of lightning, Yan-Yun's spirit manifested on her shoulder, and I almost jumped back. I sensed a haughty pride in the bird as it stared right at me, when all of a sudden, I heard a voice speak. Lacking manners, just like his spirit. A young, male voice, yet clearly not human, spoke in my head, and I could sense it was the spirit talking to me. The fact I didn't even bat an eye at a lightning bird talking to me with magic telepathy made me do a double take. This magic shit was escalating by too many levels too quickly, and I couldn't keep up. Let me stick to my shiny water and funky spirit plants. I was lucky Lei Yu is a part of my family, having been raised by my grandfather. He's nearly the same cultivation realm as me, and not a spirit I'd be able to keep on my own, Yan-Yun said, and Lei Yu vanished. I still couldn't get used to the disappearing act, even though I knew spirits could do that. Can you show me your spirit binding art? The one you received? Yan-Yun asked, and I pulled out the jade slip I'd been given. A very obvious grimace passed over her face as she sent a pulse of qi into the jade slip. That bad, huh? An outer disciple, I suppose. I'll be slightly modifying this to suit you better, Yan-Yun said, and once again, I had the strange sense she was being far too generous for no obvious reason. All right, Yan-Yun continued. Have a look, and let's begin the binding, she said, handing me the jade slip. I grabbed the offered item, sending a slight amount of chi through it as the art began to reveal itself to me. I put away the thought of how information was being transmitted like this for now, and focused on the contents of the art. Still your chi, Lu Jie. Follow the guided paths the art is showing. Try to reach out to your spirit, Yen Yun instructed. By her word, I followed the guidance of the art as I circulated my qi. Qi swirled, moving in my dantian and pushing against it. Slowly, but surely, it began to escape out of my dantian, into my pathways, and then outward. I sensed Yen Yun's qi guiding my own, and I refocused, trying to reach out to Labi. A small presence with a tingly sensation to it. Labi's qi happily reached out from my own, and my qi merged with hers, both mixing together. I could sense a stir in my dantian, a portion of it shifting and changing with the flow, as if to make space for Labi. Qi pulsed once more, this time from Labi, as lightning qi came back through our bond, merging with the much larger amount of qi in my dantian. A sensation deep within my gut permeated as a new presence bloomed in my mind. Something sharp, yet small. A fuzzy, intangible voice that chittered before I sensed elated joy gushing forth like a tidal wave, as a little girl's voice called out, "Labi greets her great master."
Chapter 20. Lost Love. Labi felt her qi churn as her great master's qi meshed with her own. Lightning crackled through her being as a vast, calming presence reached out to her. A bond through which she could sense her great master. His qi was like spirit herbs, tinged in their smell. The qi drew Labi closer, and she felt safe in its presence, a comforting warmth she'd grown familiar with even before Labi had known who she was. Her great master had given her the life she had. He'd given her what her siblings lacked. She was great now. She was Labi. The qi acknowledged her presence. She wasn't the nameless rat she'd been before. She had a name and a master and a purpose to fulfill. It burned in her qi, in her name, and she could feel her path as surely as she could feel her great master's. And now she was finally able to talk to her great master and express her gratitude. "Labi greets her great master," Labi sent excitedly, the qi flowing through the bond like a smooth stream of water, following the path of a vast river. She was relieved. She'd greeted her great master. She'd talked to him. He'd heard her voice. Excitement burst forth through Labi's mind like a raging tide, as her qi began to soak in his, growing just from his mere presence. She'd learn and learn and learn some more until she'd seen it all. And she'd find him many, many herbs and feast on them. Labi would learn every divine pill her master made, even if she had to learn the squiggly scribbles her great master wrote in his notes. Labi rejoiced, a burning desire to learn budding within her. She'd be the greatest disciple her master had ever seen. Labi squeaked delightfully, crackling with sparks as a flood of emotions flowed through our newly formed bond. She shouted with pure excitement, and I felt her happiness at being able to talk with me distinctly in my chest. Happiness permeated her bond, flooding over. Not that it'd take more than just a glance at her sparkling, fuzzy form to be able to tell that. I stared at my little companion, feeling a bit strange at how Labi had grown on me so much in just over a month. It felt odd to be able to talk to her, and yet perfectly natural at the same time. Though now I was unsure of what to say. In the end, I simply scratched her head gently, sensing her delight flow through our bond. "It's nice to talk to you, Labi. I'm sorry it took me this long to finally get to it." I sent the words to Labi, feeling incredibly strange at being able to project my thoughts outward like this. I sensed confusion traveling through the bond as Labi squeaked out loud, "Great Master,
Did something wrong? She asked me, as if the very thought was alien to her. This little rat's opinion of me might just be a tiny bit inflated. I certainly didn't pay as much attention to you as I should have. I wasn't prepared or fully appreciative of the responsibility that would come with taking you in. I sent back and smiled when I sensed Labby being extremely confused as to what I meant. I rubbed her head once more, sending a sense of care. Don't worry about it. I'll be looking after you as best as I can now. I sent and got another excited squeak in return. Labby is eager to learn from her great master, and to eat many, many wonderful pills, Labby exclaimed, and I burst out in laughter. I'd forgotten my spirit rat was a hardcore drug addict. I wiped my eyes of slight tears from my unexpected laughter. Labby jumped into my pouch and comfortably sat herself in. My gaze traveled back to Yen Yun, standing with a quiet smile stuck on her face, and I paused in my mirth. A quick look at the spirit art of binding showed me that whatever changes Yen Yun had made improved the art by a significant margin. It accepted Labby's qi with ease, merging it with my own within my dantian, and I could sense my qi bolstering Labby's cultivation as well. The smile faded from Yen Yun's face as she realized I was staring, as she coughed. It seems like the bonding went well, junior brother. I nodded and dipped my head in gratitude. I appreciate the kindness you've shown, senior sister. Not many have been as kind as you've been, even after you knew about our secret, I replied, lifting my head to flushed cheeks. No need to mention it, brother, Yen Yun replied, her voice faltering, and I sensed her qi churning, her face growing red. What was she so flustered about? Her behavior was odd. Was her finding out about our little herb trade something she should be so embarrassed by? Was she just not used to gratitude then? I'd left the question hanging of what she'd been doing, not willing to get her more involved than she needed to be. But it was somewhat obvious she'd been trailing us. I wasn't willing to believe we'd meet up as a coincidence in a random, far-off alley in the city on the very day I leave the sect. Far too random. Then the question raised itself again. Why was she so interested in me? Is something wrong? Yen Yun asked. Taking a deep breath in, I spoke up. I'm very grateful for your help, senior sister. You've been kind to me. Kind to keep the secret and swear an oath as well. Kind to help us out with the thugs. And kind to assist me with the bond. I paused for a moment, studying her confused expression. But I fear I don't understand what I've ever done to have caught the eye of someone like you. A prodigy well known in the sect and otherwise. I wouldn't see what you'd want from an outer sect disciple like me, who's been unable to break through for a long time now, I spoke in a single breath. Once more I sensed a turmoil in her qi, this time accompanied with golden sparks, similar to what Labby did when excited, but far more potent. A strike would leave me unconscious within a moment. I was just... Yen Yun's voice caught in her throat. A deep red flush rose on her whole face, and I sensed her distress growing. I was about to speak up and let the topic go when I heard a voice carried by qi sound out. Yen Yun thinks you and the boy are lovers. Lei Yu! Yen Yun screamed in outrage, her deep red flush turning a harsh shade of red as qi burst out in thunderous outrage. Yen Yun's delusions need to be stopped now. It's been weeks, and Lei Yu is tired, and so is Zhu Ri. The spirit spoke once more before the voice was cut off, and I sensed the girl arguing with her spirit within her mind. A powerful burst of laughter tore itself from Su Lin's mouth, and the guy fell on his back, clutching his gut. Me? And this guy? Lovers? By the heavens, I've seen it all today, Sulin muttered, devolving into a fit of laughter once more. Nothing made sense to me anymore. But what about the spirit herbs and the pills? What about the oath? I asked, unable to hold my mouth. Spirit herbs? Yen Yun asked, before her eyes shot open in surprise. Her gaze traveled to my pouch and then to Labby, before returning to Sulin and the alchemical items he carried for me. I could almost see the gears turn in her head. You thought we were lovers? I asked, in utter surprise, as a storm of lightning chi swirled around me, accompanied by the mad laughter of Sulin's voice. You two aren't... Yen Yun faltered. I never knew humans could turn this red. I need to go, she muttered, as thunder chi exploded near me, the blast throwing me back. Dirt flew in the air, and I coughed, caught off guard by the explosion. I rubbed my eyes, clearing them of dirt as I made sure Labby was all right. Opening my blurry gaze, a distant figure surrounded by lightning glided away at high speeds through the air, her face buried in her hands and a quiet scream echoing through the grassy hills. I looked over to Sulin rolling in the grass, holding his gut with a pained expression as he laughed in silent agony. I decided I did not want to know what just happened. Let's head back to the sect, my love? Sulin said, devolving into another fit of laughter. I shook my head, getting up as I again gathered my stuff and began to walk back. Chuckles burst forth from my mouth, the mix of emotions in my chest finding a release in the form of laughter as they mixed in with the excitement of experimenting with the new herbs and cauldron. The shopping trip was over at last, and I was impatient to test out all the new things I'd gathered. It was time to get back to science. Chapter 21. Spirit Herb Cultivation. I parted ways with Sulin halfway up the hill the sect was on. As he handed me my new cauldron, I realized I could have simply stuffed all the herbs inside it, making carrying everything far easier. Feeling a bit stupid while simultaneously amused and confused from what happened with Yen Yun, I made my way back to my room. Labby had fallen asleep in my pouch, and I could sense her gradually growing her cultivation base as more and more lightning chi began to gather in her tiny body. The art that Yen Yun had given was clearly helping. I noted the absent silver pill where she was sleeping, but I'd already expected she'd eat it. I couldn't sense anything harmful in it, so I let the thought go. I couldn't survive hyper-paranoid about everything. By the grace of balance, I opened the doors to my room with my feet while hugging the many items in my arms, making sure none of my porcelain petri dish substitutes fell. Not after I faced down actual thugs to keep them. Well, at least I'm back now, I muttered, entering my room as the sweet and oddly relaxing scent of the many spirit herbs planted in my room hit me. Somehow, before I'd realized it, this place had become home to me. A small pang of pain went through my heart, recalling my old home and friends. But the joy of crafting new and wonderful pills as I tried to understand more and more about this world was enough to break through the gloomy emotions. I sensed Labby stirring in my pouch. I'd inadvertently been sharing my emotions through our bond. I was about to cut off the connection when affection poured through the link, mixed with awe and respect. It took me a moment to parse through the jumble of emotions before a smile blossomed on my face. You sweet little troublemaker. So cute even when you sleep, huh? I said, laughing as I took off my pouch and carefully kneeled near my desk, letting Labby sleep on my desk. I'll have to look into creating a more comfortable home for her to stay in, and possibly a place filled with enough electric chi for Labby to cultivate in. Maybe I can even get some electrostatic reactions going. I wonder if that'd help with the electric chi, I muttered, petting Labby's head before I began to go through my items. I placed the spirit stones together and the spirit herbs in another bunch as I put them in my herb drawers, which I'd reinforce with some simple hinges to prevent another labby invasion. I took out the heat-sensing stone and had a quick look at it, wondering how I could make something a bit more precise from it. I pocketed the item for now and moved to the thing I was most excited about: my second cauldron. I'd been fairly excited about getting it, but the many events of today had distracted me. The cauldron was made of some kind of metal, most probably iron, though I couldn't tell for sure. There were small lines carved throughout its body, with small circular indents at the bottom end to place spirit stones in. I highly suspected the design wasn't just decoration, but actually some form of heat conduction method the cauldron was using. A neat little lid covered the whole thing, but since the cauldron was connected with my chi, I could sense the inside without having to look. It would be far easier to experiment with chi pressure and its relation to the chi saturation of the pills now with this present, alongside actual measurements of values for the creation requirement of the basic pills I could create. I quickly grabbed my notes, sifting through them. One of the issues I'd been trying to work on had been how to standardize chi, and if it was even possible. One neat thing was how all spirit stones had a precise size and quantity of cut established by the Empire for them,
meaning each spirit stone worked as a rough measure of the amount of chi present in it, making it usable as a standard of measurement for chi until I could find something more accurate to replace it with. The second part was how spirit stones were, quite literally, solidified chi. I went through my notes to take in the observation of how one of the spirit stones, after being spent of its chi, had been slightly lighter in weight. The revelation meant chi had an intrinsic association with mass. But that didn't match with my observations with how chi worked when in my dantian, or even when simply expelled. Perhaps there was some inherent form transition of chi to mass? A formula that worked both ways? A mid-path to add on to the transition between energy and mass? Not a question that'd be answered today, I suppose. I flipped through a couple more pages before I remembered something I'd planned to do. A test I had in mind with regards to my cultivation and my spirit herbs. Time to cultivate for once, I guess. A deep breath in, a deep breath out. The serene mist arts flowed through me as Lu Jie's memories guided me through the cultivation method. Qi bubbled forth in my dantian, swirling and pushing against the boundaries, trying to push through and break past the limits they'd been confined to for months now. No change. I repeated the process the same way Lu Jie had for months on end until he'd given up all hope. There was a sour taste in my mouth as my concentration began to falter. I pushed through, continuing through the process as qi circulated around me. I tried to reach out to the qi of the nearby spirit herbs. Qi pulsed through my being as I cultivated, yet the lid on my dantian was closed shut. The sensation was like pushing on a wall with a single finger. My cultivation refused to expand, the essence of the world refusing to move as I asked it to. I opened my eyes. It'd be dumb to try and do what Lu Jie had done for months with no success to be found. Even with the high amount of qi present around me due to the spirit herbs, my knowledge of cultivation itself was minimal, and I was still stuck at the peak of the third realm. I got up and walked to my shelf of notes. I picked the one where I'd tried to simplify and make notes from a book that talked about cultivation, but spent far too long in nonsensical philosophy instead. Walking back, I seated myself and began to go through the pages from the start. From what I'd read and knew from Lu Jie's memories of cultivation, the path to immortality seemed to be fairly well defined. 12 realms, 3 dantians, and 5 circles. I wasn't sure what the significance of these numbers was, and was hesitant to dismiss them as random coincidences. This was a cultivation world, after all. I flipped through the pages, reading what each realm had to offer. The first circle of qi was fairly simple, and the first realm was the foundation realm. The formation of the first circle was the entirety of your dantian. You gathered the heavenly qi from the world, converting it into qi as your first circle was formed. After that was qi gathering, which simply expanded on the dantian and reinforced it. Finally was qi shaping, the third realm, and the realm at the peak of which I was stuck. I flipped the pages again, opening the notes on the second circle and the fourth realm of cultivation. Core formation was a tricky realm, as to break through, cultivators had to form a second circle around the dantian and condense it into their dantian, a process that was likely to cripple you if it went wrong. It made sense this was the exact point where most cultivators got stuck and failed to break through, and why actual cultivators were all in the fourth realm or above. The first three realms were like taking a single step on the cultivation path. You have qi, you have a dantian, and you can explore abilities, gain spirits, use spiritual weapons, like a tutorial before the real game began. The fourth realm, core formation, changed things. Your path begins to reflect itself in the world around you. The mark of your cultivation starts to impose itself on the world in the form of a budding domain as it projects the fundamental truths of the cultivator's path. Similar to the static presence around Yen Yun, or, for a stronger example, the moonlit forest I saw when the sect elder's spirit came out. From what I'd read, the qi would change qualitatively at the fourth realm, being far more potent. I wanted to see if qi density was actually a thing, and if qi was being compressed inside the dantian. It added to the mystery of what exactly qi was in the physical sense. Beyond the fourth realm was core shaping, golden core, and so on and so forth. The thing that caught my eye was the very peak of cultivation, a realm attained by only a handful of people, and the name that it was called. The 12th realm and 5th circle of cultivation. Core shattering. I hummed, thinking over ideas and wondering how that may be related to a crippled cultivation. Perhaps there were some similarities to be found there. It may just be impossible tangents I was grasping at. I searched through my notes and the many, many writings on possible pill formulas and effects for explanations of qi, for possible applications and things I could make. A filter? A portable burner? Perhaps some kind of internal healing device, a qi injector? It might help with Su Lin's brother's crippled dantian. Maybe I could even attempt to make a generator. Ideas upon ideas filled my head, old and new ones merging when I stopped on a certain page. A page where I'd not written much, but had simply drawn circles, 2 circles overlaid in one, chasing one into the other eternally. For some reason, I'd changed my cultivation to follow this pattern. Something about the dual motion, as if weighed on both sides in a perpetual sequence of circles, had just felt right. The reaction with the essence told me I was onto something. Yet, despite having looked at it, I'd failed to come up with any possible reason. Why was this split cultivation method better? What was different from Lu Jie's methods? I'd had no breakthroughs in my cultivation. It would have been extremely obvious had I suddenly broken through. Yet something had certainly changed. I'd chosen to leave the topic be, occupied with experimenting in alchemy instead, but the question was growing. An eternal cycle in the qi's circulation. Perhaps there were some hidden hints, like the question of, why circles? Why was the dantian a sphere and not any other shape? It somewhat made sense if we went with the lowest state of energy being a sphere for the dantian, yet, from what I knew, qi circulation followed a path of circular rotation as well. I pondered over the thoughts when an idea struck me. Taking a spirit stone, I seated myself along with the spirit herbs. Closing my eyes, I let go of Lu Jie's memories, diving into my own mind. I circulated my qi, first in a singular circle. The qi from the spirit stone began to shift to my cultivation, drifting into my dantian at a slow trickle. I let the qi flow in as I continued to cultivate, before I split the circulation of my qi in two. Two parts, one chasing the other in an infinite circle. Two loops forming an infinity. The qi from the spirit stone stopped its flow, and something else shifted around me. The essence of the spirit plants moved, their qi pulsing as one. I could sense the spirit herbsy, their essence trying to move toward me as the qi of the world began to trickle toward me. I nudged the qi from the spirit stone, moving it outward as I guided the essence of the spirit herbs. Two cycles, one into the other. A duality of perpetual motion, harmony within the flow of qi itself. I tried, I failed. I tried and failed again. The essence spread around, floating through the spirit herbs, within my reach yet untenable. It was like moving many limbs at once, and I faltered, breaking the flow of qi many times. I tried again. Essence floated in a void, and I drifted the qi around me within the spirit herbs. This time, something changed. A link. A cycle. The herbs began to swivel, their essence being channeled as qi moved within them. A cycle at the center of which I sat, the spirit herbs cycling their qi in sync with me. I was their anchor, the root of a wide tree made of qi. Time passed in a blur as I drifted through the endless void. A singular anchor to 100 motes of qi, the core of a web of life. The qi flared within my dantian, essence swirling in a torrent as the spirit herbs all sucked the qi within themselves, and tiny threads of qi extended into me. Something changed within my dantian, something that I couldn't yet understand. A blurry shape began to form within. Sweat dripped down my back, and my mouth turned dry. I opened my eyes, finding my room completely dark, with moonlight dimly lighting up the corners. Exhausted swept over me, a sensation I'd almost forgotten in the weeks I'd been here. A gentle gust of wind passed by. I sensed Labby rushing toward me, her curiosity and concern. I rubbed her head, letting her be for the moment as I took a look around me. A lush green site full of plants extended all around me, the spirit herbs taller than they'd been before. Patches of spirit grass peeked through the gaps of the wooden floor, covering this corner of the room. Qi flared from the now tall spirit herbs, drifting in the gentle wind, and I smiled, pleased to see what I'd created. My very own spirit herb garden. Chapter 22. Changing Cultivation. Sunlight drifted in through the windows, and birds chirped in the distance. I was grateful that I could go a week or two without sleep, as last night had been spent in a blur of cultivation within my newly established spirit garden, and wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Paper and scattered books covered my room, lying in a mess of words and pages. I sighed, closing another book with no hints on what I'd created, and focusing on the lush green area where my spirit herbs had been planted. Many of the less potent herbs had grown significantly, with some of the stronger herbs budding new leaves. Spirit grass covered the floor in that corner, and the amount of qi in my room had increased by a significant amount. I chuckled, catching Labby running like a cat high on catnip, chewing through the spirit grass and growing increasingly excited to be surrounded by so many spirit herbs. Picking up another of the books and got back to work. Something had to have some clue on how I'd managed to form the mini spirit garden. Another few hours of going through books resulted in no new results. None of the textbooks had any mentions of being able to grow herbs and spirit grass simply by cultivating. Guess I'm stuck. Great Master, herbs, pills, can Labby eat? Labby's mouth was already filled with a couple of stalks of spirit grass. Yes, you can eat, Labby, But don't overdo it, I sent to Labby, and her joy rose as she jumped right into her leafy heaven. I'd looked up if spirit herbs could be overdosed on as soon as Labby woke up. Thankfully, the effects were similar to catnip and simply wore off with time. I took a breath, deciding to go through what I'd done last night. The first step involved changing my cultivation, 2 loops of circulation, in a shape vaguely similar to infinity, if I had to name it.
The definition was inaccurate, as there were no lines, but rather areas and volumes of qi being moved, but the directional rotation matched. The next step was reaching out to the essence within the spirit herbs, and then something. I scratched my head, going through the feeling once more. A link connected me to the grove of spirit herbs. I could reach out from here and begin cultivating, and the herbs would start to draw qi within themselves, channeling it toward me. I somewhat regretted not having taken notes as I'd made the changes last night. Even though I was pretty confident in my ability to replicate things, some notes would have made it easier to closely analyze things. Instead, impulse got the better of me, sitting within the little patch of herbs and cultivating all night long. I was honestly surprised I hadn't simply gotten restless and moved on, or even gotten exhausted. Instead of any of that, I'd been soothed, comforted, almost like invisible, unseen pains from my body left me, while the qi within my dantian began to grow after a very long time. The growth had been marginal, yet it was like providing a drop of water to someone who hadn't drunk anything in months. Quite addicting, and I had begun to crave it. I could see why so many cultivators were baffled by the idea of not cultivating now. As a result of my obsessive cultivation, my qi had begun to change. I could feel the essence of the spirit herbs thoroughly mixing within my own qi. The mist arts Lu Jie had cultivated remained, but its presence was diminished. My qi was beginning to follow this new path I'd chosen, and I suspected the more I cultivated, the faster these changes would progress. A stillness descended over me. Did I really want to do this? Keep going down the cultivation path? Who was to say I wouldn't be like any other cultivator and eventually begin to chase strength and power above all? After months, no, years of stagnation for Lu Jie, today I'd taken a step ahead. I was still at the peak of the 3rd realm, and so my qi would only grow marginally no matter how much I cultivated. But even that had been something Lu Jie hadn't experienced for months. Even such a small step made me almost break out in a smile, filled with delight. It wasn't quite the addiction of a drug, but rather the addiction of working hard and having your efforts pay off. That mixed in with your very being and qi growing was a sensation I'd experienced for the first time, and even just that was enough to change my stance of cultivation. I sat in silence, thinking over things. Cultivating had ultimately led to Lu Jie's untimely demise. Perhaps I could argue it was due to his weakness, yet at the same time, Lu Jie was me. At least, I was him now. This was my reality, and this was my world to live in. Could I really walk down this path? I didn't want to fight. I already knew what my path was, and it did not involve violence. Yet, perhaps I'd been naive, trying to not look at the reality that I couldn't achieve my dreams with growing my cultivation, without gaining some measure of strength. The conflict in my path was worrisome, and my qi became unsettled. My path wasn't one of a cultivator. I wished nothing of the world of fighting, and conflict and death, and dumb young masters and sect elders. Yet cultivation was required to grow both as an alchemist and to explore the science behind cultivation. Great Master, is worried? Labby's voice spoke out as she walked closer to me. Her fur glistened with pristine black, and a slight white spot was forming on her forehead,
tinged with an odd, gentle chi that reminded me of the night sky. The effects of the pill, perhaps. I smiled with an apologetic expression. I needed to practice not transmitting my emotions to Labby so much. A bit, Labby. I found a conflict in my path, I replied, feeling my chi starting to unsettle even further. Labby doesn't understand. What is Great Master worried about? I gently patted her head, less to soothe her and more for my own comfort. Should I tell what was essentially a child with an inflated opinion of me that I wasn't the infallible thing she assumed me to be? Neither was I some wise saint, but just a guy doing nerdy things all by himself in his room. Something that hadn't changed much from my past life into this one. My path isn't supposed to be one of chasing the heavens. My path is one to bring the heavens down and break them into understandable sections, making them tangible things with concrete rules. Yet, to do that, I need to cultivate and get stronger, and get mired into the very world I am trying to escape. I sat back a little, gathering my thoughts. I'm not the infallible great master you call me, Labby. My talent is low, and many exist who are much more powerful than me. Confusion emanated from Labby. It made sense she wouldn't understand. She'd barely had a mind for a few days now. Labby doesn't understand. The great master can simply deny the heavens and not fight if the need doesn't arise. As Labby spoke, a squeak escaped my mouth at my little rat's unexpected words. Great Master isn't great because of his strength. Great Master is great because he is kind and clever, and because he helped Labby be who she is today. Because he is her Great Master. The Great Master wishes to learn about the world, but doesn't wish to be like cultivators. If so, then the Great Master can simply follow his own path. Why does he have to follow the martial path and not his own to grow in strength? Wonder overcame me, followed by a burst of laughter, and my chi settled down. I can't believe I'd been so fixated on trying to avoid turning into a cultivator that I'd forgotten my original goal. Wasn't the entire point to start a new path? To spark the ideology of science, to have people look through the mysticism and see what made things work? I smiled, shaking my head. Thank you, Labby. I needed that. Labby is pleased to be of help. Can Labby have a spirit pill? I broke out in laughter once more at her clever tricks and gave in, digging out a spirit pill for her. Labby plucked up the pill, and I could swear I heard a giggle in my head as she ran off. I sat there silently, feeling amused. My path was clear. All I had to do was forge on. The first steps would begin with trying to find out what was different with my method of cultivation. I got up and sorted the books in a pile to arrange at a later point. Leaving Labby to her pill, I began to head out. I needed to talk to the old man. The familiar scent of alchemical potions touched my nose, along with the bubbling noise of the old man brewing a potion. I paused outside the chamber, sensing another presence inside. The voice of a boy said something before the old man replied. I waited outside until their talks had finished, and a disciple walked out, his arms tied in a cloth. Someone got injured in a spar, it seems. I dipped my head, receiving a slight bow of my own as I walked past the boy and into the chamber. "Oh, Lu Jie, it has been a few days since you came," the old man said, turning a gentle smile my way. I bowed, greeting him. "I apologize for not coming more often, Master. Some things had come up, and I'd needed some items to buy from the city," I replied, deciding not to mention the events that had taken place. It'd take too long to go through them. "The city, huh? I see, the old man replied, his eternally narrowed eyes narrowing even further as he rubbed his long, thin beard. Just how did he see with his eyes always closed? "Well, since you are here so early, I assume something has come up? You don't seem injured.
Old Man asked. I'm not injured. I had a few questions about cultivation. His eyes widened just a tiny margin at that, the pleasant smile falling slightly. Do you wish to return to your old path? To try and grow your cultivation once more? No, I don't wish to do that. I don't wish to return to my old path. I hadn't lied when I'd said I truly wished to learn alchemy. To do so without being prepared to follow through wouldn't be an offense I'd be willing to give you, Master, I replied. Then why come to me, my dear apprentice? This old man isn't a cultivator after all. Master, I just realized, to progress alchemy, ultimately one needs to cultivate, don't they? Higher realms and more chi would be required to make stronger pills. In the end, the paths were the same, just with a different focus. A cultivator could be an alchemist, and an alchemist is always a cultivator. The only difference was in what they wished to achieve with their strengths, I said. That is true, yet not necessarily. You don't have to grow to learn alchemy. The knowledge is there to be gained. Yet it is also true that the only way to grow as an alchemist is to grow your cultivation. Many alchemists choose to rely on pills to push past their limits, or gain wealth and make potent elixirs that could increase their strength to an extent. There are many ways to go about things, the old man said. But the path remains the same, I returned, which gave the old man pause. I wish to follow a different path, Master, and I wanted to ask for your help. I don't have enough knowledge to know where I've gone wrong, neither do I know where to look. Nowhere near enough books or texts to try and find similarities. The old man gently patted my shoulder. I'd made a mistake, thinking you were running away after your defeat, Lu Jie. Your ambitions are much beyond this, old man. What is it that you need help with? I explained the spirit herb garden alongside the change in my chi. I've heard of spirits of the forest. In a land far to the west, outside the empire itself, the spirits are known to nurture groves and thickets filled with potent spirit herbs. But I'm afraid this old man doesn't know much more than that. Perhaps you should try and look through the library? Unbelievable. The old man just casually dropped a massive bomb on me. There's a library? Chapter 23. Sect. Library. You didn't know about the library, Lu Jie? The old man asked, and I found myself stuttering. Rapidly going through Lu Jie's memories, I tried to find any mention of the library. As it turned out, Lu Jie had heard of the library when he'd first joined the sect, and had made the extremely smart decision of completely ignoring it, as it wouldn't help him at all to grow his cultivation. I wanted to facepalm so badly. No, Master, I finally replied. I'd forgotten about the library. The old man hummed, looking at me with a strange expression. I probably looked like an idiot right now. I certainly felt like one. Well, I suggest you have a look there. The sect library in the outer sect is open for all to visit. Though there are certain sections you can only access once you have collected enough tokens from the sect, the old man said. Right. The tokens were another thing I'd completely overlooked. Whatever the result may be, this old man wishes you well on your path, Lu Jie. Establishing a spirit herb garden and linking it with your cultivation is an idea this old man hadn't thought of in his wildest dreams. Yet here you are, my apprentice, already taking steps towards surpassing me, the old man replied with a chuckle. I felt both grateful, yet slightly apologetic for the old man. He'd never had the leisure to chase such wild dreams in his life, and here I was, aiming to demystify all of cultivation itself. Oh, no need for that gaze, Lu Jie. This old man is content with his place in the sect. Being a humble alchemist with a sharp and hard-working apprentice is all I'd ever wished for. The further you go, Lu Jie, the prouder I will be. I bowed. I could tell he'd left one thing out of his desires: his grandson. "I'm grateful to have you as my master," I replied, and the old man nodded contently. "Now, go on and have a look at what insight you've gained." "They often reveal the secrets of the heavens upon introspection," the old man said, and I dipped my head as I headed out. Time to visit the library. The sect library was near the top of the outer sect peak, alongside all the other buildings of importance. Being a part of the outer sect halls for all new disciples that joined, the library was conveniently near where all the crafters and scholars tended to be. Which was another thing Lu Jie never held an interest in. That the sect didn't just harbor cultivators on the martial path, but also those of the fine arts, which was mostly poetry and other kinds of writing. But alchemy and cultivation formations were also a part of it. The latter was something I held quite an interest in. Formations were something I'd been taking a glance at when trying to study about cauldrons. The carvings on the cauldrons were often a part of a formation and typically formed by characters arranged in an amulet, with the chi set arranged in specific patterns to cause certain effects. The merchant selling his ward had been one such example, and I suspected there were probably formations that'd allow me to create an electrically charged area for Labby to more efficiently cultivate her lightning arts in. I walked through the entrance of the upper areas of the sect. The inner areas contained a central path that extended down the hill all the way to the end of the sect boundary, outside which were the open plains and forests where the spirits roamed freely. The sight up here was quite similar to the city if I were to ignore that every passing person was a cultivator in a realm close to mine, if not higher. This explained why Lu Jie had such a low view of his own cultivation. I glanced at a couple of cultivators in the fourth realm and above, lightly dipping my head as I passed them. I sensed the gaze of one of their spirits lingering on me before it lost interest. From the looks of it, none of them had been disciples. Fourth realm disciples were talented enough to be in the inner sect grounds, or they had joined the sect as cultivators, finally getting a wage from the sect, alongside what I assumed were other benefits. I continued on my path, my hand instinctively reaching to my pocket for Labby. I'd let her stay in my room, where she would undoubtedly chew through quite a few of the herbs. How often Labby had stayed by me made me feel melancholic about being away from her. But some distance was always good between people, spirit or not, especially when one of them was a child. I'd hate it if my parents were around all the time. Eventually, I found my way to the library. The building itself was built in a very traditional style, with little embellishments to be found. I observed the area for a bit before heading inside. I let my senses expand, seeing if there were any other cultivators present. Nothing, besides a couple of disciples. Just then, a massive presence started looking at me. I bowed respectfully to whichever elder I'd caught the gaze of. Holding my breath, I waited until the presence receded. One could never catch a moment of relief in this place, not with this many powerful cultivators around. I headed farther into the library, trying not to gawk. I didn't begrudge Lu Jie over many of his choices. His defeat, arrogance, and every choice that led to his unfortunate death were pitiable. Yet this one choice I begrudged him a bit. It'd have saved me hours of work had I known about this library. Perhaps I was shoving my lack of thought on the matter upon Lu Jie. It didn't matter in the end. What was done, and it led me through some very interesting ideas and theories as well. Trade-offs, in the end. It was a fascinating sight. Scrolls and thick texts were lined all across the library, large characters denoting various sections of books, and jade slips I could tell contained many simple arts. My gaze fell on one of the counters set near the entrance. "The rat boy, Lu Jie, is it?" an elder said without looking up from a scroll of parchment he was writing on at his desk.
I recognized the figure as the elder who'd granted me the art to bind Labby, and I bowed in greeting. "What is it that you're looking for today, disciple? I hope you haven't lost your spirit already. Though from the looks of your binding art, it seems you're doing well for yourself," the elder said, his hands smoothly switching out the parchment for a different one, not disturbing the stroke of the brush in the slightest with the movement. "I still have my spirit, honorable elder. I was fortunate enough to get some help with the binding as well," I said. "I'm looking for some books on spirit herbs and cultivation, possibly something that could aid in the growth of spirit herbs. If someone was going to be helping me out, then I wouldn't say no." "Spirit herbs and cultivation, you say?" the elder spoke, and a chime-like voice rang from behind them. "Xianxia will guide you toward the section." A misty figure manifested. She stood behind the elder, her face covered by a pure white cloth, and her body draped in flowing robes that let only the slightest of snow-white, almost translucent skin peek through. "Many thanks for your guidance, elder. May I ask for your name?" I asked, wondering how the same person was working in two different sections of the sect. "You may refer to me as Tian Feng," the elder said, and I bowed once more. "Follow along, disciple," the spirit added in a melodious whisper, and I once more felt like I was stranded inside a lonely forest with the moon shining down upon me. I walked behind the spirit, floating like a ghastly figure, and I noticed that her feet still touched the ground, albeit barely. I stared at the spirit in front of me, a living bundle of endless questions and wonder to be explored. If shooting lightning from your fingers was quasi-bullshit magic, then this was a full-on dive to the deep end. A giggle rang, like the sound of a bell on a gentle breeze. "I can sense your curiosity, disciple. Perhaps it'd do well to learn to temper your emotions," the spirit said with a slight laugh. I blushed, embarrassed at being teased like a child, but I didn't let the thought linger as the spirit stopped. "This should be your destination," she whispered, and I nodded. I went to the shelf, looking through the books alongside the many scrolls, picking them out one at a time. Carrying around a dozen, I stopped my book hoard, deciding to find a place to read them. I turned around to find the spirit still floating behind me. "The child has accepted my gift, disciple. It'd do you well to look after her as she grows. Hers is a new path, different from her kind. I suppose such is the case with you as well," the spirit whispered. An icy chill brushed past me, and a shudder went down my spine. An unseen gaze looking at me from every direction before the spirit vanished. I stared blankly at where the spirit had stood, thinking over her words before I shook my head. Labby would grow just fine, and I already knew to be there for her. I found a suitable place to place my pile of books and scrolls, a grin covering my face. Excitement filled me at being surrounded by a veritable mass of knowledge. Curiosity about just how much more might be available to the inner sect disciples sprang up. I tried to put a lid on my bursting desires as I opened the first of the books. It was time for some good old magic research. Chapter 24. The Second Floor. Labby leapt through the spirit grass, lightning flaring all around her. Chi burned within her with a fervent crackle, and her fur shimmered from the sparkles of lightning. She let herself run wild through the heaven of spirit herbs. Her great master had created a miracle. Labby was almost dizzy from the excitement at being so thoroughly surrounded by spirit herbs. Her core ached to bask in the chi, and her instincts screamed to tear through the stalks and chew through the spirits down to the roots. She resisted. Her great master had instructed her not to eat through the spirit herbs. And she knew if she waited, her great master would turn the spirit herbs into wonderful pills for her to eat. Labby crackled once more in delight, envisioning sitting on a pile of spirit pills,
on a throne she'd lay claim to, under none but her great master. The idea pleased Labby greatly, and she found her desire to eat the spirit pills growing. Labby shook the thoughts off, walking through the stalks of grass and beautiful spirit herbs her great master had grown as she patrolled the area for safety. She may have lost control and taken a couple of bites, but surely her great master wouldn't mind such a small amount. As Labby was about to eat another stalk of spirit grass, she heard a scratching noise come from the door. Her ears perked up, swiveling toward the sound as she rose to stand on her back legs to look above the tall grass. Orange paws peeked through the gaps of one of the windows in the chamber, and the furred form of her nemesis revealed itself to Labby. The evil orange cat had made an appearance. Labby tensed, her fur crackled. This was surely a trial from the heavens for her. To have sent the evil cat to the precious herb heaven. The heavens themselves must have been envious of her treasure. The evil cat put its vile paws on the windows, jumping onto the table where her master kept his notes. The creature's nose twitched as its gaze drifted onto her, and, moreover, the precious heaven of spirit herbs she protected. Anger rose from within. She wouldn't let the beautiful haven her master created fall into the evil cat's hands. Filled with righteous fury, Labby crackled with thunder, letting her chi flare. Standing tall on her feet, she stared at the evil cat, and then, with all her might, she shouted, "Squeak!" Silence descended as Labby stared at the cat. The creature was unfazed, stalking toward her. Labby didn't give up, attempting another loud shout. "Squeak!" The cat walked closer and closer, and Labby decided there was no other option. She flared, letting thunder burst from her body. Sparkles and crackles of lightning rushed toward the cat, finally reacting to her anger with a swipe of its paws. Labby ran away when the cat began licking the paw where she'd sparked it, a small black mark denoting her attack. She couldn't give up, not like this. But she wasn't strong enough to protect her haven. Labby tried to reach out to her great master. He could help chase the evil cat away before it ruined the precious haven of spirit herbs. Her chi flared, yet she found her great master too far away. The heavens were cruel to her today. The cat was about to enter the patch of herbs when an idea struck Labby. She let out another squeak, trying to catch the cat's attention. "Squeak!" Labby shouted, with another sparkle of lightning shooting out. This time, the dastardly cat stopped, the slight burn on its paw still fresh in its mind. "Labby can show you something better," Labby tried to say to the cat, reaching out with her chi. Yet she couldn't. The cat possessed no chi. It didn't even have a name like she did. It was the same as she'd been before her great master found her, before she knew who she was. Labby dashed off, gesturing for the cat to follow. The cat stared at her for a while, before curiosity won over hunger, and it followed behind. Labby quickly climbed the drawer of spirit pills. Grabbing onto the little ledge in between, Labby put her paws in between the hinges, flaring her chi, and pulled. The cat, catching on, leapt upon the drawer and began to paw at it. Soon the hinge came off with a click, and the drawer propped open. The path to the greatest treasure of her home was revealed. Labby rushed inside, surrounded by spirit pills. Her mind spun as she almost began devouring them, but no, she had a purpose to fulfill. She sparkled, warning the cat to stay back as she picked up a few spirit pills with her paws and mouth before jumping out. "Tribute for the demon cat. Swear fealty to Labby and Labby's great master, and Labby will give you these. And more, as her great master will make them," Labby sent, her intent carried by her chi. Even the cat understood the idea of serving one for something in return. It meowed to Labby before its paws pulled a pill closer and it began to chew. Labby picked a pill of her own, watching the cat grow more and more excited from eating the pills. Soon the demon was flipping on its back and rubbing itself against the desk as the chi from the pills revitalized it from the inside. Eating her own pill, Labby was pleased at having fulfilled her purpose. She'd shown the great treasure to her enemy, winning over its loyalty for her great master as she protected the haven of herbs. She'd gained her first minion today, one in what would surely be many, for her great master's pills tamed even the foulest of beasts. And so, in a daze and filled with pill-infused excitement, Labby proclaimed the beginning of her drug empire. Squeak! Spirit herb cultivation. Unlike regular herbs, spirit herbs require one to nurture not only the plant, but also the chi around the plant. Many spirit herbs require specific kinds of chi and locations to be grown.
Even now, the Empire has only been able to reliably grow only a fraction of the herbs available in the wild, with most potent herbs found in difficult-to-reach locations that were often too dangerous for any but high-realm cultivators to travel to. As such, the task of growing herbs reliably has been a subject of great interest for many alchemists, for it'd allow many pills to be refined more easily. Yet, as of now, it remains but a dream of many a scholar like myself. I breathed out, closing the book, adding it to the pile sitting on both sides of me. To much of my disappointment, I hadn't found much on a cultivation method that could channel additional chi through spirit herbs to a cultivator, like a grove that aided in people's cultivation. But the hours-long reading spree had resulted in quite a few insights into what I'd achieved. The spirit herbs within that grove were a part of what I could equate to being a chained formation, a living, breathing one. And I was the anchor of the formation consisting of the many threads of chi. When I'd cultivated, spirit grass had begun to grow around me. Not only that, but I'd increased the growth of all the spirit herbs as well by varying amounts. One theory was that the cultivation method I'd been using caused the spirit herbs to cultivate with me, allowing them to grow faster than me. It worked in conjecture, my thought that spirit herbs and plants and other such things couldn't be cultivated, but nothing was there to say they couldn't be made to cultivate. If I could induce the spirit herbs to grow simply by cultivating amongst them, then I saw no reason not to do it. The spirit herbs also acted like mini dantians, supplying me with hints of qi after they'd consumed most of it for their own growth. The qi from each herb was a minimal amount, yet when combined, it started to make a difference. Yet none of this explained how I'd done something like this in the first place. Perhaps I'd simply not looked deep enough. It could be that one of the reasons the spirit herb garden of the sect was secured so much was due to this property. What I had was nothing but a small patch of spirit herbs. I couldn't even begin to envision what a garden at the scale of a sect could do for a cultivator, if they used it properly. Another thing to mull over as I researched more. But having gone through almost half the books in the shelves I'd been pointed to, I was starting to suspect this section of the library wasn't going to contain the answers I sought. My gaze drifted across the library. A well-dressed disciple walked up a flight of stairs to the second floor. I got up and moved toward the upper floor when a voice spoke in my mind. "The uppers are closed to you, disciple. You'd need to exchange sect tokens to be able to go through them." I froze in my steps at the sudden telepathy before connecting the voice to Elder Tianfeng. I bowed, staring at the stairs with slight frustration when a chime rang in my ears. I noticed Xianxia, the Elder's spirit, floating before she vanished from sight. What was that all about? Unable to resist, I headed in the direction she'd been in. Walking between the shelves, I felt a presence on the other side and paused before I bumped into them. Deep purple eyes that bordered on black turned toward me. "Apologies, Senior. I'd heard the spirit call for me," the person said, bowing lightly. The garments denoted it was a guy from the outer sect, though his features were extremely androgynous. I could sense him being in the middle of the third realm. There was an odd presence to him that slightly unnerved me the longer I stared into his blank, unmoving face. It was as if he wore a mask. No need, and I wouldn't bother with the senior thing if I were you. I doubt I'll be making it much higher than I already have, I replied, feeling slightly awkward. Ranks are ranks. Senior is both higher in cultivation than me and in age. Respect is due from my part, he said in a neutral cadence, and the sensation of being slightly unnerved returned. I was about to walk away when the boy spoke up. Is the senior also looking to enter the second floor? Yeah, I need to look through some books, and I think they might be up there, I replied. This one also desires scripture from the upper chambers. Perhaps seniors could work together with this one to earn enough sect tokens, the boy asked. I raised an eyebrow. You mean you want to do a task with me to access the upper floor of the library? Why me? We've only just met, I asked, curious and a bit skeptical at the sudden offer. The task this one was looking at requires the need of two. This one had been looking to find someone to do the task with when the spirit of the elder guided this one here. This one graciously accepted the path the spirit showed. Zizu, this one's spirit, also says that senior smells of spirit herbs. The task requires herbs, the boy said. On one hand, the offer arrived far too conveniently. Like I was just thinking about going up there, and here I was being offered a task to do so. On the other hand, the spirit had clearly been luring me here, and I didn't like being sent on fated journeys or being played by the whims of spirits. There is no need to decide now. If Senior makes up his mind, then we can meet near the sect gates on the eve of the full moon in 5 days at sunrise, the boy said, his face completely devoid of any emotion. I was beginning to wonder if he had a facial paralysis of some sort. All right, I'll think about it, I said, and turned around, then stopped. What's your name? The boy smiled for the first time, his dark black hair falling down the side of his face in long bangs, coming loose of the single silver hairpin tying them together. This one is called Yi Liu Shang, the boy said, and I could swear the giggle of a spirit rang in my ears. I'm Lu Jie. The boy bowed, and I headed back to my table before returning to my chamber. The name remained in my mind. What a strange boy, Yi Liu Xiang. Chapter 25. The Tao of Maths. I entered my room to the sight of an orange cat lying on its back as a tiny rat sat on top of its belly, licking its paws. Labby froze when she saw me, before she jumped from her furry table and rushed to me. Labby has protected the spirit herb haven from the evil cat, Great Master. Labby has also made the cat its loyal minion. She sent me the words, accompanied by a series of excited squeaks, as my eyes went to the cat squirming on my desk as if extremely high on catnip. The slightly ajar drawer to the spirit pills and the open window to the room gave me sufficient hints on what may have happened. I moved to the shelf to check how bad the damage was. Only a couple of pills. I'm actually impressed, I said, sending a sense of pride to Labby, who stormed in with a series of squeaks as she jumped about among the spirit herbs. I shook my head, almost jumping in surprise when the cat walked over to my feet and began to aggressively rub itself against me. I gave a couple of pets to the feline, then a few more when it threatened to tear through my clothes with its claws if I stopped. I'm turning into some kind of circus. The strangest one around, with an electric rat with a pill addiction who has an orange cat as a minion, I snorted. After a couple more minutes of petting, the effects of the pills seemed to have worn out, as the qi was slowly absorbed by the cat's body, most of it being expelled in its breath. With a couple of meows, the little feline promptly showed me its fuzzy butt as it jumped right onto my notes, leaving the print of its paws as it jumped outside the window it entered from. Cats never change no matter the world, huh? I muttered, before I turned my gaze to Labby, happily squeaking in the midst of tall spirit grass. Staring at my little rat child, I decided it was time to teach Labby a few things. The first step would probably be basic maths. I did wonder how quickly Labby would learn these things. It might work as a good way to estimate her mental age as well, because physically, I was pretty sure Labby would be an adult female. Walking to my little patch of spirit herbs, making a note to trim off the random spots of spirit grass and properly contain and section the area so they don't take over the room, I called out to my little rat. "Labby, I think it's about time I taught you a few things." "Great Master is going to teach Labby how to make pills," Labby exclaimed with a loud squeak, and an idea struck me. "Not quite. I'll be teaching you something just as valuable. And if you manage to successfully do it, then you'll get an extra chi pill today," I said, feeling like I was feeding a child drugs to get them to do maths. Good God, what had my life come to? "Labby will do it. Labby is eager to learn from her great master," Labby squeaked happily. I could almost see her drooling at the prospect of more chi-gathering pills. My spirit rat was a glutton among gluttons. All right, well, you can't exactly hold a brush to write. Well, let's start with learning how to count then. "Labby already knows how to count," she exclaimed. "You can count?" "Well, what's this then?" I asked, drawing a 1 on a piece of paper and holding it out. She stared at the symbol, tilting her head before her ears drooped. "Labby doesn't know," she said, almost as if afraid of disappointing me. I smiled. "It's 1. It means one of something, like there's one of me and one of you." "But Labby doesn't think this is one? One is not up to down, standing straight up. It's left to right, flowing along the earth." Confusion swarmed through me. Then it hit me what she meant. I'd written 1 like 1, where the one she was mentioning was the character for 1. I drew out the symbol for 1 and showed it to her, and Labby nodded. I drew out 2 and 3, and so on. "You can read these?" I asked, and got another affirmative from our bond. I've been completely taking a rat knowing how to speak for granted. How did she know the words? Who taught her? What about these numbers? Could she read as well? "Okay, Labby, I'm going to write something. Tell me if you can read it." I wrote down the characters in the language from here and held it out in front of Labby. "The laws of cultivation and the origin of chi," Labby sent back. "Who taught you to read, Labby? Or to count?" "Labby doesn't know. Labby knew how to do it when Labby became Labby. Labby thinks the chi told her when it asked for her name." "The chi told you when it asked for your name," I said, unsure of what that even meant, simply getting another affirmative from Labby. "Do you mean the chi actually talked to you?" I asked, and got a negation. Huh, something else then. "The chi only spoke once, to ask for Labby's name. The rest Labby knew as surely as she knew what the sun and the moon were, and what the heavens meant." I stared in wonder, trying to understand. Was the chi capable of storing information? Was it some kind of intelligence? Were there actual deities involved? I mean, the fact I was here would suggest souls were a thing, and that I somehow died while preparing for my physics test and was sent here. "Can you ask the chi questions?" I asked. "Labby doesn't know. The chi doesn't talk. It doesn't like Labby much either. It says Labby's name is not from here. It wanted to call Labby La-Bee. And of course the chi had a preference in names. La-Bee. So it was following the language from here. And not from here was pretty clear in what it was referring to. I thought things over before I shoved the thoughts away for a later point.
I'd think over the possibility of the intelligence of what I'd thought was a fundamental force of nature at a later point. Let's resume your lesson, I told Labby, drawing the English equivalent of numbers, and then the structure of decimals, and arranging numbers around, alongside addition and subtraction and more. Hours flew by in a blink as the day began to set. I sensed a shift in the qi as the lunar qi in the air began to increase. There was to be a full moon soon. I could sense Labby's eagerness as she greedily absorbed this knowledge, and her qi churned as her understanding grew. It was a strange experience to be able to sense the problems Labby faced from my link to her, and be able to guide her. Her qi trembled as it began to swirl around her. Labby thinks Labby understands. The 0 Master refers to is absence. The absence of something can be used to add value by 10, which is what Master calls a decimal, and it forms a cycle that goes on forever and ever. A cycle born from nothingness. I nodded at Labby's reply, a swirling motion of qi growing in her dantian, and lightning qi churned. I felt the essence around me trembling, and watched in muted surprise as Labby's fur began to glisten. The mark on her forehead grew to form a crescent moon before the qi settled down. I think I just made Labby break into the middle of the first realm by the power of math. Chapter 26. Drug Explosions. Qi thrummed in Labby's core. The vague mass of qi at the center of her foundation steadily solidifying as shimmers of lunar qi began to mingle with the lightning qi. A conflicting mixture of a soft, gentle qi with the volatile thunder waiting to erupt. Labby's understanding of the world was growing. She'd understood one cycle of numbers that her great master taught her, and now the qi echoed his words, as many, many cycles all around the world began to be obvious to her. What was cold but the absence of heat, and the heat the lack of the other? The night an absence of light, spirit the absence of the physical. The absence contained a symbol, a meaning that she'd never known. The numbers the qi whispered to her took on a different meaning altogether, as the new symbols lit up in her mind, like beacons of insight. Labby, are you okay? Her great master spoke, his face covered with concern for her well-being. Labby squeaked back at her great master. Labby thanks the great master for granting her such profound knowledge, she sent to her great master, bringing her paws together in a respectful gesture. Her qi had grown, with the lunar qi had strengthening her. The light of the moon, the light that showed the absence of heat and warmth. Labby sensed the boon from the spirit grow within her core, strengthening itself. She was still far, far from attaining a form more suitable to a disciple of her great master. But she had grown, and she had learned, and that alone was enough to please her greatly for today. Good job on breaking through, Labby. The steps in between realms are easier to take, yet no less challenging. Each step will form the path to your growth, similar to how the numbers grow by singular increments. Well, there's also fractions, then ratios, irrational numbers, and real numbers, not to mention complex numbers. But that's getting a bit too far ahead for now, her great master said, and Labby found herself tilting her head. She could sense the ideas from the bond she shared with her great master, yet the idea of unending numbers and portions of a whole baffled her, so much so that her head began to spin, and Labby let go of the thoughts for now. Labby is eager to learn more, she exclaimed to her great master, pleased to see him laugh at her words. All right then, let's start with the basic science of matter and atoms, the building blocks of the world. I put a sleeping Labby into a comfortable corner to rest. My gaze drifted outside, finding the morning sun rising, and I laughed at the thought of how envious I would have been in my past life had I known people could shrug off 2 all-nighters with no trouble. The little spot of white fur forming a crescent on Labby's forehead caught my eye, and lunar qi inside her core. The spirit pill had clearly done something. I could sense Labby walking on a different path than the one she'd taken before. The words of the spirit, and how it mentioned Labby's path differing from others of her kin, played in my mind. A part of me wondered just what would have happened had I not caught Labby that day in my room. Would her life have been better off as just a simple rat, unaware of the world? I didn't know the answer, and couldn't guess what could have been. Yet there was no regret in my choices either. What had been a simple desire to gather more spirit herbs ended up giving me a precious and dear junior sister, who followed my desires and passions to learn, albeit fueled more by a pill addiction than anything else. A part of me was bothered by the respect Labby held for me.
I'd been trying to ignore it, treating her as a child who'd become aware of my faults the more she learned about the world and saw the truth for herself. But her growing knowledge only seemed to lend itself to further devotion toward me. I'd thought it had simply been the result of an impressionable mind, like how a duckling would think the first creature it saw was its mother. And yet, clearly, there was more to it than that. Perhaps it was also a part of me, trying to run away from having to live up to Labby's expectation. I felt like I'd been misleading her into having an inflated expectation of me, as her image of me, and my image for myself, was in conflict. Perhaps I simply refused to accept that I really was her master. Not a great master, more of a senior brother, if you'd ask me. But the role of an elder guiding her was still mine, and it'd do me well to act like one. I moved to my collection of spirit herbs I'd bought from Granny Lang. I'd probably want to add some of these to my spirit herb garden. Taking out the heat-sensing stone, I flexed my chi, lighting a fire under my new cauldron with a thought as I prepared the ingredients. I couldn't sit around while my junior sister was making breakthroughs. It was time to make the first of the 3 pills needed to become a junior alchemist and graduate as an apprentice. Ouch! God damn it, that burns, I shouted, pulling my hand back from the blazing hot fire. I pulsed my chi through my stinging fingers as the fire subdued and let the chi from the cauldron dissipate. Another failed test. I scratched out the temperature and the chi pressure requirements, then applied a salve on my fingers. Stupid cultivation pill with stupid requirements, I grumbled, looking through the texts for the creation of the pill. Poison Flame Pill. A pill formed of 7 poisons based on the raging heat of the flaming tongue grass of the southern deserts of the empire. A pill at the peak of the first realm, capable of granting a cultivator immunity to the 7 poisons present within, while burning through the impurities within their cultivation. Excruciating pain will be experienced when consuming the pill, as the purification process takes place. The pill needed to be refined at an extremely high concentration of fire essence, yet the process was extremely delicate. Any changes in the chi pressure of the cauldron caused the fire to burn through the herbs instead of refining them, or in this case, lash out and burn my hands instead. None of the herbs being used were poisonous, but from what I read, the ending result was a fairly poisonous mixture, with a solid restriction on which realm of cultivator can ingest it safely. A pill I definitely wouldn't want to test the effectiveness of myself. Some other method would have to be used for that. That is, if I can even create the darned thing in the first place. After cleaning out the cauldron of burnt herbs, I took a break, then set to the task again. I crushed the herbs, using a simple mortar and pestle to mix and grind them as the steps showed. I added the mixture to the cauldron, feeling the essence being released as the leaf itself was crushed. Ruptured cells didn't hold chi as well was another thing I'd checked with this preparation method. Opening my drawer, I took out the flaming tongue grass, grabbing it by the small end at the bottom portion of the stem, where the flames didn't reach. Quickly, I added the herb to the mixture and poured in some chi-filled essence water and a simple elixir before I shut the lid on the cauldron. Qi gushed forth from the qi water, reacting with the spirit herbs, drawing their qi out, and the fire grass added fire essence to the mixture. The temperature rose, and I let the flame under the cauldron start. Adding another spirit stone to fuel the fire, I churned my qi through the mixture of herbs and essence, submerging it throughout the cauldron. A benefit of the small cauldron I had was the lowered requirement of qi needed to make a single pill, at the cost of needing more time. Yet the time aspect was counteracted by the qi spreading far more evenly, as the channeled qi traveled through the cuts and lines carved into the cauldron itself in a circular shape on the bottom end, like a head coil dispersing the heat. Another thing I was definitely going to check out. Focusing back on the task, I nudged the essence of the qi in the cauldron. The fire essence in the mixture churned, trying to erupt out in random directions. I stirred the pill mixture nice and slow, and as the water evaporated, the essence being absorbed and condensed into the crushed herbs thickened the mixture. The heat of the fire increased, intensifying the qi pressure to not allow the qi to spread away and expand, despite the increased energy. The qi swirled like an inferno, and sweat dripped down my back. I focused my attention on my qi, the cauldron, a part of my body, an extended limb that I controlled. The qi around me began to swirl as I drew the essence of the herbs together. A shape formed in the cauldron. The water almost completely evaporated. A thick mixture of herbs swirled in the raging hot cauldron, coming together into a singular circle. The intensity ramped up with the qi of the pill pushing back against the qi pressure permeated throughout the cauldron. I pushed, increasing the flames as high as possible, burning through the spirit stones. The qi struggled, refusing to take shape. The qi pushed. I pushed back. The qi tried to break through. I held on. I sensed a burning inferno condense itself underneath my qi pressure, the fire taming itself as it bound to the pill. I'd done it. I gasped, exhausted, with almost all my qi expended on the task. I still had a ways to go with qi efficiency. A grin covered my sweaty face. I'd done it. I extended my senses toward the pill, trying to see the result. With care, I opened the lid to the extremely hot cauldron, setting it aside. A burning sphere, like a chunk of earth with lines of lava running across it, sat in the middle of the cauldron. Inspecting the pill made me frown. Fire essence leaked from within. The pill shouldn't look like this. Hesitantly, I sent a pulse of qi within and jumped back as fire exploded in my face. An inferno raged from within the cauldron, heat pulsing out in waves and swirling around. I stared at the mass of fire around in my cauldron before a laugh broke itself from my mouth. I crossed another list of requirements for the poison flame pill and made an entry within a new section. It seems I'd just found the recipe for creating exploding fire pills. Exploding drug bombs. Just what I needed. Chapter 27. Cultivation Bombs. Young mistress, please come out. The great master is starting to get concerned, Zuri called from outside the chamber. The older handmaiden could have easily entered at any moment if she wished, something both Yan Yun and Zuri were aware of. Yan Yun buried her face in her knees, tucked in a corner of her room, refusing to respond. Thunder crackled around her in a furious display. It has been 3 days, young mistress. You need to come out now, Zuri spoke in a stern voice. Yan Yun further buried her face into her knees, wishing she could die in order to hide from the embarrassment and shame that plagued her. The only emotion to overcome her embarrassment had been anger at Lei Yu. She'd refused to talk to her spirit, refused to cultivate or spar, and sent the prideful little bird to her grandfather spending her time huddled in a corner reliving her shame. The laughter of the other boy, alongside the dumbfounded look of the Lu Jie, burned itself in Yan Yun's mind. Lightning crackled once more, leaving burnt marks on the floor mats. The shadows rippled in the room as Zhu Ri made her way inside. Yan Yun didn't react. She continued to stew in her shame, drawing her qi inward so her thunder wouldn't lash out at Zhu Ri. "Young mistress can't be staying in here all day. The great master has made plans for you and is starting to get concerned. I think we both know how the great master's ire is," Zhu Ri spoke. Yan Yun was unsure of what to say. She'd just made a fool of herself in front of those two disciples. The entire sect must be laughing at her by now, her name tarnished as some sort of foolish, deviant girl. "The whole of the sect is likely out there calling me a fool, Zhu Ri. Just like how that boy laughed at me. Nothing remains of my name. Grandfather would be served best if he cut ties with me," Yan Yun spoke, shaming filled her words. "Nothing has happened, young mistress. The boys haven't spoken a word, and will not be if they know what is best for them. I could have them expelled from the sect. One of them is stealing low-grade herbs as it is. The other boy seems to be making simplistic pills from those to sell. Just expelling them would still be a light punishment," Zhu Ri spoke. Yan Yun raised her head, her cheeks flushing as she did. "Don't do that, Zhu Ri. The tournament will begin in a few months, and that'd come too close to breaking my oath. I can't have my cultivation be set back so close to the tournament." "If the young mistress is aware of that, then she needs to talk to Lei Yu and make up with him. Your spirit is prideful, and barring him from this courtyard has wounded his pride." "I don't care. He's a fool that only cares about how he can grow stronger and beat other spirits and cultivators up. He's a foolish, prideful, brutish bird who doesn't care about me nor my image at all," Yan Yun spoke, anger filling her core. Thunder crackled around her as the qi expressed her rage with strikes of lightning. Young mistress is just letting her anger get the best of her. She needs to think clearly. Lei Yu is a companion, your companion, and the young mistress had ignored his words often, indulging in her fantasies far too much, resulting in this. Zhu Ri spoke, her voice sympathetic yet harsh. It stung to admit it, all the more so because she knew Zhu Ri was right. "I'll have a message sent to ensure they don't speak of it," Zhu Ri added. Yan Yun's emotions mixed with turmoil. "Don't. I'll talk with them," she said, receiving a silent nod from Zhu Ri. "I'll be looking into their backgrounds and how far this little thieving of spirit herbs goes. In that, I won't be budging, young mistress," her handmaiden spoke, and Yan Yun nodded. Zhu Ri's form rippled, dispersing into the shadows. Yan Yun sat there for what felt like hours before she got up from her little corner. Her mind still lingered on the thoughts of the two lovers, and a desire began to bud in her chest. Yan Yun wished for some consolation. Things couldn't end like this. She wouldn't let them. Opening a drawer, she took out a bundle of parchment and a single brush, and she began to write. The Tales of a Love That Wasn't. An Alchemist and a Thief's Untold Story. I breathed in the fresh air while Labby ran through the fields of grass, jumping around with glee. I let her roam freely in the plains to nibble on spirit grass and the occasional herbs she found. My herb basket sat nearby, where Labby brought the spirit herbs she collected. There was no real need for Labby to collect low-grade spirit grass and herbs anymore, with my own spirit garden around, but she enjoyed the task, and I didn't want to ruin her fun. "All right, I guess it's time we tested our hot and fiery explosives," I said, taking out the pouch I had filled with what I'd dubbed grenade pills. I'd mulled between Molotov pills and grenade pills, but the grenade ended up winning, considering the pill didn't need to be lit on fire. Well, the name was under review for now. I'd made a few more batches of my exploding pills before returning to attempting to make the poison flame pill. My attempts hadn't led to much success,
but I'd narrowed down the parameters by a fair bit. The heat-sensing stone allowed me a decent estimate of the external temperatures. I definitely needed better equipment. One step at a time, as they say. I had some plans in mind to get a qi-based thermometer going as well, to read internal temperatures using a metal conductor attached to a spirit stone, eventually. "All right, let's see how effective these are," I said. I pulled a pill out, its warmth stinging my skin. I'd found that fire couldn't really burn me unless I kept my hand in there for a decent while. Not unless it was flames fueled by qi, burning at insane temperatures. The fact that the pills still stung me was why I'd stored them in a separate container to prevent them from burning through my pouch. A little pill holder made of conductive metal that I'd put some freezing spirit grass on at the top and bottom ends kept it cool. Rather than directly turning hot, the metal helped radiate the heat enough to be easily handled. I walked ahead, setting the pills on the ground. After testing for a while, I'd arrived at a stable configuration for these pills where you could stomp and crush them, and they'd simply crumble and smolder away with a small flame instead of exploding. The trigger was qi. Walking a couple of steps back and making sure Labby was a safe distance away, I sent a pulse of qi. An explosion resulted in a plume of rising flame as a small inferno formed, swirling as it spread out in a flashy show of fire, before dissipating into nothingness. Holy sh... All right, that's stronger than before. Take more steps back. Notes, I said, eyeing the still-burning fire on the grassy field. Flexing my qi, I cut off the flames. Taking 2 pills out, I glanced at the black, charred marks on the ground. Was I dumb enough to stack them with the risk that one may shoot right at me? Yes, I was. "Fire in the hole!" I shouted as I flexed my qi, turning away from the ensuing explosion. Turning back a moment later, a swirling tower of flame spread around in a fire tornado. I was afraid I'd started a massive fire in the sect, but the flames soon vanished through the swirling air, leaving a charred and smoldering mess of grass behind. A sensation of great distress came from somewhere nearby, and my eyes shot toward Labby. Had she gotten injured? Labby grabbed spirit herbs in her mouth, standing on her back legs as she stared at the charred ground. Following her gaze, I noticed the torched basket of spirit herbs. Oh, shit. Labby's herbs. Gone. My heart being stabbed at her words, and I rushed closer, hurriedly cutting off the fire. I opened the burnt basket, taking out the charred herbs. I picked one and munched on it. Bitter. A couple were just slightly toasted. I'm sorry the basket got burnt, but this is still quite tasty. You can taste the fire essence. She made the equivalent of a muffled sniff as she walked closer to the site of destruction. I handed her the toasted spirit herb, and she began to nibble on it. If her eyes could go wide, I would be expecting them to be shooting open about now. She munched on the leaves with renewed vigor. I smiled, internally breathing a sigh of relief. That was a disaster averted, and possibly a new spirit herb dish to add to the recipe book. That gave me pause, not remembering the last time I ate food. Going through my memories of the last week, it had been well over 3 days since I'd had any food. A strange thing, as I hadn't been cultivating at all to make up for it. Lu Jie had gone months on end with no food, so long as he'd cultivated. But even cultivators needed the energy to fuel their bodies, and a lot of food at that, if they didn't cultivate at all. I'd partially been making up for it by eating spirit herbs, yet somehow something had changed ever since I'd formed my spirit herb garden. I sorted the thoughts to be reviewed at a later point. Just another mystery to untangle among the many. I hummed internally, inspecting the burnt area. The question of how I'd be using these explosives remained. Will I be making explosives? Will they even matter against cultivators? The pills were potent enough to be functional grenades for non-cultivators, but a mixture of a manual, mentally infused trigger made it susceptible to someone else simply blowing them up on me. A safety trigger, and then added piercing chunks mixed in with an actual explosive, would give me a functional and destructive firearm that would be usable by anyone, as long as they had spirit stones to use. That is, if I could figure out how to make black powder, which I had no idea how to do. Leaving that aside, there was still the ethical question of whether I should be doing this in the first place or not. The idea of giving weapons to the masses bothered and scared me, and it wasn't something I was comfortable with doing. Inciting war wasn't my goal. Increasing education and spreading the scientific way of thinking was. Yet, with understanding, revelations like these and more will become more and more common. If there was no one around to regulate the existence of firearms, then there was nothing to say history wouldn't take the same path here as it did back home. I thought over the question, deciding to let the decision off for a while. I'll continue my research into the pill and potential avenues, but I wouldn't be making working prototypes or firearms just yet. Possibly never. I decided to lay off on any more explosion tests as the grim thoughts were laid to rest. I'd rather not traumatize Labby any further either. Going through my mental to-do list, I arrived at the next test I had in mind for this trip. Settled down cross-legged near the charred mark of land, I began to cultivate. Time flew by in a blur as I cycled my chi. One cycle into another, an eternal balance. I breathed in sync with the life around me. Opening my eyes, I found grass growing through the burnt ground, new life budding as fresh leaves began to sprout. I smiled, awed at the impossible feat I was so casually achieving. Yet, I found no link to this patch of grass the way I did to my spirit garden. I wasn't the anchor here, and the mundane grass wasn't a part of my own cycle. Though I was clearly doing something, I couldn't understand what was different. I needed access to the second floor of the library, perhaps even the third. My desire to learn what was different began to grow stronger as my frustration increased. Sighing, I got up, retrieving the burnt spirit basket with a sleeping Labby inside. Guess I was going on a quest to gain some sect tokens. Chapter 28. Improvements. I had been sent a letter with the details of the quest involved with Yi Liu Xiang. I still had a day left and decided to use my time to sort through my notes. Sect task. Gather the 12 essence spirit lotuses near village Taizhou and look into the rumblings and rousing spirit beasts near the village, scouting the area for the presence of abnormal activities. 2 or more third realm cultivators are required. Disciples will be rewarded with 6 sect tokens upon completion of the task. I needed to prepare my batch of pills for my next trade with Su Lin as well. With my own spirit herb garden, I had a lower need to rely on Su Lin, allowing me more freedom in how many spirit herbs I could use up for experiments. My notes were a bundle of over 3 stacks of parchment filled with messy writing and the jumble of theories and ideas I'd collected, with one solely dedicated toward the many questions I wanted to eventually answer. I definitely needed a decade or 2 to go through all of this work, and it would probably only get worse as time passes. I was so glad to have relatively good recall on almost all relevant information that I needed. The sad part, which I regretted, was not lightly reading through everything I had. Even a light read would give me a basis to recreate and rediscover things. Things I didn't know, I'll simply never know about. Despite that, I'd read my fair share of books, and if you didn't know how to take notes, then college was going to be a rough time. Both factors helped in what I could shamelessly proclaim to be my research manual. The first note was filled with my progress on pills, and the newer pills I'd been creating and experimenting with. I'd changed the notations to represent the improvements more accurately. Qi gathering pill. Per batch of 10 pills. Cost of production. 1 silver, 7 copper, to 1 silver, 3 copper. Cost of sale, 5 silver. Cost reduction, 3. 7% decrease. Success rate of production, 80%. Profit, success rate 100%, 3 silver, 97 copper. Adjusted profit, 2 silver, 97 copper. Chi used in creation, 0.5 spirit stone, rough. Chi output initial, 1.5 spirit stone. Chi output, 1.725 spirit stone, rough. Effectiveness increase, 111% to 115%, rough estimate. This was the pill I'd worked the most on. I'd learned how to gain more accurate readings on the chi output and input in terms of spirit stone. I'd found using water at atmospheric pressure and temperature worked as well, but was unable to find a way to accurately measure the amount of chi being sent into a liter of water. Just getting a precise amount of water needed a lot of weights and measurements, even when I knew the density of water and could calculate the rest from that. Another thing to establish for the future, as it'd allow me to create a universal measurement for chi. The amount of chi a liter of water held at atmospheric pressure and temperature could serve as a unit. For now, I was going to have to stick to spirit stone as a measurement. Body purification pill, per batch of 10 pills. Cost of production, 2 silver to 1 silver 97 copper. Cost of sale, 7 silver, 10 copper. Cost reduction, 1.5% decrease. Success rate of production, 75%. Profit, success rate 100%. 5 silver, 13 copper. Adjusted profit, 3 silver, 35 copper. Chi used in creation, 2 spirit stone, rough. Chi output initial, 2.5 spirit stone. Chi output, 2.75 spirit stone, rough. Effectiveness increase, 103% to 104%, rough estimate. Having to deal with fraction usage of spirit stones used per pill was a hassle of its own. The values varied due to many factors and depended on both how I used my own chi and how many pills I successfully created per batch, making any associated numbers that much more difficult. For now, I could get up to a single decimal point of a spirit stone's measurement accurately by sensing the amount of chi. Yet the factor of human error present was something I definitely disliked. Chi reinforcement pill, per batch of 10 pills. Cost of production, 6 silver. Cost of sale, 15 silver. Cost reduction, none. Success rate of production, 33.33%. Profit, success rate 100%, 9 silver. Adjusted profit, -3 silver. Chi used in creation, 5 spirit stone, rough. Chi output initial, 8 spirit stone, rough. Chi output, 8.1 spirit stones, rough. Effectiveness increase, 101.25%, approx. Chi reinforcement pills would be the highest value for time and money. If it wasn't for the fact I failed them 2 out of 3 times. A lot better than the 10% success I'd started with, but the end result was still a net loss. Chi tempering pill, per batch of 10 pills. Cost of production, 11 silver. Cost of sale, no. Cost reduction, no. Success rate of production, only 1 successful batch yet, not yet sold. Profit, no. Chi used in creation, 12 spirit stone, rough. Chi output initial, unknown. Chi output, unknown. Effectiveness increase, no. Chi tempering pills were another thing that stumped me. The pills weren't potent enough to have any effect on a third realm cultivator. I'd hesitated over giving the single pill I'd made to Labby, as I couldn't ascertain if it would be harmful or not, deciding against it in the end. There was also the grenade/Molotov pills I'd created. Grenade/Molotov pills, per batch of 10 pills.
Cost of production, 15 silver, 30 copper. Cost of sale, number. Cost reduction, none. Success rate of production, 66.66%. Profit. Let's not become a firearms dealer just yet, okay? Chi used in creation, 20 spirit stones. Really not sure. Chi output initial, 50 spirit stone. Dunno. Chi output, 50 spirit stones. Effectiveness increase, 100%. No improvements. I should probably put this pill in a notebook of its own, though I was hesitant to create an explosive entry. I swear I wasn't trying to create bombs. I'm innocent. There was also the tiny factor of how expensive this pill was. Ridiculously so. I'd only made 3 batches, and with 2 successes I had around 17 or so remaining after testing. If I made any more, I'd be eating a loss. Science needed a lot of money, a lot more than I'd anticipated. Perhaps I should look into a buyer. Shaking my head, I had a look at the total amount I'd made in the last 2 months. It was hard to believe it had already been a whole 2 months since I'd arrived here. Not something I'd been expecting. I'd increased the number of pills I was giving Su Lin from a measly 5 to around 40 to 50 or so pills each week. Something I'll probably increase even more as I had my own spirit garden now. Even with a 75% cut of the sales, the total amount I'd made had been more than Lu Jie ever got to see in his entire life. Just under 2 months. Month 1. Week 1 income, 1 silver, 3 copper. Week 2 income, 4 silver, 30 copper. Week 3 income, 10 silver, 50 copper. Week 4 income, 12 silver. Total income, my share, 20 silver, 87 copper. Around this time was when I'd spent a big part of what I'd earned to get the spirit herbs and my new cauldron. The numbers spoke for themselves on whether it was worth it or not. Month 2. Week 1 income, 15 silver, 61 copper. Week 2 income, 24 silver, 72 copper. Week 3 income, 21 silver, 10 copper. Week 4 income, 38 silver, 57 copper. Total income, my share, 75 silver. Total income, 95 silver and 87 copper. Expenditure, 18 silver, 25 copper. Remaining, 77 silver, 62 copper. Around 19 gold coins more before I had enough to get my own lab. Staring at my goal, I closed the notebook. There was a lot of work to be done, and not nearly enough time to do all of it. I put the note away, picking up my other book. This was the one I'd filled with my speculation and ideas for how Qi worked. There were many different observations. A list of Qi pressure based on the amount of Qi being used, which was far too vague and not yet working. Creating a whole new branch of magic science was difficult. Anyone who said otherwise needed a punch or two to the face. The more fun part had been the theories and possible ideas to test them. One of my biggest theories was on how Qi worked in cultivation. Not exactly a theory, but from what I'd learned from the various textbooks, the process could be defined as internal alchemy to create Qi. A cultivator would absorb the heavenly Qi from the world around them and refine it in their dantian, converting the Qi to Qi, which was what the cultivator could control, sense, and use. The two terms were somewhat interchangeable, with Qi just meaning dormant Qi that wasn't tied to the cultivator. I could flex my own Qi, yet the Qi in the air around me I had to pull toward my body and cultivate it before using it. Thus the distinction. The dantian was essentially a storage and refinery 2-in-1 duo that produced the fuel needed to allow the various arts and superhuman activities. A book guiding the meridians across the body and the pathways showed me the presence of a system in the body of a cultivator dedicated entirely to the process of taking qi around them. This led me back to Su Lin's crippled brother. The lack of qi in his body made sense with how his dantian, which produces and stores qi, was in shambles. What Su Lin was doing, feeding him qi, would be absorbed by his body before it escaped, keeping him alive. I couldn't really say much more without having to actually go check on the guy, but the ideas made sense in theory. The possible solution was to either simply fix his dantian or create him a new one. My gaze went to my notes, highlighting the spirit herb cultivation method I had as being a chain of external dantians linked to me, which was essentially what the method did. I used the spirit herbs as an extension of myself to draw in the qi from the air and send qi toward my dantian. The big questions were the how and the why, something I hoped to get some insights on with the second level of the library. From what I'd read, the higher realm you were, the greater your control on your qi. Eventually, ascension would have you able to freely manipulate qi around you. If there was anything that came close to a god figure, it'd be a person capable of doing that.
"Master, Labby has done the addition questions. Can she get a treat?" Labby squeaked, coming closer to me as she dragged a sheet of parchment over. I'd taught Labby how to use her paws to write on the parchment, which worked pretty well, and have been assigning her questions. Labby was certainly smarter than most children. I'd put her at around the intelligence of an 8 to 10-year-old, but the rate at which she was learning was extremely fast. I smiled, petting her head, and handed her a single qi-gathering pill, which she greedily began to eat.
Never change, Labby. Never change.
Shaking my head, I put my notes aside and set to work. A day remained before I headed to the quest with Yi Liu Shang. I just hoped I wasn't pulled into some cultivator bullshit.
Chapter 29. Quest. I set out right before the sun had begun to rise above the horizon. Purple hues splashed across the sky mixed with red and blue as the morning sun made its presence known. Labby sat on my shoulders, her nose sniffing the smell of grass carried by the early morning breeze. The qi was gentler this early, less turbulent, and I could still sense the hints of lunar qi from the night present in the air. I'd packed my pills for the day, letting the old man know I may be out for a while. I'd wondered if leaving Labby behind would be the better choice, but with her excitable nature and how she loved to stick by me, I ended up deciding to take her with me.
"Labby can take care of herself," she protested with a squeak, thumping her feet, and I laughed in reply. Light sparks of lightning crackled around, and I gently pet her head.
"Should I leave you back home then? You can take care of yourself after all, so there's no need to bring you along with me, is there?" I said with a slight smile.
"Labby wants to go with the great master, but she can also take care of herself. Labby is stronger now too," she exclaimed, sparks crackling across her.
I couldn't deny her growth with her breakthrough. Her qi now changed as well with her new insight. I continued on my way, bickering with Labby and answering her questions about the things I'd been teaching her. The sect gates appeared a few minutes later, my gaze falling upon the boy's figure standing in the distance. Yi Laoxiang turned my way, sensing my presence. Hurrying slightly, I walked closer as he greeted me with a slight bow.
"This one thanks Senior for accepting this one's offer," he said. "Zhe greets Senior and his spirit," a voice whispered, an odd, high-pitched and clicky sound coming from nearby. My gaze shifted to the large black spider on Yi Laoxiang's shoulder. I'd somehow mixed in with his long hair. The hair on my arms rose for a moment as 8 eyes stared at me.
"Labby doesn't like Chichu," Labby spoke in my mind, crackling nervously with sparks.
Taking a moment to hide my surprise, I nodded to the spider when it clicked its jaw. I should be the one thanking you for the opportunity. I probably would have been lost all by myself if I'd been trying to earn the sect tokens, I replied. Also, you really don't need to be so respectful. I'm not much older or higher in cultivation. You can call me Lu Jie. I won't mind. The boy just stared at me. I wasn't used to being called senior. The term made me feel extremely awkward. If senior says so, the boy said. Let's head on outside the sect, I said, holding back a sigh and letting the matter drop. Out in the sun, I noticed how extremely pale his skin was, almost a pure shade of white, like his body lacked any blood. Combined with the long black hair, he looked more like a walking doll than an actual person. The whole image reinforced my first impression. I'd have trouble telling whether he was a guy if he had been wearing the clothes of a female cultivator if I couldn't sense his chi. Shaking the thoughts out of my head, we approached the gates to the sect's premises. The hills in this area were owned by the sect, yet the walls to keep wild spirits out only extended halfway down the hill, which was still impressive considering they didn't have any modern technology available to build this. One of the guards standing near the entrance of the sect carried spears, yet I didn't see any armor present on them. Did cultivators simply not wear armor? Maybe they had chi-infused clothing that served as armor. Name? Another guard asked, and Yi Laoxiang held out a wooden slip. Yi Laoxiang and Senior Lu Jie, both on a task from the sect, the boy said. The guard had a look and nodded. May fortune be with you, disciples. I dipped my head as I walked outside. A few minutes later, the sect gates disappearing from sight, I opened my mouth. So, I know you've already sent me the information, but what exactly is the task we have to do? There were mentions of a spirit herb and of scouting the area and whatnot. Ah, very well. The task is to gather the 12 essence lotus, a rare herb that blossoms once every year. It has been found near a chi vein, which appeared a few months ago in the village of Taizhou. We are tasked with gathering the herb, but the task primarily includes scouting the chi vein's location and helping the villagers with the wild spirits. Isn't a chi vein a good thing? I asked, confused. From all I knew, a chi vein would be a massive boon for a village. The ambient chi would rise, leading to a higher chance of cultivators coming from the village. Not to mention the spirit crystals that could be mined and sold for the village. Not always, Senior. The Empire is merciful in its jurisdiction, but it is far from all-reaching. A chi vein could attract bandits and rogue cultivators who often do not care for the foibles of mortals, ransacking as they please. It would bring the wrong attention to the village and may very well cause its demise. The increased chi would also attract many wild spirit beasts, which is what the village is struggling with, the boy explained in a measured tone. That actually made a lot of sense, and it once again reaffirmed just how harsh this world could be. Not that things were any better back home. Labby would like to see the chi place and the lotus, Labby said, her excitement bubbling. I'd have to make sure she didn't just eat the flower. I assume you know the way to the village, I asked, smiling awkwardly. A slight smile tugged at the boy's lips. Zizhu has charted a path. The mercantile roads go through the town and take a longer route around the 7th peak. We can take a shorter path headed straight for the village, the boy said, as the spider clicked its jaws. A map-charting spider, huh? That was quite a mental image right there. The path avoids the spirit woods to the east, going through the valley to arrive at Taizhou. Jiju has found the path to be 50 li, the spider said, in its odd, high-pitched, clicky voice. A li was around 500 meters from what I know, so 25 kilometers? That's quite far, I said. Not if we run. I suspect it'll be midday by the time we arrive, the boy said, and I stared at him. Guess we were sprinting a marathon. The wind blew through my hair as the hills passed by in a blur. Labby had returned to sitting comfortably in my pouch. Chi thrummed in my body, and I marveled at the ridiculous speed both of us were running at. I really hadn't been doing much physical work or testing my limits as a cultivator, something I should probably rectify. The cold breeze against my skin, with chi pulsing in my core as the world flew by, was a sensation I found difficult to describe. I almost found myself laughing. I was tempted to lift both my arms in the air behind my back like a certain ninja. It'd be far too silly, but the temptation was strong. Time passed quickly, with conversation happening here and there for the first few hours, before I'd simply enjoyed the silent change of the scenery, admiring the strange spirit beasts that went about their lives every so often. "Senior looks pleased," Yi Liuxiang commented, his shoulder-length, lush black hair flying behind him from where it was tied in a tight knot. "I don't get the chance to run like this too often," I replied, not even slightly out of breath. "It is indeed quite pleasing, isn't it? Just letting yourself out in the wind, free of the restraints of the world. Almost as if we were the wind itself, blowing freely wherever we wished to be," the boy said. I was a bit surprised at the casual language he switched to, but glad for it nonetheless. "It is quite pleasing, yes. Something you do often?" I asked. His smile faltered. "This one wishes, but no. Opportunities are rare and few, and this one isn't esteemed enough to serve as a messenger to the lords, the task often left to higher realm cultivators." "Lords? Are you perhaps from one of the larger clans?" I asked. "This one's father is," the boy said. The answer was obvious enough, and I made no further comments. "Taizhou is close," Jiju whispered. A shallow stream stood in our path, far in the distance, beyond which was the village of Taizhou starting to appear. "Labby wants the lotus," Labby said, crackling with sparks of excitement. It was time to begin our quest. Chapter 30. Taizhou. A dirt path led into the village. Various homes dotted the area, with few people within them, mostly women and children from what I could sense. From what I could tell from Lu Jie's memories, Taizhou was a fairly big village compared to his own village. Being near the sect and within the 7 celestial peaks probably helped the village there as well. My gaze went to a group of kids playing nearby, their clothes dusty as they wrestled with each other and laughed without care. It felt strange to watch them play. I could sense the chi present in their bodies, some with more of it than the others. None had the needed amount to become a cultivator, if they could even learn to control the chi. Yet, despite their small presence, sluggish movements, and slower responses, I was a bit envious of their carefree lives. I'd somehow never noticed just how different cultivators were from non-cultivators in certain ways. The conversations I had could happen at a distance of tens of feet away, and it would feel natural due to the heightened senses. Communicating through the presence of someone's own chi, announcing your arrival with it, or just walking at speeds that regular people wouldn't be able to keep up with, even if they ran. I'd noticed these things when I'd gone to the city, and noticed it all over again when arriving here. The only difference this time was how I found Lu Jie's memories playing in my mind. He'd had no connection to the people in the city, no memories tied there. But a village was where he'd grown up. I noticed one kid turning my way as the others stopped playing. His eyes shone with wonder, and he poked his friends, pointing in our direction. I smiled slightly as the kids stared in surprise, some with a worried expression. Memories stirred in my chest, Lu Jie's emotions spreading through me. He'd been there as a kid, playing in the mud and being a child, when a cultivator had come and seen him and told him of the vast world he could reach.
A strange mix of emotions overcame me. The hopeful, naive dreams Lu Jie had started his journey with, the harsh reality he'd faced, the desperation with which he'd tried to change his so-called fate, and the pitiful death he'd had. It all started on a day like this one. Just a single cultivator's arrival was enough to change his life forever. Whether it was for better or for worse, I couldn't say. From the corner of my vision, I saw a woman hurriedly pulling the kids away and bowing her head deeply, hiding them behind her back. It was enough to tell me what image the people here had of cultivators. "Master is angry?" Labby asked, and I breathed out a tired sigh. "A bit, Labby. Just a tiny bit at the world we live in." I felt Labby's confusion, yet I didn't feel like explaining right now. "Is there something wrong, Senior?" Yi Liaoshang asked. "No, let's head on," I said, and we headed toward the village head's home. It wasn't particularly hard to find. The home was located near the center of the village, being one of the biggest homes around, with stone foundations laid in. Nothing luxurious, but a good home nonetheless. I noticed a man rushing outside. "Heavens, honorable disciples! If you'd informed of your arrival, this humble servant would have prepared a much more suitable reception for one of your stature," the man, the village head I assumed, said, wiping sweat off his head as he bowed deeply. The man looked to be in his early 50s, not too old, but not young anymore either. "Please, come in, as this one prepares something suitable," the man said, guiding us in. I turned to look to Yi Liaoshang, unsure of whatever courtesy I was supposed to follow. Liaoshang walked in behind the village head, and I followed. Inside was like a reception room. The village head was pouring some tea into 2 cups. I took my seat, much less gracefully compared to Yi Liaoshang, as the village head seated himself, serving us the tea. "I'm Guo Zhou, the head chief of the village of Taizhou," the man said, introducing himself. "This one is Yi Liaoshang, and this is Senior Lu Jie," Liaoshang said, introducing us both. "I'm greatly relieved to see the two of you. The spirits have been getting unruly as time passes, and their presence has unsettled the village. We fear one may make its way in, and without a cultivator around to protect us." The man trailed off, and I nodded grimly. A high realm spirit, and an angry one, could probably wipe the entire village out. "Where is the Qi vein? Has there been any other cultivators who have scouted the vein before?" I asked the village head. Cultivators arrived when the vein had first been found. It was peaceful for months until recently, when a loud rumbling had come from it, soon followed by the restless spirits in the forest. We feared a bad omen at first, and the rumblings have only gotten worse with time, and spirits are appearing near the village head spoke, lines covering his forehead, and I sensed his anxiety. "Are the wards functioning, village chief? From what this one knows, a village near a spirit vein should have some formations to keep the spirits away," Yi Liaoshang said. "The village does have wards. The formation laid by our ancestors and expounded upon by the cultivators from the sect are all that keep the weaker spirits at bay. But the rumblings have been causing holes to appear in the wards. The formations are being repaired, but without an expert, I thought it best to reach out to the sect," the village chief replied, nervously sipping his tea. "This one can have a look at the formation if need be," Yi Liaoshang offered, and the village chief bowed his head in thanks. "Has no one gone to have a look at the source of the problem?" I asked, glancing at the tea given. Yi Liaoshang hadn't touched his, and I didn't particularly care to touch mine either, having recently gained a taste for tea made from spirit herbs and elixirs instead. Nothing like drinking drug water. "My son had gone to check yesterday alongside some other men, chasing a few spirit beasts away. None have returned home," the man added in a pained voice, and I grimaced. Well, this just turned into a rescue mission.
assuming those people were even alive anymore. Why wasn't that information given to the sect? Lao Shang asked with a frown. Jiju remained still, blending in with his long hair. I was getting better at spotting the little spider from its chi. As shameful as this is to say, we couldn't afford to ask for more help from the sect itself. I'd warned my foolish son against rushing in, but the recklessness of youth led him astray. I beg of you, cultivators, please try to find my son, Guozhou said, deeply bowing his head. I turned to Lao Shang, wondering what he'd be doing. We didn't need to go out of the way to do anything here, but leaving someone we could save to die wouldn't sit right with me either. Please, I heard another voice mutter. A girl of about 16 walked out, joining her father in bowing her head. Please bring my brother back. Yinner, I told you to stay in. Please forgive her interruption, the man said, nervous eyes glancing between us. I sensed fear from the man as he watched the two of us, bringing to bear what he was worried about the second my eyes went to his daughter. A bitter taste filled my mouth. The man had been asking for a favor from 2 cultivators, and his young daughter came begging to save her brother. It took little thought to see what the man was so worried about. There are spirit lotuses that blossom within the chi vein. The sect buys it from us at a cheaper price as a part of the trade. If honorable cultivators could bring my son out safely, I'd be willing to give you one of them, the village elder said. Labby perked up at the mention of the lotus. That is acceptable. We'll find your son, I replied, and the man took a sigh of relief. Now, I'll be needing some more information on the vein itself. Yes, I have a simple map the miners use here. The man took out a map, handing it to us, and I pocketed it as I got up. Let's head out then, I said, and Yi Liaoxiang gave me a slight smile. Senior is kind. The task required the lotus collection. The chief had no choice in the matter. This one could tell Senior would have agreed even without the lotus being gifted, the boy sent to me. Labby's grade master is the kindest, Labby proclaimed proudly to Yi Liaoxiang, and I swear I heard a high-pitched, clicky laughter coming from behind Liaoxiang. I scratched my nose, ignoring the conversation as I walked out of the village head's home and on to our quest. Chapter 31. Spirit Spores. Labby can sense a lot of chi, Labby exclaimed happily when we arrived near the location of the chi vein. We'd made our way to the forest near Taizhou village, heading straight to our objective. There really wasn't any point in waiting, and the faster we moved, the better chances we had of saving those people. I noticed the various natural flows of chi throughout the forest. Each moment spent in this world brought me more questions about the myriad of things no one had answered before, sitting right in front of our eyes. I let the thoughts go. I'd have time to ponder over the mysteries of the chittering in my room peacefully. But for now, I needed to focus. Zhezhu thinks the vein is just beyond this thicket, Lao Shang's spirit spoke. Labby could sense that too. She sensed the chi first, Labby exclaimed back at the spider, crackling with lightning. My little fluff ball of a rat shrank back the moment Zhezhu turned her eyes on Labby. I almost laughed out loud. This one sees the entrance, Lao Shang spoke, pointing. A large cavernous entrance in a small hillside within the forest sat in front of our eyes. The entrance leaked torrents of chi, forming currents of flowing chi that spread out into the woods. I could sense many spirit plants growing outside the cavern, yet, curiously enough, none on the inside of the cave. This one will have a look first, Yi Laoshang spoke up, moving to stand at the entrance. I sensed his chi rustling as a green haze started to form around him. A plume of chi-infused cloud swirled around Laoshang as chi thrummed in his core. Within a few moments, the cloud rushed inside the cavern like a tidal wave of surging chi. I stood behind, waiting silently as I kept my hand near my exploding pills. I had made a simple unlocking mechanism on the holders of the pills that I could detonate at will.
It still wasn't nearly safe enough from other cultivators' interference blowing my own explosives in my face. As a preventive measure, I'd carved a simplistic channel on the container that didn't allow qi to enter as easily until the lid was open. Screeches and thumps picked up, along with the flapping of many wings. Yi Laoshang smoothly stepped back, and I stared in surprise as a black tide of bats swarmed out from the cavern, flying in a mad rush to escape. I pulsed my qi, worried about the bats swarming us, but the creatures flew away from our direction, scattering across the forest. When the last of the bats had flown off, I turned to Yi Laoshang in surprise. "What were those?" I asked. I'd sensed a tiny amount of qi present in each one that had spread across the group uniformly, as if their cores were linked together. "Shade bats. Regular animals, but they form a collective that can use qi as a whole. Not a threat, but with the situations unknown within, this one thought best to remove them from the way, both for their sakes and ours," Laoshang replied. "Zizhu likes their taste," the spider added as an afterthought. First off, I was surprised a spider could eat a bat, which stirred up a mental image of a giant maw splitting open, and at that moment I shuddered, catching said spider looking straight in my direction. I suddenly understood very well why Labby didn't like her. "What was the cloud?" I asked, focusing on Laoshang. "Poison arts. Mildly toxic and enough to get the bats out. It wouldn't kill any of them with the amount this one used," Laoshang replied. "Let us head in, Senior." I followed behind him, my curiosity growing. Poison arts, huh? It fit him for sure, although I wondered how poison would work with qi. Could some specific chemical compounds be manufactured? If so, when properly utilized, it could change medicine completely. Perhaps it worked in simpler ways, like with some kind of poison affinity that had its own laws related to qi. I stewed with my thoughts, keeping half my attention on my surroundings. Another thing I'd found myself capable of after coming here, although doing 2 tasks simultaneously was still fairly tough. The qi levels continued to rise the deeper we went inside the vein. Light dimmed, and I began to notice spots of concentrated qi buried in the ground. Little crystals poked through occasionally, mixed in with the earth in erratic shapes. Not at all like the near-transparent spirit crystals that the refined product was. I could tell why the sect wanted this place. Not only was the qi potent and present in high amounts, it also felt, for a lack of better word, purer. The qi itself more potent, like each breath filled my dantian more than it would have otherwise. Another point to be observed and added to the properties of qi. "What do you think is causing the restless spirit beast?" I asked Laoxiang as we gradually made our way through. Aside from the bats, I hadn't seen anything. "This one could only guess. Yet if this one had to say, then perhaps it was the rise of a new section of spirit crystals. Enough qi gathered together could cause tremors and disturb the spirits that live within. After a certain point, the air itself would be too heavy with qi for the weaker spirits to breathe in, causing them to move out, and the predators would follow," Laoxiang said. I raised an eyebrow. That was a more informed opinion than I'd been expecting. "Do you know a lot about animals and stuff by any chance?" I asked. Labby began to crackle with dim lightning as the cavern lights turned extremely dim. I could still see just fine, even with the minimal lightning. Hooray for cultivator bodies. "This one's arts involve the use of poisons, and to do that, one must be aware of the functionalities of the body. This one has been taught medicine as a result of that," Laoxiang spoke softly, and I suddenly noticed how his footsteps made no sound. Someone trained in medicine, huh? Not to mention poison. Perhaps someone who could look at Su Lin's brother with me. I wasn't comfortable enough to be sharing things like that just yet, though. Su Lin's brother's condition wasn't something I had the right to be sharing either way. But in a hypothetical scenario, I could definitely use someone well-versed in medicine. I was more of a physics nerd than anything else, which was a bit strange considering I was doing alchemy, more of a chemistry focus. Herbology, more than anything, I'd say. But I digress. In the end, I wasn't as familiar with the human body as I'd like to be. My focus was the workings of fundamental forces of nature and the innate workings of reality. If I was to try and help Su Lin's brother while gaining some important insights into the nature of crippled cultivation and qi as a whole, then I'd take all the help I could get. "Please wait, Senior. This one senses something," Lao Xiang said. A moment later, I sensed what Lao Xiang had been talking about. A strong qi presence was moving toward us at a slow pace. Silver needles appeared in the boy's hand as a green plume began to rise around him. I circulated my own qi, mist rising, when I shifted the cultivation to my own method. My qi split in 2 separate rotation cycles that melded into one, layers upon layers mixing in a cloud as mist rose from my sleeves. Lao Xiang moved in first, gliding ahead. His needles darted out, striking with a thump. A pained growl came from ahead. "You're not allowed to jump in, Labby. Stay close to me," I warned Labby, not willing to risk her any injury from being too excitable. I was ready to jump in when I sensed the creature's legs give out, and it fell to the floor. "Huh?" Lao Xiang's thin brows were bent in a frown as he walked closer. "A spirit bear. Second realm. But this is," Liu Xiang muttered. I moved in closer, wondering what was so wrong. A second realm spirit shouldn't be nearly this weak. Labby crackled with sparks conveniently for me, finding my gaze on the bear, and I sucked in a sharp breath. Green plants and growths covered the body of the creature, piercing its skin, turning it violet and red. The bear's fur was falling out, exposing wounds covering its body, festered with plant roots weaving through the skin. I sensed its qi being sucked into the plant that covered its back all the way to its skull. It was dying, and in an extremely painful way. "Forgive me," Liu Xiang whispered, nearing the bear's mouth. The creature growled, kicking its legs in a last-ditch effort at life. "Shh, it's okay. You can sleep now," Liu Xiang said as his hand gently covered the bear's eyes. The creature relaxed when Liu Xiang's qi pulsed. In a quick, sharp, precise stab, his needle pierced its skull. With a shuddering twitch, the bear took its final breath. I looked away, feeling oddly grim at watching a creature die like that. Taking a moment to settle myself, I walked closer. "What's growing on it?" I asked, crouching near the bear. "This one doesn't know," Liu Xiang replied, a tone of surprise and worry in his voice. "A parasitic plant of some kind. Clearly a spirit herb, yet possibly more than that. The plant is growing along the creature's spine, and this one can sense the roots digging into the spine itself, right to the base of the brain. The plant was moving the bear in its final moments, keeping it alive in suffering, while also draining it of its qi." I turned back to the little green growth covering its back in horror. Zombie-making parasitic plants were just what I needed. Fuck me. Then those people. "Do you think the village head's son is?" I asked with a worried tone. "This one cannot say, but the growth seems to be fairly slow." "If they are, then they should still be alive," Liu Xiang spoke, breathing out. "Zhizhu can sense the roots. The damage was done over weeks. Humans should be alive," the spider spoke. And for once, I found its voice more assuring than creepy. It's best to burn this body, Lu Shang said. Wouldn't that cause problems with this being a cavern? I asked in surprise. Not with this much qi. The air would be cleansed by the spirit crystals soon, he said. I made a mental note to add that to my list of things to look into. I flared my qi as I crushed one of my exploding pills, spreading its contents on the bear's body, the fire essence escaping the pill before I lit it all on fire. The body burned as I stood there for a moment, watching it take to flames. Let us move farther in, Lu Shang spoke, and I followed behind. The pathways ahead continued in a twisting and turning maze of roots. Both me and Lu Shang sensed the minimal air currents flowing through the cavern to find the way that led deeper into the vein. The source had to be close by. A collapsed section in a side pathway within the cavern made me pause. Hold up, I think I hear something. Focusing my attention, I walked closer. A faint breathing sound reached my ears, barely audible even to my sharper senses. Is somebody in there? I shouted. A light groan came from the other side. Whoever it was wasn't in a speaking condition and possibly unconscious. I found one of them, just beyond this collapsed section. Possibly more, I said. This one can look for an entry point to try and break in. If not, then a different path should lead this way as well, Lu Shang said. And I nodded, about to take a step back when I heard Labby perk up. Labby smells an herb. Labby smells a delicious herb. Labby can go help humans as well, Labby shouted, jumping toward the pile of rocks blocking our way. No, Labby, wait, I shouted. But the little lightning ball was already buzzing away at full speed, squeezing through the gaps. Juju, follow her, Lao Shang spoke, and the spider leapt from his back, squirming her way behind Labby. God damn it, Labby, don't you dare get hurt. Chapter 32. Hidden Lake. Labby, don't act rashly and stay away from any infected creatures. Call for help if needed, and don't run away like this again. I'll be mad, I sent to Labby, making my voice stern. She was a kid, and I was spoiling her too much. I needed to be more stern before she hurt herself in a reckless stunt like this one. Labby will take care, she sent back. I felt like a worrying parent. Kids are rough. Bringing my attention back to the pile of rubble and the matter at hand, I didn't like whatever these spirit zombie plants were. I would prefer to quickly get the people stuck inside and head back out. The path looks unapproachable from this side. The rubble could be moved with Senior's help, but the person on the other side would likely be crushed, Lao Shang said, inspecting the collapsed area. Zhu tells me the man is alive, but his feet are injured. The spores have also started to take root, but there's minimal infection. Zhu will take care of them by the time we get there, Lao Shang said. Great master! Labby can smell a spirit herb up in the lake nearby, and a large amount of qi, Labby exclaimed from the other side. A lake, huh? Perhaps there was an underground stream somewhere. I took a look around the cavern walls, examining the wall formations. The entrance had clearly been mined by humans, but this deep in, the walls were circular, and from what I could tell from a vague article about caves I'd read, these were formed by flowing water carving through the rock over centuries. There should be a path somewhere, Lao Shang said, and I followed behind the boy. Corpses of creatures were found on our way back in, taken over by the zombie grass. A purple and white flower bloomed on them, forming a grim sight of nature. A few lizards hissed. Their movements were aggressive, far more so than the bear we'd encountered. Roots grew on their back with disgusting round bumps of skin inflamed by the intrusive plants. I crushed a few beneath my feet, and Liu Xiang took care of each with a precise throw of his needles. The accuracy was almost terrifying. All the more so when coupled with the fact that the needles were layered in a transparent poison I could barely sense with my qi. I bent down and picked up a single stalk of leaf. The zombie plant looked just like any ordinary herb, with 2 green leaves sprouting from its thin white stem that extended in a bundle of roots. Curious, I sent some chi near where I held it, and a light pinching sensation stung my hand. The roots pushed against my skin, trying to pierce through while pulling the chi toward itself. A tiny amount, little by little, started to grow. I stopped the flow of chi, crushing the herb. It was a slight red mark where the root tried to stab me. It took effort to cut myself with a knife now, unless it had been doused with chi. What a single root could do to the villagers had to be quite terrifying. These don't seem like normal spirit herbs. They latch onto chi, and the roots try to suck the source dry. The sect will probably need to be warned about these things before it spreads to humans in the village, I said to Liu Xiang. A plant-based zombie apocalypse was the last thing I needed to be dealing with. Have you encountered this kind of plant before? I asked Liu Xiang, wondering if the boy knew something. Nothing I'd read referred to such a kind of plant, or even made mentions of parasitic spirit herbs. It didn't surprise me they existed, but I was surprised they weren't documented. Either that, or those documents were outside the reach of an outer disciple like me. This one has heard of man-eating plants and other such creatures, but the abominations were mostly found deep within the ground, near corrupted lands with a high concentration of miasma and goo.
This one hasn't heard of any parasitic plants like these that dwell on the surface, Liu Xiang replied. I quirked my eyebrows. This was the first I'd heard mention of miasma being found in deeper layers. The only mention I'd come across were of the tribalistic blood rituals and death arts the barbarians from outside the empire used to wage war and ensue chaos. Naturally, the use of any art involving such was frowned upon, although very similar forms of techniques could be observed in the sect library. The empire wasn't above hypocrisy either. A plant like this existing within a chi vein is troubling. It may be feeding off the ambient chi to support itself. There would likely be a need for a thorough cleansing of the area and a deeper dive into the vein to see if any branches lead into miasma-filled caverns, Liu Xiang said with a strained voice, a frown covering his face. We need to hurry, Senior. Zhu just found something troublesome and... His voice cut off, interrupted by Labby's voice echoing in my mind. Great Master, Labby thinks she might be in trouble. Labby's chi pulsed as arcs of lightning coursed across her body. She wiggled and pushed, squeezing through the rocks and earth, combating a mix of fear and wonder at the creatures that walked nearby. A pack of wolves growled and snapped at each other. Their bodies were covered in growing plants with blooming purple flowers that merged into the flesh, forming infected, bloated wounds. Labby felt the chi in her core tremble. She could tell something was wrong with them. She couldn't sense any life of their own, just moving husks of bodies that walked even when death had claimed them. Abominations. Labby jumped back into the dirt as one wolf yipped at the place she'd burrowed herself in. Its eyes glowed with a blue shimmer as it circled the area, growling madly. The rat needs to better learn how to hide her chi. Labby turned to the spider near her, sitting calmly as its mandibles clicked. Labby could feel its chi, like a mixture of herbs, similar to her master, yet this one was anything but delicious. The chi made her spirit rise, generating a primal fear she'd forgotten ever since she'd gained her name. The wolves continued to bite at the gap she hid in, trying to grab her. She attempted to pull her chi inward, but to no avail. There wasn't any space in her core for more chi, or she would have already grown it in size. You need to let go of your chi and stop pushing out into the world. Confine the chi that is within your core. Cut off the rest. Labby didn't need to be taught by some spider. She would learn from her great master. Yet another bite coupled with a growl had Labby reconsidering her choices.
The spider's presence was hidden well, with its chi gone from the outside. If the other spirit could do it, then so could she. She had to be the best spirit for her great master. She couldn't bring him shame. Labby began to focus on her core. Chi pulsed and moved in patterns unknown. A cycle just like the numbers, the moon and the sun, and the movement of the stars. This, too, had a rhythm it followed. Labby watched the moving chi as it formed in her core with each breath she took, replenishing the constant leak of chi that emanated from her body. A cycle, accompanied by her breath, tied to the beating of her heart. She had to break that cycle. Labby cut off the moving cycle of chi that traveled from her core outward into her body. She restrained her cycle, stopping its motion. Her chi remained within her core, holding it with a tight grip, keeping the cycle from resuming again. It was uncomfortable to hold, but she could manage it. "The little rat can do more than Jiju thought," the spider said. Labby smirked, almost breaking her suppressed chi. "Let us move out of this path. Jiju can sense more humans nearby."
"What about that stuck human?" Labby asked as she moved through the rocks.
"Zhizhu has already informed Yi Liushang. He'll come take care of the human before the wolves get there. Zhizhu and the little rat can also distract the wolves away from the humans if need be," the spider spoke. Labby gave it some thought before agreeing. She could run away from the scary wolves, and she was strong now. Her great master would be proud if she could save all the humans. And she could eat the lotus if she found it. Just one bite. "Labby agrees. We should go save the humans," Labby exclaimed. Filled with new determination, she made her way ahead. I ran ahead, rushing through the caverns at high speeds as I traced the flow of the chi in the air. Yi Liushang ran beside me with a similarly concerned expression. I hadn't heard much from Labby before her voice faded. Concern filled my heart, but I could sense she was alive and didn't have any serious injuries. The cavern walls led to an entrance into a wider section spreading out in a circular area. The chi heavily saturated the air, and my ears buzzed from the density. "There, near the wall," Yi Liushang spoke, pointing as he ran ahead. Within a few moments, I spotted a man stuck near the collapsed section. Liushang crouched, inspecting the man. "Where are you, Labby?" I sent to Labby, scanning the area. "Labby is saving the humans," she sent back, before her voice faded once more. I frowned, trying to reach back, but the link wavered, the chi density of the air disrupting it. God damn it. "Is the guy alive?" I asked Liushang. "Yes, this one is removing the plants. There's some injuries on his leg, but this one can take care of them." I let Liushang work as I scouted the area, trying to keep a lookout for any other humans. The walls were curved in a dome, and trickling water flowed beneath the earth. Little plants and ferns grew from the walls and the floor, and I could sense hints of chi present in them.
A growl drew my attention away from the spirit plants as I noticed a group of creatures moving toward us. "Spirit wolves, infected, second realm all," I said, circulating my chi as Liushang moved up beside me. Taking a glance at the boy, we both rushed in together as the wolves leap. I flared my chi, letting my pathways fill as I struck out with my fists. The movements came surprisingly naturally to me, shifting my weight over with the strike. I pulsed my chi, gathering it at my core before I let it flow in a singular blast like a pressured valve being opened. My fist struck the wolf's skull, tearing through it, and the creature was splattered in a mess of dark blood. Teeth sank into my shoulder as another wolf leapt at me from behind. A shudder had the creature twitch, and I noticed a silver needle stuck in its skull. The wolf kept biting anyway. "This one's arts are ineffective on these creatures. Moving corpses do not react to this one's poison arts," Liushang said, slashing through the packs that continued to nip at him. Taking a deep breath in, I let all my qi gather together, splitting it in 2 circular channels. The essence of the world swirled with my qi as I formed a raging torrent. I grabbed the exploding pills from my belt. Qi swirled around me in a torrent as more and more wolves began to leap at me. I threw the exploding pills at one of the wolves and flexed my qi. Fire spread in a swirling inferno, and I took the opportunity to expel my qi outward in a wave, focusing it toward the surface of the ground. A qi pressure difference was formed as the flame essence spread. I sensed a torrent of qi swirling as the fires from the pills began to form a rising pillar. Hurriedly, I jumped back as the fire began to expand, the swirling pillar of death now pulling creatures within itself, tearing through the wolves. Growls and yips rang out as fire ate through the herbs and the wolves' bodies alike.
The inferno raged with a bright light before it fizzled out into nothing, running out of qi. Yi Liuxiang carried the injured man on his shoulder, surprise evident on his face. The expression was quickly masked when he noticed my gaze. I walked away, not looking at the charred corpses I'd left behind. I was about to check in on the man when I heard Labby shout, "Labby found the Lotus Master! Oh, and the humans too!" "Do not eat it! Where are you, Labby? Did you—" My words got cut off as a tremor shook the cave. A wave of qi burst from farther in, accompanied by a loud rumbling roar that made the qi tremble. A presence spread through the cavern, like a vast body of water surging out into the world, washing everything away. The presence was massive, larger than all but the Elder's presence. Yet this wasn't held back like the Elder, crushing me underneath it. I dashed in the direction of the qi. What the hell did you do now, Labby? Chapter 33. Root of the Roots. A dark, sprawling section spread out in front of Labby, the narrow cavern tunnels and walls expanding into a hollowed dome. Labby sniffed the air. Waves upon waves crested across a lake lying in the middle of the cavern. Large amounts of qi swirled beneath the surface of the water, vibrating with power as the waves of qi spread outward. A rock-like island stood at the center of the lake, oddly circular and uniform in shape and covered in odd plants. At the heart of the island was the largest spirit flower she'd ever seen before. It brimmed with qi, drawing her toward it. Something lies beneath the surface. The parasitic plants are spreading from the little island in the lake, the spider spoke to Labby. She flicked her ears, focused on the rumbling waves. Labby needs to get there somehow. Labby wants, no, her great master wants the lotus, Labby exclaimed, her tail moving happily behind her, having found the beautiful flower blossoming with potent qi. Thoughts of feasting on the delightful treat filled Labby's mind, biting into the scrumptious leaves as the qi filled her core. The little rat needs to be less greedy. The humans need help. Labby sniffed the air, taking one last look at the lotus before she pushed her desires back. She needed to make her great master proud, and couldn't do that if she kept running after spirit herbs. Turning away from the lotus and the lake, Labby began to head to where she sensed the humans. These humans, like the ones from the city and the village, held little qi, unlike her great master. It reminded Labby of herself from before she'd met her great master. The 3 humans lay near the cavern walls, tangled in roots covering their bodies that continued to drain the qi from within them. Labby inched closer, carefully touching the plant root. The plant jerked at her touch, and roots began to move toward her, trying to pull her in. Stay back. The roots can tangle you up. Leave the humans to G2. The plant hasn't invaded their cores yet. There's hope. While G2 will try to remove the plant roots, the little rat should guide Liuxiang and her master here. Labby stared at the spider, its black eyes holding her with a blank stare. Her instincts told her to run away from the spider, from the predator that would try and eat her. She didn't like the fear that rose within her from the spirit. Labby nodded with a squeak. She wasn't the mindless rat she'd been before. Her instincts wouldn't hold power over her actions. Labby reached out to her great master through their bond. Excitedly, she sniffed the dense chi-filled air, crackling with quiet sparks, as she sent her message. A loud rumble traveled through the ground, and Labby turned around in a hurry to see water pouring out from the lake in a giant wave as the island at its core began to rise. Labby jumped back nervously when the water spread through the cavern. A sense of wonder filled her, feeling a presence so large she couldn't even begin to grasp it, like trying to see a mountain in its entirety. What? Where are you, Labby? Did you? Her great master's words were cut off as a massive presence emanated from the lake. The water swirled in a torrent and her chi crackled. Labby started when two giant legs emerged from beneath the lake, attached to a massive creature. A loud, rumbling voice that shook the walls bellowed through the creature's mouth as it walked, displacing the water in a tidal wave. Labby's eyes went to the flower, her lightning crackling around her. She had to get the flower. Rumbles echoed through the dark cave, and a cacophony of sounds screeched and chittered all over in a dissonant hum. Rushing in Labby's direction, the ground shook beneath my feet. "What's happening, Labby?" I asked through our bond, receiving a mix of confusion and surprise.
Great Master, the island stood up on its legs. The words almost made me stumble, and even though I knew Labby couldn't see me, I gave her the most shocked look I could manage. "The what? Did what now?" "The island with the pretty flowers stood up, Master. It even has a mouth, and the bad plants are all coming from it." I felt like rubbing my head to check if I was hearing things right. A moving island woke up and started screaming. I wished I could laugh at that, but knowing this world and the fact that I was currently talking to a lightning-shooting rat only made me grimace. "They found the source of the plants, alongside a moving island," I said to Lu Shang. "A moving island?" The dainty-looking boy ran across me, easily carrying a grown and well-built man on his shoulders like nothing. Another loud, rumbling roar refocused my attention. The path ahead soon led to a gap within the walls that brought us into a dark, open, circular area. I rushed my way, and finding soft grass touching my feet. Vegetation covered the walls and the ground, little purple flowers blooming all around in the wide expanse filled with chi. I didn't get a chance to look around for more than a second, as a massive creature moved within the giant lake at the center of the cave. This was totally a boss arena, wasn't it? I cursed under my breath. The massive turtle rumbled, its back covered in thick roots that pierced its shell. Tremors hit the cave at each movement of its body, and it occurred to me what the source of disturbance had been within the chi vein. A pure white flower grew at the center of all the roots, with deep purple stripes running through it. The creature kicked, sending a wave of water as I rushed for the unconscious group of people. "Where are you, Labby?" I sent in a panic, finding no signs of Labby near the unconscious group stuck under the roots. "Here, Great Master. Labby is getting the lotus." I turned in the direction I sensed her voice, and stared in a mixture of surprise and horror when I saw her climbing the massive turtle. The creature groaned against large roots tying it down. The monstrous turtle roared, lifting its legs in an attempt to free itself. A heavy presence spread like a wave, followed by a massive splash of water. The water swirled around the turtle, the pain distinct in its voice. "Labby, you need to come back here. It's too dangerous up there," I sent, glancing behind me to check on the unconscious villagers.
Lao Shang was taking care of them, alongside his spider spirit. Guess I was the one dealing with the turtle. The ground shook as the creature turned more and more frantic in its struggle. With that size, the turtle had to weigh tons. Just a light kick would have me splattered in a slimy pool of meat and blood, despite my cultivation. Labby is all right. She can see the lotus. And some bad black things on here. Something is wrong with the turtle, Great Master. I sensed chi swirling around the turtle in a whirlpool as water began to rise from the lake behind. Massive amounts of chi poured forth from the creature in its struggle. Shit, this was bad. The entire cave would flood like this, and those villagers were in no condition to be moved. My panic started to swell, every sense bombarded in a noisy, incoherent fog. I needed to do something quickly. Senior, this one needs a few moments to create a formation around the turtle to keep it still, Lao Shang spoke in my mind. After my brief moment of surprise at hearing his voice, I nodded. Spirit herbs, pills. Master can give the turtle pills. Master's aura is soothing too, Labby shouted. There's no way that could work, right? A pained grunt and the rising water forced my hand. Fuck it. Time to drug my way through this boss fight. I let go of my hesitation and dashed in closer. Grabbing a handful of pills, I crushed them while guiding their essence out toward the turtle. I guided my chi, mixing it with the herbs and letting their essence form a swirling pool. The creature's massive nostrils twitched, and its struggles started to slow. Yes, good. Calm down. I moved in closer, keeping up the fragrant chi-filled spell of the pills. Now, Liu Shang. The other boy ran like a gliding wraith, his hands moving in a blur. With a crack, a needle buried itself in the ground, filled with potent chi and symbols carved onto it. More needles followed, set in the ground at specific intervals. The turtle started to move once more, smashing the ground with a stomp and shaking the ground. I sent all the essence that remained in the pills toward the creature. In a thundering rumble, the turtle took a step ahead. I froze as its massive limbs headed right at me. Fuck. Five-pronged restraint formation, Liu Shang whispered, his voice carried by the chi. Glowing lines appeared on the ground, forming a pentagon which connected the glowing needles that glowed brightly with chi. Chi swirled around the creature, pushing down as invisible walls formed along the edges of the pentagon. With a rumble and a groan, the turtle collapsed right in front of me in a plume of dust. My heart thundered. The ground trembled from the impact, and I took a step back, the rush of adrenaline filling my chest, mixing in with relief. Sensing Liu Shang walking toward me, I calmed my emotions, collecting myself. The dust cloud dissipated. I could see sweat covering his face, his movements sluggish. He looked to be dangerously low on chi. Thanks, I said, and a light smile touched his lips. This one could only do it due to Senior's help, the boy said with a light bow. The formation will hold for a while, but the source will still need to be purged. This one will return to the villagers. Some of them need care, though all should survive. The great turtle lay on the ground, eyes shut, its legs sprawled. The thick flesh beneath its massive shell moved with each breath it took. I could almost sense the pain it was going through. Master, Labby thinks the flower is eating the turtle. There's something black forming under it, and Labby doesn't like it. The chi behaves strangely around it. I sensed Labby's confusion, mixed with apprehension. I checked the formation to make sure I could come out of it before heading in. I grabbed onto the thick roots, deflecting any with my chi that tried to burrow through my skin as I climbed over the massive turtle. With a light jump, I leapt through the air and up above. "You need to stop rushing ahead like this," I told Labby, grunting as I set myself up in the thick and overgrown shell. There were cracks from where the roots were digging into the turtle. With how overgrown the area was, the turtle must have been in this condition for a long time now. "Where is it, Labby?" I asked when she climbed on my back and up to my shoulder. "The flower is beneath it. There's dark things that the chi burns through," she replied. At the center, the flower glowed with a dim light, its appearance tantalizing, and a sweet fragrance emanated from it. Striking purple stripes ran across the soft petals, which rustled in an unseen breeze. I was being drawn to it. Labby crackled with sparks. I circulated my chi as the effect passed. Something was very wrong with that thing. I moved closer, lighting the roots on fire if they touched my body and flooding them with chi. I guided the chi to boil the water within the cells, melting and burning the roots from within. All that alchemy wasn't for nothing, it seems. I touched the flower lightly, shifting it to the side. A dark, pungent clot had formed beneath it. My chi burned like fire as the dark haze mingled with it, and a wave of heat poured out. I yelped in pain, letting go of the flower and moving a step back. I stared at the flower, clutching my burnt finger as a frown etched itself across my brow. Something within my mind seemed to whisper, a knowledge I didn't know I possessed. What I'd found was the anathema to my chi, to cultivation and life itself. I'd found a clot of miasma. Chapter 34. Inner World. Black, wispy smoke leaked from within the miasma and was neutralized by the chi around it within a moment, only leaving searing hot vapors that vanished. To my senses, it was like a black cloud, almost as if the color of my chi senses were inverted within the area the miasma was present. It was difficult to understand, and even more difficult to describe. There was an innate understanding in me that this was bad and extremely dangerous to play around with. I sent Liu Xiang a message. I found some miasma festering in the turtle's shell. The boy's head snapped up and his hands froze. The shock soon passed, and Liu Xiang returned his attention back to the villager. One of them was close to waking up, going by the fluctuations in his chi. "This one will join Senior as soon as the wounds have been tended to." I nodded, returning my attention to the miasma. The giant turtle's shell, mostly covered in grass and the parasitic plants, was extremely rotten, as if it had aged for centuries in corrosive acid. The shell was fractured and white, with bleak, dark gunk similar to tar sitting in a pile beneath the flower. "Great Master, what is that?" Labby asked, tugging at the clothes on my shoulder. "It's miasma." Liu Xiang had talked about it. "It's dangerous, so don't get close to it. It eats at your chi." Which is exactly what the plant was doing. A large amount of chi was being stored in the lotus, which the plant seemed to concentrate into a denser form that traveled through the stems, feeding into the core of miasma underneath the flower. Fleshy bags had formed within it that were covered in dark gunk. From what I could tell from the shake of the bags, they looked to be some kind of seeds. Fleshy bags with chi present at their cores, otherwise filled with pungent miasma. The turtle shook below me, groaning. I patted its shell, sympathetic for the misery it must be in. "Can Great Master not help the turtle?" Labby asked, sensing my emotions. "I don't know, Labby. I don't know if I can. It's survived for so long, perhaps it can survive for a while longer till the sect arrives. The faster we move, the better its chances of survival." A conflicted emotion came from Labby. "It looks like it hurts. Labby feels bad. Can the lotus not heal the turtle? Great Master can make a pill from it and help the turtle, no?" I didn't sigh. I couldn't. Yet right now, I definitely wanted to. I kicked away the roots, trying to bite into my ankle, and jumped down from the turtle with a light splash. I walked around to the side, making my way up to where it lay on the ground, breathing lightly. The look of an animal who accepted its imminent death. I put my hand near its mouth. The turtle's skin was thick and rough. By its size alone, I could only wonder how old it was, and how its body even functioned. A marvel of nature, and what was possible in this world of magic. The turtle shifted slightly, its nostrils flaring. Its eyes opened slightly, a white, transparent eyelid revealing green and black eyes underneath. I felt the chi within its body. Even as it was being drained, the amount of chi this creature held was staggering. Like a blazing sun, the chi swirled within its core, burning with a deep intensity. Yet even so, that chi dimmed with each moment, being consumed by the parasitic plants. I sent a pulse of my own chi to the turtle, sensing its attention on me. "Can you understand me?" I asked. A jumble of thoughts came back and covered me, as if I was a rock on a shore bank being washed by a roaring wave. The thoughts were mostly incomprehensible, my mind failing to grasp anything from them. Yet some emotions broke through the tide and unraveled. The turtle opened its mouth, a loud, bellowing noise coming from within. I heard its call and the intent it shared from its chi. I was being invited to some place, being shown something. I stood silently before I returned a nod. Chi swirled within the turtle's core as it reached into me. A whirlpool of chi began to form, flooding through my core. Like a wave guiding me, my surroundings dimmed as I was sucked into those torrents. I blinked, now standing in what I could only describe as emptiness. A void that had been torn into the world. There was a cliff farther ahead where a calm lake floated in the center of the void. A lush grove surrounded it, filled with life and chi. That was a place of harmony and peace, and I saw a much smaller turtle living happily swimming around in the lake. Chi was everywhere here, an extension of myself. I was the chi, and the chi was me. I tried to form a whirlpool around my palm. The chi in my surroundings obeyed my command, forming a whirlpool. I urged flames and a fire inferno formed. Dissipating the mini fire tornado, I started to form some water. Water floated above my hand in blobs shimmering with chi. I wasn't supplying my own chi here. All of this, everything, it all moved as I asked it to. As if I could control the very world around me and bend it to my whims. "Great Master!" a voice spoke. I turned around to see Labby running at me through the vast, endless void. "You're here too?" I asked, voicing a pointless question. "Yes!" "How are you speaking, Labby, without sending any of your chi to me?" Her voice echoed through the world instead of being just in my mind. There was a different tone to it as well, like her voice had somehow subtly changed. "Oh, Labby doesn't know. Labby is just talking," she replied. I smiled. Well, it was what it was. It might be because of where we are. The chi here obeys you as if all of it was an extension of you. I might even be able to turn into a different creature here, I muttered, and then tried to see if it worked. I swirled the chi around me, trying to form draconic wings behind my back. Until it occurred to me, I had no idea how such wings would even work anatomically, or how I was supposed to guide my chi. Changing plans, I held my arm out and decided to turn a portion of my skin into scale. The chi obliged, and the smooth skin began to turn red, forming a patchwork of scales on my arm. Awe overcame me as the area around my wrist became covered in scales. I dissipated the chi, turning it back to normal. "Oh, Then can Labby... Labby muttered something, and I turned to look at her. Chi swirled around the little rat, forming a raging torrent. Labby's fur glistened as her body began to glow. Was Labby evolving? Lunar chi pulsed around the little rat, and for a brief moment, my eyes met a young girl's. A beautiful crescent moon mark present on her face, with short, deep black hair cascading down her back. The chi dissipated in a splash as the light faded. Frustration emanated from Labby as lightning crackled around her with fury. "Labby couldn't do it," my little rat muttered. I picked her up, gently rubbing her head. I felt surprised at the raging torrent of emotions flooding me all at once. Was she trying to take on a human appearance? Labby wanted to be like her great master. She wanted to see what being human was like, Labby exclaimed, her chi bursting forth in a shower of sparks. "It's all right, Labby. I couldn't turn into a dragon either," I replied with a laugh, and sensed a mix of emotions coming from Labby. There was a chirp as a presence brushed against my mind, pulling my attention away from the frustrated rat in my hand. My eyes went to the turtle, its head peeking above the water, staring at me with two beady eyes. It chirped before its head dipped beneath the water and swam away. Curious, I started to follow. With minimal effort, I found myself walking on the water. The chi held me aloft on the surface. I made my way to the center of the lake. The water trembled as a much larger turtle surfaced from underneath, lifting me up on its back. Then it dove. I panicked when the water rushed at me, holding my breath, but I could breathe through the water somehow. "Labby, you okay?" I asked through our link. "Labby is all right," she sent back. An intrinsic feat blocked me from opening my mouth. My instincts were holding me back despite knowing that the waters wouldn't drown me. I pushed through that instinct, opening my mouth. The water rushed in and did nothing. What a bizarre experience. "Is this your inner world?" I asked the turtle, patting its back. How did I get pulled in here? This was definitely not my physical body, was it? I couldn't tell. Maybe I'd simply been removed from the physical world before being pulled in here. Did that mean an extra dimension existed inside the soul or whatever? We continued diving deeper. In the distance was a hole within the vast lake, and the water was slowly but surely draining through it. Dark mist rose from within, corrupting the bottom as the world around me started to lose its life. The turtle rumbled through the water. This was the place of the parasitic plant, huh? I approached the hole. A black seed pulsated at the core, spreading the black gunk. I could already see the vast area it had sucked the life out of within the lake. When I attempted to shift the earth around the gap with my chi to close it, or have the seed pop up by heating it from the inside, something held me back. The chi couldn't reach the pulsating seed. A deep frown formed on my lips when an idea started to form within my mind. This was a seed, a plant. I could work with that. I got off the turtle's back, swimming farther down, and took a seat at the bottom of the lake, crossing my legs. Closing my eyes, let my thoughts fade as I began to cultivate. Chapter 35. A New Companion. Chi cycled, first in a single cycle, then in two. The essence of the world stirred, moving as if I was a part of the world itself. There was something different in this place. Unlike how I normally needed to hold chi in my dantian, and could only use my chi, the chi here moved to my will, even when not within my dantian. The world around me became a part of my circulation. Two circles, one into the other, perpetually chasing an eternal cycle,
as they continued to suck more and more into themselves. The world pulsed in tune with my qi. I reached out to that intangible mass of qi I'd felt when forming my spirit herb garden. A vast array of qi channels lit up in my senses. My senses expanded as I became a part of the world around me. It was a surreal experience, even more so than what I'd been facing so far. I could sense a vast cycle around me, the cycle of the world, the pulse that it took, a gentle wave stirring the pattern before settling into the comforting rhythm. Then came the crack. Dark, pungent veins ran through the world. There was a taint here, a leech sucking the life from this inner world. The parasite's roots were here. Within this world, the origin of the miasma began stepping from the abyss in front of me. I breathed out, focusing myself. There was something I had in mind. I reached out with my mind to the intangible dark roots, and then, grabbing onto them, I pulled. The world shuddered as the roots tugged on the core of this place. The qi stirred like water splashing within a rolling pot, turning turbulent. I calmed the swirling qi, focusing once more, and sank deeper into the cycle of qi within my core. It surged within me with millions of motes of qi connecting to one another in a complicated array. I was but a tiny dot within it, just a singular node attached to a big network of life. Yet something was missing. The qi didn't react to my call. It didn't move toward me. I wasn't the anchor here. The world seemed to scoff at me, shrugging me off as the qi from within me drifted deep under. A vast presence, larger than any and all I'd ever sensed before. An all-encompassing presence, covering all under the sky in its embrace. The essence swirled around me. It churned, moved, and twisted. It was arrogant to think I would be the center of this vast network of life. This world was like a living, breathing array of qi moving within a cycle of its own. All I had was a mimicry, a copy of something far larger, something I'd found here in nature today. I stopped trying to be the anchor. This wasn't my world. This was someone else's, and I had to work accordingly. Letting the qi swirl and move, I allowed myself become a part of the world. The anchors shifted, the focal points changing as the qi began to aid me once more. There were the dark roots spreading through this world, trying to taint the circulation of life. The roots shifted, pulsating like a beating heart. I guided the qi instead of commanding it, asking for its aid. The qi obliged. It plunged through the dark roots, and the miasma began to hiss. I continued pushing, beginning to pry the miasma from the world one root at a time. A hissing wave of heat began to boil the water around me. I kept going, cutting through each root, and before long, I reached the core. Reaching out, the qi sank into the seed of miasma at the core, filling it to the brim. Like an overripe balloon, the seed exploded, and the qi within released in a flood. I sensed the energy returning to the chain of life as the essence from the seed began to be channeled. The miasma surrounded me. Some of it moved into my core, being sucked in greedily. The walls of the world broke, and I felt myself plunging into darkness. Many questions filled my mind. I opened my mouth to speak when a strange dizziness assaulted me. My eyes drooped. Within my core, at the edge of my awareness, was a fuzzy shape where my qi swirled. My dantian was changing. A seed formed within my core. I jerked awake, finding myself sitting on the ground with my clothes slightly wet from the water around me. "Senior is awake?
Lao Xiang asked. I blinked several times, trying to anchor myself. What happened? I asked, my memories jumbling in my head. Senior had stood frozen, and this one had sensed that Senior's spirit wasn't present. This one had moved Senior a bit, Lao Xiang said. This one must admit to being surprised. Senior managed to purge the core of the parasitic plant. This one managed to find a spirit lotus that we needed as well, the one that survived. Lao Xiang held out the beautiful lotus filled with a potent essence that tingled my nose. I nodded gratefully, then turned to the lake. Withered roots floated on the water's surface, the parasitic miasma flower now a black husk. A chirp sounded, and my eyes went to a turtle climbing out of the lake, making its way toward me before bumping its head on my leg. I stared blankly at the green eyes looking up at me. "Is that you?" I asked the turtle, receiving another chirp in reply. Huh. This was a much more normal-sized turtle now. Golden lines ran across its back, like two joint chains of swirling circles formed on them. It was oddly similar to the way I cultivated. I clutched my head, feeling it buzz. Chi thrummed in my core. My mind felt unsettled, restless almost. Senior should rest. This one still doesn't know what exactly happened. But this one has heard of trials of the spirit, where only one's mind and spirit goes through the trial and no harm falls on the body. Such trials are often taxing on the spirit themselves, Lao Xiang spoke. They also forge the spirit. Juju wants to be in one, the spider said with a chittering click. The turtle bumped its head against my hand. I gently rubbed his shell as the little guy climbed on my leg and seated himself calmly there. "Are you feeling all right, Labby?" I asked, sensing Labby stir awake. "Labby's head's spinning," she replied, squeaking as she did. I laughed, feeling oddly relieved with these two spirit animals, one of whom was likely capable of crushing me with a thought. "How did you shrink so much?" I asked the turtle. It let out a light chirp. "Not much of a talker, huh?" Spirits can change their bodies if need be. The old form was tainted by the miasma, and the spirit seems to have broken through while the corruption was being cleansed. It likely used the essence it gathered during its breakthrough to reforge its body, Lu Xiang said. Well, that was another thing right on the top of my list to look into. All the mass had to have gone somewhere. Not to mention the inner world and the changes I'd felt in my core. Far too many things needing a closer look. "What about the villagers?" I asked, turning toward where they lay. "Recovering. This one has removed the roots from their bodies and applied salves to their wounds, and moved the person from near the collapsed entrance here as well. The son of the chief is conscious. The other three are still unconscious." Well, no one died in that case. I think I could call this a successful quest. I picked myself up, carrying the turtle in my arms as I walked over to where the villagers rested. "My eternal gratitude for saving us, cultivators," the awake guy said, bowing his head low. He looked to be young, not much older than me. "It's all right. We were doing a job. Are you all right?" I asked, noticing the bombs of spirit herbs present on their injuries. "I live yet, thanks to you." I nodded, taking a look around at the moving, hacked-away tree roots. The core was gone, but the parasitic plants were still around and likely spreading. "We need to report to the sect quickly as well, Senior. The presence of miasma is concerning," Lu Xiang said, walking ahead as he picked up the unconscious villagers on his shoulder. I helped the son of the chief up, still carrying the little turtle. "You want to come with me? This place isn't exactly habitable anymore," I asked the little guy and received a little head bump. Take that as a yes. I sensed some envy from Labby as she crackled with sparks. There was a lot to be done and reports to be made, but I was glad to have gotten this over with. I smiled at the thought of being able to go through the upper floor of the library, feeling a spring to my step.
There were a lot of things to research, and not nearly enough time to do them. It was time to make our way back. Chapter 36. Back to Taizhou. The trip back through the cavern was thankfully much easier. Spirits still wandered, most dead, with only their corpses being moved around. I took care of most of them without much difficulty, burning their bodies to prevent them from rising again. Exhaustion ebbed on the edges of my psyche, as if my mind had been detached from my body and didn't fit quite right yet. Which, I suppose, is exactly what happened when I'd entered that inner world for this little guy here. Carrying the villagers back, we soon found our way to the entrance and out of the vein. The first thing I felt was the stark difference in the qi present in the air. For a brief moment, a sensation oddly similar to suffocation overcame me, as if the air were too thin. It only took a couple of minutes to adjust, and I turned to face the entrance into the vein. What are we going to do about this while the sect arrives? Any one of those creatures reaching the village would be catastrophic, I said. A frown covered Liao Shang's face as he regarded the cavern entrance. Perhaps this one and Xianxia can seal off the entrance for now. The sect would not be sending disciples when being made aware of the miasma and the plant, and they should be easily capable of clearing the way back in. That sounds like a plan then, I replied, putting the turtle down. The little guy remained seated near my feet with a calm look. Guess I had my second spirit animal now. Just 149 more to go before I catch 'em all. I pulled my sleeves up as Liao Shang carefully set the unconscious villagers at the base of a tree, the village chief's son taking a seat as well, his eyes drooping. After all the exertion and stress he must have gone through, I was surprised he had any energy left. The two of us walked toward the entrance of the vein, and I looked around for any convenient-sized boulders present. Luck didn't favor me that much, and I resolved myself to punch my way through this problem like a true cultivator. Lu Jie would have been proud. This one will help dislodge the rocks, Lao Shang said, as needles appeared in his hands in a flash. Did he pick up the needles from the formation, or did he just have hundreds of them under those robes? No way, right? I let the thoughts fade. With a sharp crack, Lao Shang's needles pierced through the cavern wall. 7 needles were jabbed one after the other, the last one sending a neat crack across the rock. I prepared myself, gathering my qi as I took a breath. Time to do some superhuman kung fu moves. I flooded my body with qi, leaping up. My foot kicked off the right side of a protruding section, and I twisted around, shifting my weight as I sent a pulse of qi traveling through my hand right at the moment of impact. Like a piston slamming a hard metallic surface, the rock shuddered, sending cracks across the wall. I hurriedly jabbed my finger in one of the gaps before kicking off the breaking section and away from the falling pile of rocks. With a rumble, the section above the cavern collapsed, Lao Shang sending needles as needed to aid the crumbling rocks. With a rising dust cloud, the entrance sealed itself. I dusted my hands, feeling pretty impressed at the superhuman maneuvers I'd pulled off. I was pretty sure I'd jumped around 10 feet in the air right there. Only Lao Shang's needles were all in there. How are you going to get your needles back? Silvery needles floated through the air and into Lao Shang's hand. The boy gave me a light smile, his long black hair freed of its silver pin and flowing behind him. Well, that was cool as fuck. Leaving my fantasies of flying needles that returned at my call behind, and trying to ignore that I already had the lightning part figured out with Labby, I walked back to the villagers and the little turtle sitting nearby. What should we be doing with him? Or her, I guess. I wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. It's a he, Zichu can tell from its qi, the spider helpfully said. The sect would likely need to be informed that the spirit had been tainted by miasma. If the senior hadn't helped, the spirit likely would have died from the miasma in its body. Even with a new form, the risk of miasma would have no cultivator bonding with such a spirit, Liu Xiang said, glancing at the little turtle, who stared back, its mouth curved upward as if in a smile. Likely just the shape of its mouth on default, but I still found it extremely adorable. It is a wild spirit at a high level of cultivation, extremely difficult to bond to. Cultivators prefer bonding to young spirits, raising them and growing with them, as it ensures the spirit doesn't run off when older. It is often why human-bound spirits tend to take a human appearance through their cultivation. Jiju won't. Jiju's form is practical for its purposes, and she doesn't need clumsy arms, the spider spoke. I felt a strange envy coming from Labby. Although this one seems to be following Senior, so Senior may be able to keep it, Liu Xiang added. Well, I'd already decided I'd be talking with you, but do you want to stick around with me as a spirit, little big guy? I asked the little turtle. Its green eyes stared right at me, its head turning sideways. Chirp! Guess that was as much an answer as I needed. I think I'll call you Sheldon, I said, picking the cute little baby up and receiving another chirp. Terrifying monsters looked a lot more adorable when you could hold them in your hands. I patted its shell, a blend of delicate brown and green mixed with striking colors of gold. I couldn't sense its realm at all, almost as if its presence had vanished completely. There was something strange going on with this turtle, and with my cultivation.
The inner world of this guy was another thing I really needed to look into more, alongside miasma. Many new questions had arrived, with many new possibilities on what Qi could be, and I was excited to explore all of them.
Labby will be your senior sister,
Labby exclaimed to the turtle, her ears flicking in excitement and pride. I laughed out loud, unwilling to tell her that wasn't how ranks in cultivation worked. Chirp, Sheldon replied, and Labby gave a satisfied squeak of her own. I gave Lao Shang a light nod, and we headed for Taizhou. We walked briskly through the forest, the rumblings of the spirits much calmer as the lunar qi rose. The sun would soon to be setting on the horizon. The village appeared in the distance, where a crowd of people gathered, whispering. A lot more men filled the village now, likely back from their work. Their whispers reached me even from this distance, but the voices merged into a confusing static if I didn't focus. The strange mental exhaustion and overall events of the day told me I wouldn't be doing that anyway.
Brother,
a girl exclaimed, pushing aside the crowd to run toward us. There were a couple of men who tried to tell her to stop, but she continued on anyway, almost tackling Lao Shang as she hugged the village head's son. Yin, her brother spoke. Lao Shang let go of the man, taking a step back to give the siblings some space.
You stupid, dumb, impulsive, arrogant, dumb idiot! Why did brother have to go? I was so worried, his sister said, grabbing her brother, tears streaming from her eyes. My gaze shifted to other family members rushing in, taking hold of their loved ones. I smiled, a strange sense of pride filling me at having saved the lives of these people. Labby feels nice too, Great Master,
Labby told me with a squeak. They are all right and will recover soon. This one has applied some salve for their injuries. Please reach out to the sect if any issues come up with their conditions. Lao Shang spoke in his usual neutral tone. I sent a pulse of qi toward him, changing my expression to a smile. Smile, damn it, they'll get scared. The villagers bowed deeply before they carried the injured away. Lao Shang looked at me with a confused expression, and I stopped a sigh from escaping my mouth. The boy was surprisingly clueless sometimes. He did look pretty intimidating with his bland tone and pale skin, not to mention that presence of his. Even I'd felt chills when we first met, so I could only imagine the effect on non-cultivators. "We should head to the chief soon and inform him of what happened," I said loudly to signal to the weeping siblings as well. I hated to interrupt their family time, but the threat hadn't been resolved, and the faster we reported back to the sect, the better.
Yes, please, let us move back. My father awaits you.
The girl spoke, wiping her tears and sniffing as a blush covered her face. I nodded gratefully, and we began to make our way back. Within a few moments, we'd arrived at the village head's house, and he was already rushing outside as he spotted us. "Chen, you fool!" the man exclaimed, quickly turning to us with a deep bow. "I cannot thank you enough for your kindness, cultivators. Our debt is eternal to you. May the heavens bless your path." He spoke with a wavering voice. His daughter soon joined in, alongside his son. "It's all right. We should head in. There's a few things you should be aware of," I said. Taking a seat within the home, and I setting Sheldon down, I began to summarize the events. The village head's expression ranged from a series of shock, disbelief, and muted surprise. "I cannot be grateful enough for your arrival, cultivators. This village of Taizhou has been saved by the two of you," he said with a bow. I scratched my nose, slightly embarrassed. "I am aware this cannot nearly express our gratitude for your actions, but please, take this as a gift from this poor man. I would be ashamed to not give anything in return for all that you've done." He picked out a shimmering lotus, still curled up with its petals in a bud. "The flower will blossom when imparted with enough qi. This one thinks Senior should have it. It would aid Senior's alchemy," Lao Xiang spoke. I glanced at him for a brief moment before nodding and accepting the flower. I could almost feel Labby drooling from our bond. Thankfully, she wasn't actually drooling and making a mess. "Thank you," I said, and the man's eyes widened in surprise. What, saying thank you was such a big deal, huh? "I will leave you to tend to your son and return to your duties. We must hurry back to inform the sect as well," I said, getting up to head out. "This village will remember the favor, cultivators. I will remember it too." There was a gathering of people standing outside the village chief's home. The group bowed deeply, and I noticed some to be the family members of the injured villagers. "Thank you for bringing father back," a boy shouted, his eyes heavy with beady tears. An odd emotion filled my chest. "Thank you for bringing my brother back." "For bringing all of them back," the people said, all bowing deeply. I didn't say anything, didn't even know what to say. This gratitude wasn't something I was used to. I was just doing what I would have done regardless of where I'd been. Yet, in a world like this one, a cultivator had no need to show such kindness. Within a world ruled by power, the voices of the powerless meant little. "Senior and this one accept your thanks," Lao Xiang replied with a nod. The people give one last bow and began to head back to their homes. "The village will remember your favor, cultivators. I bid you a quick journey," the head said. Before long, we were rushing across the landscape. "Thanks for replying to those villagers," I said, looking to Liu Shang as his long black hair flew behind him, free of its ties. He almost looked pretty for a guy. I was glad Yan Yun wasn't around to start the beginning of another love tale. This one could tell Senior felt lost. It is a small matter. "We should hurry back to the sect," Liu Shang said, running ahead of me. I sped up, following behind. "Zhuge still wanted to eat that bat," the spider said, and a small laugh from Liu Shang reached my ears. "So, he can laugh then." "Labby can laugh better," Labby exclaimed. "Chirp!" I smiled, patting my little turtle, dashing through the open fields as the sun set on the horizon, leaving Taizhou behind. The full moon shone with a light glimmer in the sky above. Chapter 37. Blossoms of the Moon. The way back felt like a completely different path as night approached. The dying light of the sun gave way for the rising full moon shining brightly up above, soaking the lands in lunar chi. Coming in from the outside at night, the flickering, almost invisible layer of chi that surrounded the sect was visible. The ward meant to keep wild spirits away